Hey, oh, what up? All right.
Hello, revolutionary teammates. I am so excited to
In the inner city than any other area. Less money is given to our schools and more is expected out of them.
When you don't have resources, it makes it harder to get access to an education. It makes it harder to get access to simple things, food, shelter, which affect people's ability to focus in school.
It's very difficult to get through high school and be successful in high school and get to college when you don't know what your resources are.
The amount of stuff that I need at this point in time to get to where I want to go and finish my goals and stuff, then I think that's my biggest fear, not making it to where I want to be.
At the U, Principal Rahh and our teachers have created a space where resources are made available so students can compete in a global environment. Black history is now. The impact that we, our generation, have on Black history starts today. Let's boom!
That's better. Back yeah, but you're right here it was giving a shadow.
Perfecto.
So, Black History program where it's currently 2. We have a fashion show, then next Friday we have the Black History program. So how long we've been practicing? 4, 5 weeks, probably more. But it's fashion show and it's today at 2. So we all kind of like a little bit nervous.
My teacher, Miss Ideli, facilitated this as her personal project to make this happen because she knows the value of expression. She knows the value of community and she knows the value of love.
Okay, so we have casual, formal, hip-hop. Hip-hop, okay, it's probably Kobe Bryant on the shirts, Nipsey or something like that on the shirts. Then we have African. African, we have the bow wraps, we have the dresses, the skirts. I'm excited because I've been waiting for this day for like the longest, so now that it's finally here, it's my time to shine.
Man, the fashion show, I mean, It's infused in our culture. It's infused with our students. It's a way to express yourself, you know, and for our students, like, that expression is important.
As you see this large outdoor space and everything that comes with it, it is just a great day for Watts today.
When you see things like this happen on a court that haven't been touched in 30 years, it plants a seed that lets you know that there are possibilities.
The Ballmer family and the Clipper Foundation are funding new courts citywide for every recreation and parks facility in the city of LA. These people want you to succeed when you grow up, want you to do the same for your own community.
All it takes is somebody to believe that a rapper can be much more than a rapper. An athlete can be more than an athlete.
And that kind of spirit is really what the Clippers are all about.
This is not only for the kids, but this is for the community.
The Drew League was born and raised right here for the first 35 years. I was a 13-year-old keeping score on the ladder inside the gymnasium, and this is just an awesome feeling.
Thank you, Clippers. Think Watts. This is what it's about.
Education.
Yeah.
Pull up in motorcades, I got a show today. It's all I'm trying to do. Hustle and motivate. Choppers a throwaway. Hustle the overweight.
When I say stay, you say hungry. Stay. Hungry. Stay. Hungry. What house is this?
That's why they follow me, huh? They think I know the way. Cause I took control of things. Ballin' the solo way. And if you pattern my trend, I make you my protege. Slossin' that soldier race. Niggas don't know them days. Take you in back of the buildings. Make you expose your rage. Take you across the tracks. Make you
Revolutionary Educator Conference. What's up? It's your boy, Rick Ramirez from El Paso, Texas. Fellow educator, motivator, former two-time Golden Glove champion, Ellen DeGeneres Show alumni, and current doctoral student. That's right, y'all. I had to throw it all out there before we get started. And check this out, y'all. I'm so honored and humbled to be here sharing with y'all on this platform. So shout out to Principal Rahh. I thank you for having me on. Shout out to every revolutionary educator presenter out there. Y'all, there's some game changers at this conference. We are about to learn like no other, right? A time like no other deserves a conference like no other. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to every single participant, every single revolutionary educator who logged on, who's here to grow, who's here to learn, who's here to network, who's here to get better and find better ways, more equitable ways to serve our kids, because that's what champion educators do. That's what revolutionary educators do. So I salute you all for being here with us as well. So Principal Rahh was nice enough to give me just a few minutes to say thank you. Thank you to revolutionary educators like yourselves who step up to the plate when kids like me need teachers like you the most right now. Kids like me from the projects, kids like me who grew up in the struggle, kids like me who don't have a father figure at home. Right now, more than ever, we need a revolutionary educator in our lives. And that's exactly what you all are. So I thank you, revolutionary educators, from the bottom of my heart. I thank you for doing what you're doing and going above and beyond. You see, I say thank you, teachers, because it's people like you who give kids like me a chance. I say thank you, revolutionary educator, and it's because of you that kids who are growing up in poverty will not only dream, but they will become equipped with the tools they need to break free from the chains of generational curses. I say thank you, revolutionary educator, and it's because of people like you that kids will go on to excel both academically and personally. I say thank you, revolutionary educators, And it's because of people like you that kids like me will look back in 15 years and they'll say that I'm here today because I had a revolutionary educator who spoke life to me, who believed in me when no one else did. I thank you, revolutionary educator. It's because of people like you that kids like me will learn the truth about some of the topics that are in our textbook that are taught in a way to preserve his story, but it's time that we write our story. I say thank you, revolutionary educators, because of people like you that kids like me will learn more than just math, science, and history. We'll learn how to value ourselves, then we'll go out into the world and make a valuable contribution that doesn't discriminate against things like race, color, gender, ethnicity. I say thank you, revolutionary educators, because of people like you that kids like me do not have to accept the cards that were dealt to us as our final destination. I say thank you, revolutionary educator. It's because of people like you who sacrifice so much in terms of pay and recognition that kids will go on to heal, overcome, and change the world. Thank you, revolutionary educators, for doing everything that I've mentioned and so much more. I could spend my entire 10 minutes just saying thank you for everything that you do, but I thought I'd share just a little bit of my wisdom too. So when I first started this segment, y'all saw that I had the championship belt with me, right? You see, I carry this belt with me because it really means something to me, right? When I was a young college student, I saw the Rita Pearson TED Talk for the first time, and it changed my life. And I made a decision that day that I would always be a champion for my students. R.I.P. Miss Rita Pearson, we miss you. Now, this belt, as I said, it means something to me. So I thought to myself, how can I remember to be a champion for my students every day? Even on days when I might be having a bad day too. How can I still be a champ for that kid who doesn't need a teacher? They need a revolutionary educator in their lives, right? They need a champion in their lives. So what I did, I took that champ word, C-H-A-M-P, turned it into an acronym. And the first letter of champ is C. Careful, I know, my fault. The first letter of champ is C. Some of my Compton people, y'all got that. What does C stand for? C stands for celebrate, right? As revolutionary educators and revolutionary administrators, we have to remember to celebrate anything and everything possible as much as possible. It will change the dynamic of your classrooms. It will change the dynamic of your schools. Let's celebrate, right? I tell people all the time that school should be celebrated, not just tolerated. The next letter in champ is H. What does H stand for? H stands for be humble, right? Sometimes we just have to remember to take off that teacher badge, that principal badge, and let's just be human with the people that we're leading, right? Let's be human with our students. Let's be human with our staff. And when they know that they can come to us for other issues besides academics, ooh, that's how you know you're doing humility right. The next letter of champ, A, approachable. Are you approachable, right? What do kids think when they see us and we have a certain facial expression that tells them we're mad? You think that kid's gonna feel safe to come up and ask you help on that math question? I know I wasn't. If my teachers look mad, I'll take that. If I ain't gonna mess with that. No, you know how some adults could be, right? What does our body language tell people? Are we open, right? Are we open with our presence, or are we closed off with the little mean mug, right? Our body language, our energy, our facial expressions, our tone convey a certain message that everyone can understand. Next letter in champ, M, motivate. Nipsey Hussle had it right when he said hustle and motivate. So that's what we have to do, and y'all are learning all about that throughout this conference. How do you motivate kids, right? Let's show some of our kids what people that look like them and talk like them, successful people, what do they look like in the future? That way they can have something to look up to and be motivated by it, right? How do you motivate your staff? How do you motivate your students? How do you motivate your community, right? How do you bring people in? Motivate. And the last letter of champ is P, praise. Revolutionary educators and revolutionary leaders understand that there's power in giving praise. You see, praise is powerful because it empowers others to give their full. And that's how we change the game in education, right? We ain't expecting perfection, but what we are expecting is for you to give your best effort. And what better way to pull people into doing their best by giving them constant and specific praise. So there we have, y'all, 5 ways to be a champ for students at the same time, to be a champ for your staff members. I hope that helps with everything else you're learning at this conference. I'm not on the level of some of those other people on here, but at least I can give y'all something. If I can reach one, then my job is done. See, I get fired up talking about a revolutionary mindset because I understand how powerful it is. I understand how powerful it is to be a champ for your students, right? I understand that sometimes when we are champs for our students, we are creating champions ourselves and them. Champions in training is what I call my kids. So continue being revolutionary. I hope that you apply everything that you've learned, right? Share it with other educators and be champs, y'all. Remember, it starts with us. It starts with you. So I 2 times salute you for the work you do. Keep being that champion. Remember to reach them before you teach them. Be revolutionary in all you do. I love y'all. Have a great semester. Let's boom.
All right, welcome back. We are here day 2. Thank you, Rick, for that welcome speech. We are here day 2, activation. Man, this weekend has been jam-packed. Y'all know, y'all hanging around with Principal Rahh. We got our co-host here.
Janetta, what's up, everybody?
You already know, we have a legendary person here. I mean, I call him the superhero of Watts. We're gonna kick this day off with activating and activating the community. I have to say it twice, y'all, because this is the activator that I've never seen anyone that is an artist do the things that he has done. Personally, I've had a connection with him. He's a brother of mine, and I'm just thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And this is Sticks, y'all.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. This is revolutionary.
Thank you for being here.
Come on now. That's what we're about to do. Let's revolutionize the game.
Go ahead.
So I would like to start with, what motivates you to do the work that you do?
What motivates me to do what I do is God. You know, growing up in a neighborhood like Watts, seeing what was missing growing up, that's what motivates me. Also seeing entrepreneurs that have successfully done things for themselves, coming up out of communities like Watts, it just helps inspire me to do amazing things, to bring back resources and opportunities that can only help and benefit our babies, you know, our kids, our young adults, our peers. And that's what motivates me. Always seeing that there is something to solve is another motivation and inspiration of mine, because I have a passion to fill gaps, a passion to change.
No. Can you talk about some of the things you have done to impact education? Because for those who don't know, like, tell a little bit about like who you are and the things you have done to connect your influence with education.
Absolutely. Just to give a brief description of a few things that I've done in regards to education or education system, we've done things like build basketball courts on a campus. Speaking of campus, Rahh's campus, we've been able to build over 16 outdoor basketball courts, an indoor gym. We've brought a Planet Fitness gym. We've done murals, financial literacy programs, countless efforts of producing these different types of programming and refurbishments to not only enhance the physical ability, but the mental ability, because it all starts up here with mental. Mental trauma is a real thing that plagues our communities, so we have to start doing things to create an environment that's, great to be in, at least visually, and that adds to the physical realm of things. And those are just a few things that we've done with Think Watts Foundation to help be revolutionary.
Tell us about your experience, like going through public education. I know, like, born and raised from Watts. What was your experience like, and what is something you wish you had that could have changed or influenced you even more in a positive way?
I wish I had financial literacy, then I wouldn't have went broke 3 times after I got paid. I wish I had a principal who cared. Even if maybe I did have a principal who cared, but the principal wasn't interactive. It wasn't as much in our lives as I wish the principal was. Those are very key features into producing a environment that's progressive towards children growing up, especially in low-income communities. So I wish growing up in the public school system there was more of that, more education on real Black history, like redlining, things like that. Things that they don't typically talk about in school, in history class. I wish I could have learned about macroeconomics. I wish we would have talked about those different things, how the financial system works, what true capitalism really is and how it operates. We don't talk about these things, and what happens is after we get through the public education system, we get thrown out into the public, and now we can't function, and we have to bump our heads afterwards rather than getting the necessary tools and education we need while we're in school to understand how to adapt and be progressive.
So I want to say this, I know you have a lot of titles and hats that you wear, but you are an educator in all the work that you do. So I want to know, how would you define yourself as a revolutionary educator?
Education comes with information. Education comes with wisdom, knowledge. To be an educator just means you have an education behind a specific background or a expertise, right? I have been grateful enough to educate myself with economics. I've been grateful to educate myself with activism through experiences. So I can define my revolutionary education as innovative because it's always about creating endeavors or activations that are not always customary to your everyday revolutionizing education. It's always taking a different approach that others might not see or a perspective that others might not be focused on. Coupling that with innovation, coupling that with just that I don't care attitude, let's just get it done. And that's how we continue to make strides and doing great things for the community.
Okay, that's good. So in your explanation, you mentioned the word activist. So as an activist for the city of Watts, an activist for the millennials, what would be your call of action for educators, for people in their community, just for the millennials or anyone, our children, our youth? What would be your call of action to them?
Okay, my call to action would be to first identify solutions. Identify the problem first. You have to identify a problem before you can identify solutions. I mean, it's great to do a bunch of protesting and yelling and screaming, going on social media and sharing whatever it is that you see is the problem for now. But the goal is to put a plan together, a plan of action. Figure out what you're missing in your community. Figure out what you're missing in your education system, at your school. What do you need changes with? And there's also underlying factors and layers of why that problem exists. So first, identify the problem. Understand what the factors and layers are to that problem, and then address it with solutions and a plan of action to address that problem.
No, I love that because, like I always tell young people, it's like the 5 Ps. Like the first thing you want to do is identify the problem, and we're all in the business of solving problems. Like as educators, we're solving problems. As entrepreneurs, we're solving problems. As activists, we're solving problems. So then I love when you're talking about you can't come up with a solution if you don't know the problem, right? So that's huge. And thinking about solutions and thinking about engagement and activism and activism, right? Who is that one person? I always ask this to educators or anybody I interview is who is that one person, that one educator that made a huge impact on Stick's life?
Principal Rahh. Principal Rahh. I didn't really have it. There was a few educators back in high school and junior high that were instrumental in at least, sprinkling seeds here and there. But Principal Rahh, I mean, you've been an incredible inspiration and motivation in my older stages. You showed me what a principal is supposed to be like and what the results are if you have a principal like that. So you've been there.
That's huge. No, that's huge, man. And I just first I didn't know you was gonna say that.
Yeah, right? This ain't script.
Yeah, right. But for you to accept when I reached out to say, hey, be part of this Revolutionary Educator Conference, I don't think you knew how much that meant to me, right? Because when we're talking about revolutionaries, you are that. You personify what it means to be a revolutionary, because you don't have to do what you do, right? You don't have to fight and fight against the existing reality for young people, and that's what it means, right? I think to have a village energy for those activists, for those people who are in like rappers, right? Like connecting and teaching financial literacy, right? Like that's huge, because my students see you. They see you on the biggest stages in America, but you bring yourself to be a human, and that's important. And that's what I want to see across the nation.
It's about being accessible, you know. Back in the day when you needed to preserve your star power, you know, you wanted to not be seen as much as possible because you want people to miss you. But nowadays, in the height of social media, you can see someone every single day. Picture, or especially if they're active, right? Whether it's a dance on TikTok or Triller or Snapchat or whatever it is. There's so many different platforms. Or fan base. Shout out Isaac Hayes, Black-owned social media site. But so I think for me, more importantly, to make an impact in lives, I need to be accessible. I need to be in the community. I need to have my feet planted. I need to be able to reach everyone. So. That's what's important. I think that's my approach that I take.
So now that we have you here, before we let you go, I want to make sure that we get as many jewels from you as possible. What would be that one thing that you would want to leave with all the revolutionary educators across the nation who are watching right now?
Absolutely. Don't be a robot. Be experimental. Try different things. Don't just do what they say you have to do. And I mean, swimming through the bureaucracy of education system if you're an educator on a professional level. Don't be afraid to take risks. Don't be afraid to break the rules, because those rules are meant to be broken in order to save these lives. Period.
All right, y'all heard it from Sticks himself. I call him the superhero box. Hey, let's kick this thing off. Let's jump into our next session, and we'll see you guys soon.
Alexia Pendleton, and you may also know me as the dancer teacher, and I am beyond excited to get started with our session today. If you do not know, I'll let you know a little bit about me. I am a kindergarten teacher in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I am also a dance instructor. I teach high school to elementary school students. I also am a fitness instructor and a mom to 2 boys and a wife and all the things. I just bring all of that energy and all of that passion with me to the classroom. My mission is to elevate the whole you. That's my goal. It's to think about all the different ways that we can lift up and empower everything about ourselves to just elevate ourselves to the highest spot. And that is my goal also for our students, to elevate them. As a revolutionary educator, we want to think about not just teaching content, but really reaching and empowering and engaging our students, inspiring them to be their authentic selves. My session today is all about empowering student achievement through music, movement, and language. My goal for you today is just to inspire you to try new things in the classroom, incorporate some of the things that you've learned today, and really motivate you to do things that are not traditional, in our classroom settings, that have never been considered something that we should be doing in our classrooms, and just making your environment and the space just engaging and inspiring for your students. We are gonna get it started with the first part of our session. So I'm going to break down music, movement, and language into 3 parts for you. And I'm going to incorporate some strategies, some things that you can do in your classroom with your students that are easy to implement and will really change your student achievement and just the joy that is in your classroom, the joy that you and your students can have, because it's also important that as educators, we are also happy and inspired and excited to go to our classroom and be with our students every day. First part we're gonna get into is music. Now, music is like the universal language. Who doesn't like music? And it is used for so many things. When we're excited and feeling good and feeling happy, when we're celebrating, when we're giving a little praise, when we're mad, when we just had a breakup, right? No, I'm not gonna cry, right? So you hear a song and it changes your mood, it supports you and your whole being. And when we think about music, it's such a great tool to use in our classrooms with our students. We have something in our fingertips that has the ability to transform a space, an environment, a classroom setting. Research has shown that listening to music helps to reduce things like depression and anxiety. It changes your mood. It helps with things like memory and mental stress. And all of these things are things that our students need as well. Just like we use music to help with those things, it can also help our students. When we think about what the classroom is, typically is the traditional sense, a classroom is quiet. We don't want talking, we don't want noise. We want them to sit down with their hands folded and be good little students and get in a straight line and walk and do as you're told. Well, that is not what's best for your kids. We know that the school to prison pipeline is a real thing, especially for our Black and brown students. And we want to, as revolutionary educators, to change that narrative and really transform what your classroom looks like. That leads me to the first tip that I do every day in my classroom to really transform it. I want you to think of this as the car ride jam. The car ride jam. So when you see the car ride jam, what do you do in the mornings on your way to work, right? You get in the car, you play that jam that pumps you up. I don't know about you, but I listen to some gospel music in the morning, getting ready. You might listen to some trap music to get you pumped, because sometimes, honey, you gotta get it right. Well, the car ride jam is the same thing that we can use in our classrooms as the students arrive to school. The car ride jam is all about getting your students excited, getting them ready, saying, you're here and I want you excited and pumped. Now, whether you're in person or virtual, you can implement the car ride jam. That means as the students are coming in your classrooms, you have music going. Virtually, I pick one song just because of time, and the students see me on the screen, they hear the music, I'm jamming out, and they are coming on the screen, and some of them might be, tapping, some of them might be singing along, some of them might be ready for sleep, but it shows them that I'm excited for them to be there. We're ready and getting started with our day. If you are in person, well, and when I was in person, you can just have music playing as they walk in the classroom. Have something that will lift their spirits. I usually let it play during their breakfast time, when they walk in, the environment changes. If they want to get up and do a little dance, honey, they can get into it. And this is what the car ride jam does to our spirits. It lifts us up, it gets us prepared for the day, and gets us started. The next tip, are you ready for this? The next tip is the cleaning music. So another way you can implement music into your classroom, I want you to think of the cleaning music. Now, I know if your mom was like my mom, or your grandma, on Saturday morning, they had that music blasting, and you know it was time to clean, get ready for the day. We're gonna be productive, we're gonna clean this house. Well, in our classrooms, we wanna think of the cleaning music as a way to have music on while our students are working, their productive music. During the day, you can have music like jazz. I like to use jazz music or something with a beat, nothing too hype, because again, they're working, they're being productive. And usually it also helps with their volume. My students are allowed to talk, they're allowed to discuss and create with one another, but in order to prevent their volumes from getting super loud, I just tell them, you want to keep your volumes softer than the music. And it really helps keep them productive, keep them busy, keep that rhythm going, and it also exposes them to all different music. And it gets you going, it keeps you motivated intrinsically, right? That intrinsic motivation that inspires you to keep doing things without needing something in return. Music is a beautiful way to get that motivation going. So we talked about the car ride jam, the cleaning music, and now we're gonna talk about the club banger. Bang, 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 banger. So the club banger is all about that magical song you can create for learning. I know for me, the club banger is the song that gets you lit at the club, ready to go, ready to dance, and that's what it does for your students in the classroom. The club banger is that song that helps your students with a topic or something that they're learning, and it helps them to get it into their brain. A club banger also helps that music with that memory, right? When we think about learning, we want to really make sure as revolutionary educators to have our students learn. I don't mean memorize and forget. We want to take things from short-term memory to long-term. And when you think about music, you can think about any song that's old, that comes on the radio, and honey, if you listen to it and you knew the lyrics, at least the chorus, you can imagine how many songs you know, right? With our learning, we want to give our students that opportunity to really be excited about their learning, but also taking that short-term memory learning to long-term, put it in that long-term memory. And you can make a club banger for your class about anything, math, science, a phonics principle, whatever. In my classroom, I love to create those club bangers for our alphabet sounds, for our phonics. We have a song for add and subtract, for geometry. So those club bangers are something that your students will take with them forever. They will forever remember it, and it will help them with their learning. And the next thing that we are going to learn about is the work it out, that workout music. So the workout jam is all about, and this is something that I've implemented this year. The workout jam is while you're teaching something, you actually have a beat in the background. So this is something that I've been incorporating this year. It's new, but it has really engaged my students. So it's probably just for student engagement. So if I have a phonics lesson, or sometimes even with my read alouds, my books, I'll have a background music or a background beat. For math, I might do a lesson and have a little beat in the background. I don't do it for every lesson, but just some of them to capture their attention. Using that work it out music might just elevate your lesson just a little bit more, or it just might get more students like, what are they doing? And it's not hard to just find a beat and teach to it, and have it in the background. So that's another way that you can easily add music into your routine without it being too much to think about. The last way that you can add some music into your classroom atmosphere is called the praise. So, who loves some praise and worship music? I know I do. You gotta get a little praise on. And your students also need to get that praise too. So when you have the praise music on, it's all about praising your students for their hard work, celebrating them. And a way that I do it in my classroom is when the students are done the day, we always have the magic spinner. And the magic spinner helps to celebrate my students' success, to celebrate our day. When the magic spinner goes and it has the names of the students that have been working hard and doing their best all day, whoever it lands on gets to pick the song to close out our day. It's celebrating our hard work, celebrating our success, and just giving them a little praise and a little shout out. Now that's just the way that I do it in my classroom, but you could just pick a student a day and say, okay, you get to pick the song that we end our day with. We're celebrating your hard work, and we're just, I'm just proud of you. And this is a way to have community and just celebration of what your students have accomplished for that day. All right, y'all, now we're gonna get it started with movement. Now, as you can see, I have been moving this whole time, haven't been sitting down, because movement actually is doing the same things that music does to our brain and working out areas in our brain for like things like coordination and timing and rhythm. So when we think about movement, it's so important. And what I have found for myself is finding all the time to be up, to be moving around and getting and grooving. And that, even if I'm down, even if I'm depressed, even if I'm sad or just having a bad day, being up and moving around keeps that motivation going, even when my brain says, nah, it's time to take a nap. You can do this virtually or in the classroom. And I know in this virtual world, people have been saying, well, we're kind of sitting and staring at a screen all day, honey, because you are, but you have to find that time to get up, to be moving. So a lot of my class, I am standing up, even though I'm a virtual teacher. For movement, we are going to think about 3 things this time. And I want you to get ready to jam with me, because the first thing that I'm going to share with you is called the Cupid Shuffle. To the right, to the right, to the left, to the left. Now kick, right? When that song comes on, you know what time it is. You know the steps, you know the moves. And that's kind of how movement and dance is. Again, it goes from that short-term memory to that long-term memory. The Cupid Shuffle is all about thinking about your seating and your learning time for your students. Now, a quick and easy thing that probably you may have heard, you may do, or you may be a little bit afraid of, is that flexible seating. Allowing your students to have choice in the way that they work. And a part of movement is allowing your students to feel comfortable. I know for me, I don't do well with sitting down all day. Never did, never have. Even as a student, I was bored and daydreaming and doodling because I was not moving. I was just sitting, and you lose focus. You lose engagement. When the students go off on their own to do their work, they get choice. As revolutionary educators, we cannot police our students. We have to give them freedom to be their authentic selves. Some students might like to sit where other students need to lay down. The flexible seating doesn't have to cost a lot of money. It's just about that choice. The Cupid Shuffle is all about giving your students opportunities to get up and move around. So while they're learning, they can get up, they can move. While they're doing assignments, I do things in the classroom like write the room. So I have the students going around and doing their work that way. So at least they're moving around and they can stay energized, stay motivated, and stay connected to what they're doing. Virtually is a little bit challenging. However, throughout my day, I make sure that I incorporate times for during their lessons that they can stand up, that they can move, that they can get up, get down. Even things like Fluency Friday, when students are doing some workout activities with their learning. So in between, they work out and then they get back to business. So incorporating that Cupid Shuffle, that movement throughout your day is so important. So the first thing is that Cupid Shuffle. The next thing that I want you to think about is that cha-cha slide. We gonna get funky, 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 funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All about that brain break. So, giving your students time to take a break. Thinking about that moment where you lose focus because your day is so long, or you're sitting in front of a screen, or you're just doing a lot of work and your brain just needs a break, especially for our students. With virtual learning and with in-person learning, they're always going to need a break. The brain break actually helps their brain rewire and refocus, and then you can get back to work. In my classroom, every 5 to 7 minutes, I incorporate a brain break. Because we know that the time that a student can focus is like their age plus or minus 1 or 2 minutes. So if they're not moving and not getting that break, they kind of lose focus, and there you go, you've lost them. So a brain break is a quick and easy way. Could be 30 seconds, it could be 15 seconds, it could be 1 minute, whatever you want to get them just moving a little bit and then back on track. With my brain breaks, I do not just do brain breaks that are just like, do this golden noodle and just get them all riled up, because sometimes that's what happens. My brain break is always linked to the learning that they're doing. It's a transition into the next thing. If it's for math, we are singing and moving and dancing to a song about counting or numbers. If it's for phonics, it's about letters and sounds. If it's before writing, we do a high frequency word dance and we get into it, right? So that transition that keeps their brain focused on their learning, but also gets their body moving, gives them a chance to get away from the screen and then come back to business. And the last thing we're gonna talk about is butterfly on my phone. Let me see that tootsie roll. That tootsie roll, right? Everybody knows that tootsie roll. So when you think about the tootsie roll or all these line dances, right? It's something that is in your brain. You know it, right? You know that dance, that tootsie roll, that tootsie roll. When you hear that song come on, you know what to do. Now, we can also use these moves or dances or anything that you want to put together with our learning. So when you're teaching something or a concept or something that you want your kids really to get and understand that's important, you can add movement to teach it. For example, for my class, my students, we learn alphabet sounds, and every letter has a movement. So A, apple, B, balloon, C, crayon, D, dog. So every movement has a sound. And what it does is it helps those students that aren't visual learners or just are taking more time to really understand and put it together. It gives them a way to remember the sound, or if they see it on paper or they're reading, they do the move and they're like, oh, okay, that's that sound. Right now we're doing break apart and blend it. A, break apart and blend it. Break apart and blend it. For them to know that they have to break apart words, make the sounds, and then blend them. So just giving them that quick strategy, that tool of something that can help them to remember what they're learning and really recall that information and be able to apply it. Movement is such a powerful tool. And with dance and steps, it's something that goes into long-term memory. So it's gonna be something that they remember. As a dance instructor, as a dance teacher, and a fitness instructor, a lot of the things that I do, these dance moves and these songs, is something that my students remember. They can remember dances that I taught years ago. My fitness classes, the people that take it, they remember the steps. And I'm talking about probably hundreds of different songs and dances, and their brain just remembers it because it's activated. It boosts your brain when you're listening to that music and you're doing those moves. So it's helping your brain and putting those things into long-term memory. In the classroom, you're providing that opportunity to your students, and it's such a simple and easy thing to do and really change how your students learn. All right, my beauties, we have made it to the final part, and that is language. Language is the foundation. It's the glue that holds all things together. It is what makes the music and the movement and the learning and all the things come to life. Without it, you're not going to build those authentic relationships that you need. And that means that there's not going to be any learning happening. It's just going to be students there, making it through, making it by, and that's it. And we may feel that way even in our profession, right? Who takes the time to really get to know us and build those relationships with us and have that positive language with us to show that they truly care about us. And that's what language does. It shows our students that we care about their authentic selves, and it connects us. It connects us with community and culture. The first thing I want you to think about is daisies. Daisies. And when you think about daisies, I want you to think about that classroom community time, that discussion time. Too often, the day doesn't even start with saying, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Let's talk about it. In our community discussion, we work on those social emotional learning things that a lot of the time we might have trainings, we might say, okay, read this book or do a worksheet, but that's not really doing the work. We have to have these discussions with our students. We have to allow them to talk. We have to learn about that deep culture, because sometimes our kids might do something and in their culture it's totally acceptable, but maybe for you it might not be. You really have to take that time to do that work and then develop your own classroom culture and community. Our children need time to be heard. They want to have these discussions. They want to get to know about each other. And your family, you're spending a majority of the day with these kids. They are family. So take the time to get to talk to them and get to know them. The next thing we're going to talk about is sunflowers. Sunflowers. So I want you to think of sunflowers as the positive language, those affirmations, the positive way that you speak to your kids. Every day after our community meeting, we have our affirmations. That is the time where my students get to say them, believe them, and achieve them. And affirmations are important for us as adults, so why not start, and I teach kindergarten with our babies, and just think, if they're doing them year after year after year, how confident and just believing in their abilities will they be when they're adults. So that's such a strong foundational tool. It's a non-negotiable for me in my class. So sunflowers, you want to think about, they're beautiful, they're strong, they're bold and bright, and we want to give our students that opportunity to be the same. Now, you can use affirmations that your kids make up if they're old enough to, or you can make up your own class one. For me, we have a class one. I am smart, I'm intelligent, I am beautiful, I am strong, I'm a scholar, I'm a leader, I'm a hard worker. I can do my best, I can be my best, I can show my best, I can make the right choices. And then the students go, I believe. And they give themselves a big hug and they tell themselves that they love themselves. And then they give the high five to the screen because we're virtual, but if we were in the classroom, they would give a friend a hug or a high five. Everybody does it, and they tell them that they love them. And it's about building that community, that positive language. The same way as educators, we also have to change our thinking and how we speak. So Sunflowers is about that affirmation, but it's also about that positive language. I want them to feel empowered, know it's okay to make mistakes, and to keep pushing forward. So using that positive language, saying, I really think that you're working hard, or you did a better job today. Can we compare what you've done and just see how much growth you have, right? That growth mindset. So using those words with our students, because then they begin to copy it because you're modeling that to them. So use those positive words. And the last thing we're going to talk about are the roses. Who doesn't love roses? Who doesn't love to get roses? And roses, I want you to think about as the praise, the celebration, right? All of our students deserve to be praised. They deserve to know that what they're doing has meaning and purpose, that we are proud of them, that no matter what mistakes they make or where they are, that we can meet them where they are and really see and support them in their growth over time. And we also need to point that out. And it doesn't look the same for every student. So we want to make sure that we are praising our kids. And how you praise them may look different. I do not use treasure box or trinkets or rewards like that in my class. It's extrinsic motivation. It doesn't really help them to understand that, you know, they want to be their best selves because they're inspired to be their best selves, that they are motivated to do things without always having to get something for it. So sometimes when you do the treasure box and all of that, it's like, well, let me be good for this little bit of time so I can get what I want and then continue those bad habits or doing the wrong thing. Motivating my students and that praise is all coming from within. So something that I do, our praise breaks, when we were in the class, we had, I have a trampoline. So after every subject or everything that we were center time, if I notice some students, we'll praise them out and we'll shout them out. We give them a clap, everybody cheers for them. They get jumps on the trampoline and we celebrate and praise them. We give them their roses. On virtual, it's a little bit different. So I use sound effects, I shout kids out. We have, at the end of the day, we do our magic spinner as a way to praise. We have days where if they work hard as a group or we are seeing such growth, praise for their Chuck E. Cheese on Fridays. So things that, that motivate them to feel good and proud of themselves. That's the praise that I want my students to have, to know that they can take that with them no matter how old they get, to do things to make themselves proud of who they are and what they can accomplish. All right, y'all, so today's session was all about empowering student achievement through music, through movement, and through language. And we can do that in so many different ways. Being revolutionary is not continuing to do the same things, to have our classrooms look the same, classrooms that focus on compliance and doing what you're told and not stepping out of line and continuing to punish. We want to bring our students and give them an experience that makes them inspired to do anything that they want to do, to be independent thinkers and learners and good people. We are going to inspire that creativity, and that's what music, movement, and language does. It transforms your classroom and makes it an experience, and you want to be able to give that to your students. So remember, for music, you can add things like the car ride jam, the cleaning music where you play it while they're working. You can have that club banger where you have the students have music to learn a concept or a topic. The workout music where you incorporate maybe a background beat and brighten up your lessons. Or that praise music where you give a student a little praise, right? For movement, you can incorporate that Cupid shuffle, right? Where you have them get up out of their seats, where they're walking around, where they're having choice of how they want to learn, that they're not stuck sitting in a seat all day for hours and hours and hours. You can implement that cha-cha slide, those brain breaks in between their learning. You can do the Tootsie Roll, honey, the Tootsie Roll, where you make up movements to the things that you are teaching. And then for language, you want to think about those flowers. No weeds up in here. We want to think about those daisies, that community discussion and getting to know your students, those sunflowers, the positive words that you use, and the affirmations, and those roses. The time to praise your students for all that they are and all that they do. I am so happy that I got to spend this time with you, and I want you to be inspired and empowered. Doing these things will not only help your students, but it will also bring back that magic, that joy that we all had to become educators. And it's so important that you feel that from within. I want that for you. I want that for your students. And I want you to continue to be revolutionary. I love y'all. I thank you. And you better get this dance.
Girl, you look good, want to back that thing up. You's a big fine woman, want to back that thing up. Call me Big Daddy when you back that thing up.
Switch the camera. Hey, we are here. Club Banger. Listen, Alexia was dropping gems like no other. Her energy, her spirit, the vibes. I mean, the card. Listen, the car jam. The car jam ride?
Always.
That, like, I gotta, every time I hit it, I hit that corner, sometimes I gotta go to a certain track just so I can feel it before I walk into the school. And then y'all feel
What's
like
that track?
That one track is my boy, J. Cole, Motivate. You know what I mean? So that is what about yours?
I have a routine.
Okay.
So I start my morning up by a little ratchet music.
Okay.
But then I have to settle my mind and spirit with gospel.
Okay.
But then when I jump in the car, the song before I get out, I love Jay-Z.
Oh, a little bit of Hov.
Oh, yeah. So Jay-Z, typically any song off of his albums.
Yeah, listen. In the chat, y'all, drop that fire because Alexia brought the heat. Brought the heat, you guys. So listen, today you can see we are powered today at Pacific Hill Studio, right? We are going to have real dialogue. We wanted to make sure that we have true conversation because day 2 is about activation. And Alexia, she activated us, right?
She did.
She activated us. And I just wanted to have conversation a little bit before we bring on a special guest around the importance of music, the importance of dance, the importance of having that part of not only your classroom, but your school culture, right?
Most
Can you talk a little bit about like why is that so important for young people to be activated through music?
I think music is a art that it unifies cultures and it actually introduces cultures to students. So it's really important to not only just incorporate music that the students are familiar with, but introduce them to different types of music and even the music that represents all the students in your community. So with that, they feel seen, they feel a part. And it's a really good tool to use to get them motivated and excited for the day. As mentioned earlier in our morning routines, we might have Harambe for a school-wide, and your routine is called?
Yeah, we call it family.
Family. Awesome.
Family. We bring in music all the time, like from the car ride jam, right, to that club banger. At the U, we have something similar. We have family, and every time students come in for family, we actually have a student that's a DJ. Right?
Oh,
so a student DJs the music and they bring in students come into music, right? They can feel that in the morning as they walk in, they feel activated, right? Because music activates you. The cleaning music activates you. It gets you connected, right? It's a human energy with music. Like shout outs to Big Bro Dame Dash. He says music is therapy. Music is empowerment. Music is an energy that can intrinsically motivate you to get to wherever your dreams are, to whatever your destination is. So I think it's huge. And I don't think you know. I'm gonna say this, you guys. From a principal seat, music is so important to me. At our school with Sticks, and we'll talk about that. We made an actual theme song for our school.
Of course you did.
Right, like our theme song where our students know this it's on Spotify right now. You can stream our song called Let's Boom. So if you go to Spotify, Apple Music, you can type in Let's Boom and you will hear a school song that is designated for them to boom. And boom means you go big or go home. And it's so important because it helps students feel like, wow, school pride. Classroom pride. So I would say if you're a leader or a classroom teacher, why don't you take that next level and create a classroom club banger or a school club banger, right? And when you have that club banger, every time you play that music, instead of playing some other artist, you're playing the artist from the school.
Oh.
Right?
Yes.
And that'd be the banger.
Yes, in my program, every summer we make a music video with the original songs that feature the kids. So the kids are the ones actually on the song.
Yes.
So every summer we have a song that, shout out to Son Woe. He's my music producer. He makes all the music happen. But yes, the kids love it. And the parents love it.
Yes.
Too, because they get to see their children in their music video. And it's children using the language and showing their skills that they learn throughout the literacy program.
That's huge.
So it's really dope.
That's huge. And really, you guys, going back, like the importance of having all the pieces together, all the collective pieces from music to the therapy to having a studio. One thing is, how about you bring a studio on your campus, right? And create a studio. Look out for resources where you can make a studio. We have Bonner talk about, he created his classroom a podcast yesterday.
Right.
Well, you can create your whole classroom into being engaged with music, to be engaged with lyrics, to be engaged through literacy on actually dissecting the music and making it connect to your content. Like this is huge, right? And when you do that, now you're teaching students real practical skills and industry skills, not just like something to intrinsically motivate, but it's also something that gets them to a possible career pathway, which is huge, you know what I mean? And I think like Sticks, going back to what he does with nonprofits and bringing music, bringing culture, bringing fashion into your classroom, into your school, that's revolutionary, right? Like that is the way we should have it. And Alexia is a kindergarten teacher.
Yeah.
But that's K through high school.
Yeah.
Right? Would you agree?
And beyond too.
Yeah, and beyond. And you're at middle school. Can you talk a little bit about Like, I know you do the Harambe, I know you do the programming, but is there ways that you incorporate music in your classroom?
Most definitely. The Harambe was more of a school-wide effort that I did at elementary level. But at my secondary classroom, we have Music Mondays.
Okay.
So I like theme days. So Music Mondays, I have the students are the DJ. They get to select the songs that they want.
Yeah.
And every student has the opportunity to put a name of the song down on the list. And while we're doing independent work, the music just plays softly in the background.
Nice.
Other things that we do is we have like our Freestyle Fridays.
Oh, I'm gonna talk. Oh, I gotta talk about Freestyle Fridays. Right?
Freestyle Fridays is a fun activity that when students feel they feel like they want to give a little something. They have the opportunity to do so. But music is something we do daily. I play music. My students get to know me through my music.
Yeah.
Because they know my favorite song, Stevie Wonder. They're like, okay, she loves Stevie Wonder.
Yeah.
And so I love when they're the DJ and they decide to play my song. And that's that community.
That's
because they want me to feel a part of the mix as well. They're like, play Miss Ellison's song. So that's something that I do every single Monday. But I love how Alexia does it on a day-to-day basis.
Yes.
It's part of her lesson. So it's being intentional with your lesson, incorporating music purposefully.
No.
So what about you for a second? Well, you're high school.
High school. So it's important. Like I have students that love music. They love bringing art into their culture, right? And I love music too. So y'all may not know, but I used to consider myself a little rapper back in the days, right? I used to, I could drop a little bar here and there. So they talk about, you know how you can code switch or, code switch for that interview. You want to get all, hey, how you doing, right? That's similar when I get activated into my rap mode, my whole voice, my it just comes out, right? The beast come out. And that beast is something that is because it's music can be connected to emotion, right? It can be connected to your highest of highs, but can be connected to trauma. It could be connected to sadness. It could be connected to sorrow. It could be connected to love. It could be connected to so much. So when we have a Freestyle Friday, whatever that emotion is, right? Whatever that emotion is, it comes out. So I activate into this. My whole voice changed. My whole,
Sunday,
you
what you got. I mean, do y'all want to hear something?
Let's see in the chat.
Y'all want to hear it?
Y'all want to hear? Y'all want to hear? Because if you want to hear something,
because he got the beast coming out.
So
he got the.
For those who know, I could say this. Let me tell you about this revolutionary process. First, you build relationships until your students got it. Oh, they got it? They got it? Your whole class is rocking, but wait, don't move too fast. That's when you lose confidence. I'm gonna stop right there. I ain't gonna get them there too much. I ain't gonna get them there too much. But in the chat, let us know. How do you activate students through music? How do you activate students through having songs played? We've seen how Liberation School is going through and making sure that they're being intentional about like elevating their young people through music. We've seen shout outs to Miss Ellis. She said that she's going to be taking this next Tuesday in her virtual classroom to start right now with involving music into the classroom. How can you do this in a virtual space? So one thing that you can do is you create a playlist. All right now, do the work, create a playlist. This playlist can be in Spotify, it can be in Apple Music. You have this playlist ready. YouTube, right? A great YouTube channel. If you're looking for instrumentals that just speaks to your spirit, you can go to a Google page called Dilly Got It Bumpin'. Dilly Got It Bumpin' gives you great music, instrumentals that you can play as students come in. Right? Students are coming into your Zoom, they're coming to your Microsoft Teams, whatever virtual platform you're using. When students come in, you already have music playing off of the emotion you want them to feel, right? And then similar to what Alexia said, the next thing, if you have a do now activity that you want to get them started with, you can just simply click that next music, click the next play, and now you're getting them ready. Now you're getting them transitioning into that, right? Transition music is huge.
Transition music. For every time you transition throughout your lesson, you can add a soundtrack to that.
Yes.
And if you really want to create a routine for your students, have it be the same song that you might switch up every quarter. So when they hear the beat drop, they know it's time to transition into the next. I promise you, your admin would be impressed if they came in and they saw your students knowing what to do. People love and students love routine.
Yes,
Especially
yes.
those who identify with special needs. They love to know what's coming next. So having that transition music would be amazing. And that can happen in a virtual setting as well.
And so once you start doing that, I think we should go back and we got to give highlights because we're gonna bring our special guest in a moment where they're waiting for us. So I want to say this though because we got started with our main man Rick. Yes. Rick Ramirez.
Dynamic.
Man, when he spoke, I mean, he had so much energy, so much passion, so much love. It was just like phenomenal from his champ mindset. Like that was the belt.
Yep.
The belt.
I loved it.
The belt is huge, right? And that is a champion mindset. And I want to talk a little bit about what do you do in the chat? Let us know. What do you do to anchor a champion mindset, right? What do you do to anchor a champion mindset for young people so they can be champions? One thing that I do, it's similar to Rick. We have a belt at our school, right? We have we call it the boom belt. And the boom belt is for staff, it's for students, and we have boom chains. Like they can literally like have a chain that they wear instead of just a little certificate, right? Like, get a certificate, that's cool. But they actually can win a chain and say, like, you're the boom student of the week. Staff, you're the boom staff of the week. So what are ways that we encourage, right, that champion mindset that allows students and allow just human beings to be connected to this work, right? And how do you like ignite champions in your classroom in the middle school area to like say, hey, I want you to be the champion? Because we're talking about working with students with IEPs, we're working with gifted students, we're working with all students in this platform. How do you anchor champions in your classroom?
Well, I don't have an actual medal. I love that idea. If I could like chew on that and think about that a little bit more. But I currently, in person and even virtual, I kind of took a picture of it. We have an affirmation wall.
Okay.
So in my room, I had an artist paint a mural on my wall with words of affirmation and love.
Gotcha.
And we speak that into our classroom, and they speak to each other,
nice.
Which is amazing. So anytime working with my students, oftentimes they've been told, you're dumb or you're stupid or you're slow. So they then internalize that language. So I try to combat that and speak champion language into them and love into them by when they say it, we pause, pick a word off the wall.
Gotcha.
And they redirect themselves. And it came to the point after even the first semester, the kids then start to say, hey, stop. Read the wall. I wouldn't have to do it anymore.
Wow.
Their classmates would say it. And language is so important because with the language, like we talked about yesterday, the CEO, just love, anything positive. When you speak those words into them, it helps build their confidence and builds up who they are.
Yeah.
So the way I show who they are a champion, I speak it into their lives on a daily basis.
Absolutely. And I think like when you nail language, when you nail music and you bring them together, creative language, and you bring extrinsic and intrinsic type of motivation and you collaborate that and you put that all together, that's where that magic happens. Right? That's where things happen that you never thought would happen with young people to ignite them from K to beyond high school. To K to life, right? And that is really where we're trying to get to. That is really the whole point of this conference in day 2 with activation. So it's really critical. So what we're really going to dive into, we want to engage with you. We have giveaways, right? We have giveaways that we want to do. For right now, we know some people that have been tagging our page. One thing we want you to do right now, right? We want you, if you have not done it, go and download the Revolutionary Educator app, right? Download the app. Make sure you get involved. Make sure you stay connected. Make sure you stay active in our chat because you tagging our page, you following the Rev Ed X page, you guys. We got so many DMs. It was so great. The Rev Ed X page, go follow the page. The X is for revolutionizing the educator experience, right? We're revolutioning the education experience. So that is what it's for. That is what it's about. So in the chat, let us know right now, have you downloaded the Revolutionary Educator app? Let us know and we will be getting it started, all right? So do that right now. And what we're going to do, we're going to now bring in our special guest. Our special guest comes from us from born and raised from Compton. right? He is the president, the CEO of Compton Community College, right? He's a brother of mine because he looks out, we connected, a mentor, he brings the heat. I'm excited to bring him on.
Yes.
Let's bring him on real quick. Let's bring him on. What's going on, Dr. Keith Curry? How you doing today?
I'm doing just fine. Just trying to enjoy technology, understand how this thing works, but it's all good. I love the shirt. I love the hat. You know, I had to represent. I got my Compton stuff on all day, every day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, we want you to engage in the call to action for educators from pre-K on up. So we want to hear from you. We want to learn from you, and I'm ready to listen. The show is yours.
I appreciate it, and I think my audio's on point. I think that sounds right. I'm excited to be here today. Thank you, Dr. Rahh, for the opportunity to be here to have a conversation about pre-K to 16 revolutionaries. I do want to say acknowledge to your father. I don't know if he's around, but I want to make sure he hears me say thank you for being who he was and the stuff that he has done for the Black community, particularly African-American males from Compton. I'm excited to be here today to talk a little bit and share some of my thoughts about pre-K to 16 revolutionaries and our involvement and how we move education forward. We can no longer rely on a elected official or other individuals to change our community. I always go back to FUBU, for us, by us, and we have to look at change our community ourselves. We have to find ways for individuals who are equity-minded, who are about change, to be in position of power to be able to change our communities. We can no longer ask someone to do that for us. We have to do it ourselves. And so today I want to talk a little bit about that and how do we do that as leaders and changing our communities. But I also want to talk a little bit about myself and talk about the college and set the context of why it's important for us to do this ourselves. My background, I started out as the ball boy for the Compton College football team when I was 12 years old. And then I became the CEO when I was 33 years old. So that gives you a sense that I was born and raised in Compton, but also I had involvement at Compton College at a young age. So the work that I do at this institution is personal, right? And in order for us to be leaders and take it personal, you have to have some type of just connection with the organization, how you connect with people there. I received my doctorate from UC Irvine, and I also went to the University of California, Santa Cruz for my undergraduate years as well. And I was involved as an activist at UC Santa Cruz. And that kind of gets me going sometimes when I think about some of the work that I'm doing at my college. I also want to talk a little bit about your own experience. So as we think about activism and going back into our community and being leaders within our community, we need to think about our own experience. Think about your experience when you're in K-12. Think about your experience when you're at a community college or a four-year college university. Think about that experience and how those experiences connects to your current role and responsibility as it relates to education. One of the things that I think about is when I went to college and what that was like going to UC Santa Cruz. And I did not visit UC Santa Cruz. I didn't have the opportunity to visit. So the only way I found out about Santa Cruz was my counselor in high school gave me the information, and I applied because that was the last application I had, and it had the stamp of UC Santa Cruz, and it was paid for. So that's why I applied. My brother dropped me off on the first day of school. So when I started to think about college experiences, I think about that experience for me, but think about for our students who are at the community college and in high school who are able to visit a college. I also think about like how well I did in math, transfer level, and math, and also English during my college years, and think about how students now struggle in transfer level math, but also think about how students struggle in high school regards to math and English, and then what type of support we can provide those individuals. I also think about my experience in financial aid and dealing with how do I provide support for myself while I'm in college. And so I think about these shared experiences because they connect to me as a revolutionary, but also me as an activist, but also me as a college president. So I charge you to think about your experiences and think about what you went through and the things that you don't want to see other students pre-K through 16 go through. And a lot of times, some of our leaders don't think about that. They're thinking about, okay, how do I get this thing passed? How do I move things through? And the ones who are hurt are students. We all got to remember that the structures that have been created in higher ed and K-12 were structures that were not built for the current students we're currently serving. Most of these structures that were built are racist structures. And I talk about this a lot, especially in the community colleges. When you start looking at the structures were not built for these students. So how do we change the structures for these students in order for them to be successful? It always goes back to structures. And that's where being a revolutionary and an educator is important, because we have to recognize that these racist structures are there and we want to demolish those structures, no matter what position you're in, right? As a college president, I understand I have to demolish structures, but I also got to talk to individuals about why the importance of demolishing these structures. Now, for Compton College, and I look at the structures, Compton College was founded in 1927, has a rich history, but also it was the first community college in the state of California where the accreditation was revoked in 2006. What that meant was Compton College was not able to provide degrees or certificates to students, and we had to enter a partnership with El Camino Community College District. I don't want to sit on that for too long, but think about it from an activist standpoint, is that we're looking at a community college within our community where the local elected officials lost their power. They put a special trustee in charge of the college and the district and the operations, and you have to figure out how can you become accredited again, but also be able to offer degrees and certificates to our students. Compton became accredited again on June 7th, 2017, and now we're a fully accredited college. So how do you keep that going? The good part about Compton College that I like is the rich history of Compton College and the rich alumni from Compton College. So I'm able to see that history and also understand no matter how many new buildings we built, no matter how many new programs we have, it's about the history. So you want to make sure as a revolutionary, not only that you understand your own shared experience, but you also understand the history of your organization, where you understand what is happening in your organization as it relates to student success and the history of that organization. A lot of times we get in these positions and we forget about the people that came before us. Let me say that again. We forget about the people that came before us. Like some of these new things that we're doing were not tried 10, 15, 20 years ago. We think that we have the new ideas that's great, but we don't understand that this probably done 10 or 15 years ago. Let's look at the research from that before we implement. Let's ask some of our elders about what they did within these organizations in order for the organization to be successful. It may not be the way you want to go, but understanding the history of the organization, understand the people that are part of the organization, and keeping those relationships is very important. We lose sight of that as educational leaders of why the connection to the past is so important. Because some of these that we're doing now, as I said, are stuff that was done before. So now, where did that take us as educational leaders? I want to charge you to be activists, to be engaged. Now, the charge is a difficult charge. Because sometimes people say, you know what, I can't be an activist, I can't be engaged because I don't want to lose my job. I don't want to make someone upset because I'm advocating for students. I want to be behind the scenes as it relates to this. I've seen too many behind the scene leaders. Too many leaders who are behind the scenes who are saying this is what needs to happen within the organization from behind the scenes. How can we take these individuals who are talking about want to be behind the scenes? They don't help me. I need people to be out there as advocates to say, you know what, these structures that we're currently working in are some racist structures, and we need to fix it. We need to fix what's happening in the classroom for Black and brown students. We need to fix it and be advocating and use their voices and that pulpit to talk negatively about these organizations in order to fix them. But no, we don't do that. What we do is we have people who will sit behind the scenes and say, this is the problem. I'm charging you to say, you know what? It's not about being behind the scenes. I'm an activist. I'm a revolutionary. I'm going to be out in front to have a conversation about the issues that are impacting my school. I'm going to be the one out there advocating for my students. I'm going to be the one out there advocating for my community. I'm going to be the one out there doing that work. And then more people will start to utilize their voice to be a part of that conversation with you. We can no longer say it's okay to be behind the scenes. No, we have to be out on the forefront and have these conversations on behalf of our students, on behalf of our community. The next piece is we need leaders in positions to move away from the conversations, right? So yes, we can talk about it, we can be out front, but let's move away from the conversation. Let's figure out ways to be a part of the action. So let's look at teaching, right? How can we be able to start looking at how we're teaching in the classroom and how the teaching in the classroom is impacting students of color, and what different strategies that we can implement that could be providing professional development to all teachers pre-K through 16, and really focusing on that and really focusing on professional development. Also, how can we move the conversation within our work? Again, it's no longer saying I'm going to be behind the scenes, but really creating these conversations in pockets within your organizations about change that is needed. And if we can just get a few people within organizations who are talking about the change, then we could be able to affect the masses. But we have to have more conversations in small pockets, and then building off of those pockets to really start talking about the changes as it relates to our organizations. But then also within your careers. Now, a lot of times, including college presidents, are afraid to have conversations about activism and what's to happen to our students because we're afraid of political dynamics of the conversation. We can no longer be afraid of political conversation behind our students and student success. If we're really serious about seeing more students, particularly students of color, who are graduating from four-year college and university, who are graduating from high school, who are transferring to a four-year college and university from a community college, if we're really serious about that, then we need to be serious about that at the table and making those changes. But also as leaders, putting money towards these initiatives to support it. Now, someone say, oh, Dr. Curry, what do you mean by putting money towards it? What I mean is that organizations can always find money for things when they want to find it. Prime example, COVID-19, right? We look at laptops and different items students need during COVID-19. Even before the federal government provided money, colleges and also K-12 districts had a pivot, and everybody pivoted very quickly, providing laptops to students. And people were all engaged in that conversation. But that pivot happened very quickly. Now, if that could happen, think about what else could happen as it relates to our students and technology. So we have to be looking at different ways within our positions to find funding to support our students, and also find funding to support our employees and professional development. I truly believe professional development is critical as we look at changing our organizations, make sure people are well equipped with the knowledge and skills in order to move their organizations forward. But then also, too, the last piece of this about the conversation is making sure we all choose to be activists. And I said this earlier, we have to be the ones at the table fighting for our students. If we're not the ones doing that, then who will do it? It has to be, it's up to us. It's up to us to lead our organizations and to move our organization and to be activists for our organizations, for our students. If we don't do it, who else are we expected to do it for us? You know about those students. You know about their success stories. You know what they're dealing with at their homes. You know what their parents are going through. You know what people are experiencing right now with COVID-19. You know what's happening with the infection rates in our community of COVID-19 for people of color. You know that our people are not getting access to a vaccine. We need to tell people these stories and have these conversations because we're the ones in positions where people can listen to that. The next piece I want to talk about is what we see and what others might not see and understand. And that goes back into what I was saying earlier, is that we know what our students are experiencing. Students talk to us because they connected to us. For me, students understand my story from being from Compton. They understand my story about being a part of Compton College at a 12-year-old. They understand my story of being a college student who had housing and food insecurities, who was wondering where they're going to eat their meals, who was always trying to figure out how to work to pay the bills in college. So they know that story. And I tell people that story so they can understand is that there's nothing different from what you're experiencing because I experienced it. Maybe you're experiencing it on a larger scale than I did when I was in college, but I understand that struggle. By me understanding that struggle, I'm able to be more helpful to you and understanding that so I can be able to advocate for you for what you might need. Students also want to know you are about them and you will support them. Students need to know that we support them and we're there for them, not just listening and hearing their story, but they can actually see us doing things for them. One of these that I always think about in my job was when I think about housing. And I had a conversation with some of my students, and my students were talking to me about, you know, I'm homeless and I don't have a place to live. And I'm sitting in a meeting with the students. And I said, so what do you want to do about this? And they said, we want to create a task force to deal with housing, food insecurity. They did that. And I provided support for it. Now, after those conversations, we're looking at building residential housing at our campus. We're doing a housing subsidies program with the outside agency for our students. Our showers were available to students prior to closing down for COVID-19, but we really started to move in that direction and have the conversation with our state elected officials about housing. But that started from us listening to students, but then also going to action to try to find out solutions to help support them. And the next thing that I think is important as a way to what we see and helping them understand, so they understand that we understand that, is that we have to let the students know about our own lived experiences. And I said this, continue to talk about lived experiences so they know that they're not out here by themselves, doing them by themselves in this conversation about their lives, that we know exactly what they have been through. And our lived experience is important. And as I talked about earlier, think about your K-12 experience. Think about what you went through as an educator. Think about your job right now and the issues that you're currently dealing with. It's never all rosy as educators, like the stuff that we deal with, especially ones who take this, or activists, we take this personal, right? It's not about a job or a paycheck. We're thinking about our students and what is happening to our students. And so we have to understand that no matter what we do with these lived experiences, that we're always going to be connected to this, and it never stops. And there's never an end goal to this, right? So some people say, oh, Dr. Curry, you know, the work that we're doing, once we get housing at Compton, that stops. No, it doesn't stop there, right? It continues to work to try to find solutions for our students and our community. It's going to continue to be a part of the work that we do. Our job as educators and as revolutionaries and activists, it's a never-ending job. And we made this choice to be a part of this. We made this choice to be here today, to be here this weekend, to have conversations about education and how we want to change our system, because the change begins with us. And the final piece of this one that I want to talk about is that as revolutionaries, we must be at the table. What does that mean, being at the table? We have to be the ones in the positions of power that make those decisions. We have to be the ones where we're saying, you know what, this is my decision, it's the final decision, and we're going to do this in support of student success. So if you're able to be a principal, if you're able to be a superintendent, if you're able to be a director for a K-12, if you're able to be a college president or a university president or a board member in a position where you can be able to change your community, a position at the power at the table, that's critical as we move forward. We have to be at the table because those are where those decisions are being made. And the problem that I have with this is that at the table, we have individuals who do not look like us, who are making decisions that impact individuals that look like us. So I'm going to say that again. We have people at the table who are making decisions who do not look like us, who do not have the shared experiences like us, but these are individuals who are making decisions about us. We have to change that. We have to see more individuals who are from their community, who are going back to their community as the principal, as teachers, as superintendents, because their shared experiences can change these organizations. But how do we do that? One is we have to work together at that. We have to build leaders from pre-K through 16 and continue to mentor these leaders as they move through their professional career, and don't turn our back on them. One of the things that I see that happens in education is that we start to turn our back on individuals after once they're done, right? They're always going to need our mentorship. They're always going to need our support. But we have to find ways to continue to be engaged with individuals that went through our pre-K through 16 systems in order to support them so we can see them come back in our community. And no matter what their dreams are, we have to support their dreams. It might be a dream like, I don't know about that. But we have to support them in that dream. But we want to see them come back within our communities. We have to change our communities through education. And how do we do that? By having more revolutionaries like the individuals that are here today who are part of that conversation. We have to be the activists. We have to be the leaders leading the conversation. We have to be the ones that everyone understand, that you understand what the issues are. We have to be able to share our lived experiences with individuals throughout, not only within our community, but throughout the nation, but also throughout the world. So individuals know that, you know what, he's from Compton, but he's a positive success story from Compton. And he continued to do the work in Compton that supports students from Compton. But then also, too, we have to be the revolutionaries at the table. We can be a part of the activism, but at the same time, we have to be at the table where decisions are being made in order to support students and student success. If we're able to do that, we can be able to change our communities. In closing, I'm going to say this. This conference is, for me, a step towards more activism for us. What has been done and organized, I've never seen this done before, that educators come together over a weekend by Zoom, through the web technology to have a conversation about changing pedagogy, having a conversation about our community, having a conversation about being activists. This right here is phenomenal. How do we do more of these types of convenings where individuals who are like us, who think like us, who want to change our communities are together to have the conversation? Just think about that for a second. Just think about it. One person and their connections is able to bring people together to have these types of conversations. And we're not coming at it from a deficit mindset. We're coming at it from an activism mindset where we want to change things. This is one step towards the change that we want to see happen in our community. So I applaud everyone for being a part of this. But the key now is, what do you do with this? How do you take the information you learned this weekend and go back within your organizations to continue to push for the change? From my perspective, this right here gets me excited about the work that we're doing in education. It gets me excited to begin having conversations, continued conversations on PK through 16 about changes within our organizations. Because I know I'm not out here by myself. I know when you're at the top or within the organization, it's lonely up there because sometimes you think you're the only one. But for me this weekend, I know I'm not the only one. I want to figure out how can I continue to support and advocate what's going on here today. What can I do to be more involved and engaged in these types of conversations? What can I do to be able to take this information back to my college campus to be able to talk about this? As Dr. Rahh knows, my reading list for my campus is his book. So I'm encouraging individuals on my campus to pick up this book to have a conversation about it. But that's one thing that I could do, but I could do a whole lot more. But I want you to think about what else you could do to lead your organizations forward as it relates to activism and being a revolutionary. And being a revolutionary, it doesn't stop. Once you retire from the system and you're done, the work doesn't stop. Your job is to mentor other individuals about the work that needs to be done. So I charge you to take everything you learned from this weekend and move it forward and move it forward, tell other people about it, but then also be a listening person that will continue to push this organization. So I say thank you very much. Those are my comments. I don't know if I get questions today, but that's where I'm at.
Oh man, I'm charged.
Yeah.
That's my Compton brother right there. I'm charged. I am charged. Man.
You know what? I think I get excited about this work, but yeah. I look at you, right? Like I just look at how you I follow you on Twitter, Instagram, all that, and I see how you connect with your students. Yeah. And I see how you dance with your students. Yeah. I see how you just engage. And that to me is so important, right? Yeah. And how do we continue to stay engaged with our students, regardless of pre-K through 16, but once they continue to move forward? How do you continue to do that? And you're doing it. I'm just trying to be a part of what you're doing, but also know that once they go to community college, like there's help for them. Yes. And we need to connect them.
Yes. Man, listen. You rocked it. You charged us up. I want to thank you for taking time on this Sunday morning out here and on the West Coast, right? We have revolutionary educators across the nation that's going to be tapping in with you and knowing that this work is from pre-K all the way up to life ready, right? And that's really the message we want to send. So Dr. Curry, thank you. I am honored that to call you not only a brother but a friend in doing this work collectively together and elevating and just empowering and showing the world how brothers connect, right? How this village energy connects, right? And it's important for us to not only model it in this virtual form, but model it by action, which you said. So I just want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for the words because it spoke to my spirit. It spoke to my soul. And just like I know for a fact, it spoke to the revolutionary educators that was listening to you, and I know it's going to drive them to action, not only at their school sites, but drive them to actions for other school presidents to do the work that you're doing, to drive them to action to other university presidents to do the work that you're doing, to drive them to action to activists to do the work and connect villages to make bigger villages, to support our young people through this system, through education, through liberation. So I just want to thank you, brother. I want to encourage you. Stay strong.
But I have an
stay
announcement,
healthy, man.
I have an announcement for you though.
What's
so
that?
one of the things I didn't tell you this beforehand, but I want to share it to you. So
Okay.
what I need you to do is to figure out. I have a $2,000 donation because I want to support what you're doing, and so I want to make sure I see your check for $2,000. And just send me the information. And I want that to be a gift from me personally to this organization, the work you're doing, because I don't want you to stop. And I know it costs money to do things. So I'm personally donating $2,000 in support of you and with the work that you're doing. And you figure out what to do with this. But I want you to know, I got to encourage you, right? And I want you to maintain your encouragement. And I want to do whatever I can to support you. So I have a token, $2,000 from Keith Curry to you. You tell me how you want to use it. But I know you're going to use it the right way and support a revolutionary education. So that's from me to you.
Man, listen, that's huge, right? Because, man, this work is hard, man. And wanting to do this, everything is going back into trying to spread love and revolutionaries in their own community. So we will definitely connect, man. I just want to thank you for not just talking about it, but being about it, brother. And that made our day of starting this thing right, man. So thank you, Dr. Curry. Hopefully you tune in our chat. We're about to get started. So I appreciate you, King.
I appreciate you. No problem. Just let me know where the money goes. I got you.
We got you. All right.
Bye.
Wow. Wow. Do you feel charged?
I did. He had a good message. I definitely,
Listen, in the chat, let us know if you feel charged, because what I got from that message really spoke to me. It spoke to me not only as a revolutionary educator and a revolutionary principal, but we know many people can talk about the revolution where it sounds good, right? It sounds good to be able to do things for social media. It sounds good to make a post. It sounds good to do a quote, right? It sounds good, right? Like you understand the need for some things to change, and you may even recognize it by doing those things. But then a lot of people fail to respond. Right? They don't take it to, they don't make that become actionable. They don't make that become something that they do on an everyday basis beyond just the four corners that they are existing in their classroom. What are you doing outside? What are you doing with activism? What are you doing in the political sphere? What are you doing to connect the dots that's needed for real lasting change? Because like Alexander Hamilton said, like we need to be in a room where it happens. Right. We need to be in a room where it happens. And sometimes, like Shirley Chisholm said, you know, when they don't invite you to the table, you need to bring a folding chair, right? Right. But sometimes you need to break the table and say, we're going to build another table because what's served on this table has been toxic for so long that there's no way that we can eat off of this table no more, because what has been plagued on this table no longer needs to exist. We need to take apart this table and we need to build a new table. We need to come up with a new recipe. We need to come up with what is being served that's totally new. So coming and having a seat at the table just is not good enough anymore. You can't have a seat at a table and still eat the toxic food that's being served.
I think when you get the opportunity to take up space, you can then change it from within.
Come on.
Because when you're outside of it, you can't make that change. So oftentimes, I understand that the idea of we'll create our own space. It's great to have your own space, but it's also important to get in that position to be the change that you want to see. Because it's in those positions that you have the opportunity to then change the narrative, then change the way they're doing things. So you got to play your cards right. There's different ways to look at it. But one thing I did get away from, maybe like two things I got away from his presentation was preparing yourself to be in position to be the change. So that means getting the paperwork that you need to get to be the person, like I've been in education for 17 years, right? But it wasn't, the more work that I did, I was like, I need to get a credential.
Yes.
Because I can do all this stuff in these programs.
Yes.
In order for me to do the things to be the change I want to see, I have to be in that position.
Yes.
So I'm back in school, getting the credentials that I need so that I can be the change that I want to see happen. Yes. So I think just putting yourself in position so that you can make things happen.
And plan and execute. Like you got to plan.
It's action.
Strategically plan. How are you? Listen, you guys. Wherever you are at, the principles of there's principles that will support you with sparking your revolution. They've highlighted in the book. We've highlighted with all these different sessions. One thing that's important is that you have to have a village. You have to have unity. If you're at your school site and you're feeling like you're by yourself, you need a village. That's why you connect with other thought leaders, other people that are in spaces so you can feel love or you feel a sense of belonging, right? I work with schools all the time with workshops off of like, where is the village? Where does the village stand, right? What is the mission that you're on as a village, as a unit, right? Collective work and responsibility. Like what Dr. Curry was talking about is that's collective work and responsibility from his role as a Compton president to my role as a principal, to your role as a teacher, to Stick's roles as an activist, to that motivational speaker, to that person that owns a business. We all have to be connected on this role, and that's unity. And that's collective work and responsibility. If everyone does a little, no one person has to do a lot.
Most definitely.
Right? And then also, what he just said that took us by surprise is cooperative economics. Right? This is important when we're talking about continuing the revolution. Like cooperative economics matter, you guys. It really matters. So be the change by collectively working together and providing cooperative economics for a common mission. Those are practices that you can have in your classroom. Those are practices you can have in your community. Those are practices you can have in your household. And those are practices you should have in your school. You know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
No, you're right. And I think that there's like awesome principals that are part of OSG.
Yes.
But let's be real. There are some schools where you don't get that support from your principal and they don't have that community. They don't create that space for you at the table.
Yeah.
So there's other organizations that you can reach out to. Like there's the Community Teachers for Good Trouble, Black Girls Teach. I'm sure there's so many more organizations that you can then create your own support system.
Absolutely.
So if you don't have it at your school, don't be discouraged. Just seek elsewhere for it. So I just want to throw that out
and we
there.
encourage, if you need somebody that or if you want to get in contact, share this message, right? I know a lot of the presenters do workshops. Myself, I come to and I support different things so we could get you right in a good position. And it's really important as we move on, right? We want to transition into two things that we want you to take away right now as we get set for this next one. Two things that I'm going to say right now that is going to be a theme for the next hour. The first one is the hidden figures, right? Hidden figures. I'm just going to say that. Hidden figures. And then the next one is pride and joy. If you follow my page at Principal Rahh, you know I love kicks. You know I love me some hot sneakers. You know I love me some fly exclusive kicks. And for me, as a principal, I wear kicks to work. I wear my kicks with my suit. I wear a few little exclusives to let some people know. So it's a great segue for a brother of mine, Professor Lenny Williams. He has a book titled We Wear Kicks to Work. And he's going to talk to you about cultural responsiveness at the school site, at your institution, and in business. So let's head off to Lenny Williams for We Wear Kicks to Work.
Hey everybody, my name is Professor Williams. I'm so happy to be here. Revolutionary Teacher Conference. I'm in the building. I'm here to present today. Here to teach some folks about the We Wear Kicks model and a little bit about myself and our team. So as you can see, I love books. I love sneakers. Shout out to Nipsey Hussle in the back. I started as a professor about 7 years ago. 7, 8 years ago, I started as a professor, as one of the first Black professors at a college here in New Jersey. I was also one of the youngest professors. I started at the age of 27. I was 27 years old when I became a business professor. I ended up teaching at 5 different colleges, ended up teaching in China, and started my own business. I started my own business at 16, but this is my first education consultation business I started around that same time, about 5 years ago. And it's called Trill or Not Trill. And Trill or Not Trill is a cultural responsive leadership organization. I myself and my business partner, Mr. Jeff Dess, who's also a professor and director at a college, 2 Black men, we came together and created Trill or Not Trill. So I'm happy to be here today. I'm happy to talk to you all about the program. I'm happy to talk to you all about the We Wear Kicks model and how to be authentic, not only in the educational space, but your workspace, in your communities, at your religious places, everywhere. How do you remain authentic every single day? You know, look at me today. I don't have on a suit. Like typically professors wear suits. I try to come in, being my authentic self and how I typically feel. So today I have on my sweatsuit here and my glasses and my hat, and I'm here to teach. I'm here to provide this information. So let's get started. So we're going to do kind of a conversation, not only just a conversation, but also we're going to have a couple slides, nothing crazy, a few slides just for reference points and to kind of give you an idea of what we talk about. So really quick, I just want to kind of start out by explaining what is culturally responsive teaching. So culturally responsive teaching is a pedagogy that recognizes the importance of including students, cultural references, in all aspects of learning outcomes, right? That's culturally responsive teaching. So what we noticed at Trill and Not Trill is culturally responsive teaching was always ran and organized in K through 12, but it was missing in higher education when we talked about leadership development, right? So our company focused on leadership development. We noticed there was a lack thereof when we talk about people of color. There was a lack thereof when we talk about individuals identifying themselves as women. There was a lack thereof of the trans community. There was just a lack thereof if you wasn't a middle-aged white man running a leadership development company. So we decided to create this unique program, but also be culturally responsive within our leadership tips, right? So to be culturally responsive within our leadership tips. So just to keep it going, so who is Trill, right? So Trill, of course, is from the hip hop term True and Real. Shout out to Bun B and Pimp C. So we created Trill EDU. Trill EDU is a culturally responsive strategy to enhance the communication, leadership, and career readiness skills of students using their cultural references in all aspects of development. So when we first came out with Trill and Not Trill, Trill and Not Trill started out as a blog. And the blog, we talked about leadership development from a pop culture standpoint. So we did things like how can Beyonce Lemonade teach us about the social justice model? So the social justice model already existed, but it was outdated, right? And we wanted to find a way to add a cultural reference to that social justice model. So we used Beyonce Lemonade, which was a very popular album at the time. Shout out to Beyonce. Shout out to all those that are listening that maybe have that album. And we use that as a social justice model. We use Justin Bieber. We have used Taylor Swift. We have used shows like Scandal in leadership development. We have used people like LeBron in leadership development. So we have taken all of the pop culture references and things that students love. Now, it's not just about pop culture now. Hear me out. Because when we first started, people would say, oh, these guys are going to come in and rap. It's hip hop. No, it's deeper than hip hop. It's deeper than pop culture. Culturally responsive is about moving within the times, moving while things are or while the place or while the goalpost is being moved. You know what I'm saying? Like how do you still make that field goal when the goalpost is being moved? Another idea, an example of that is COVID, right? So COVID is a time for people to be culturally responsive, right? So some students have access to the internet. Some students did not have access to the internet, right? Now you got to figure out, how do we make sure that we're being responsible in delivering our material? How are we being responsible when we're educating our students? So that's where that culture responsive comes from. It's not just about pop culture. And we figured that out. Like, okay, we want to do pop culture to get people's attention, right? It's the attention grabber. It's what we say is putting the medicine in the applesauce so people want to listen. But then it was like, we got to go a little bit further than that when we think about how can we really create an impact within our schools. So that's why we created this Trill EDU mindset while using cultural responsiveness inside of the colleges, inside of the workspaces, inside of career readiness, inside of career pathways. Like that was our way of moving past just doing things with pop culture. So when we talk about cultural responsiveness, yes, pop culture is a part of it, but it's only one tenet within that particular subject. I just want to kind of put that out there because sometimes people have this misconception that because we have a hip hop term as a name, because we're two black men, because one of our own co-founders can rap, that all we can do is rap. Nah, man, we scholars. Like you can see back here from the books. We were kicks, but we're scholars. And we'll get to the kicks in a minute. So I'm going to show you another slide really quickly. Right, so that's Trill EDU. Now, where did we get we wearing kicks to work? How are we wearing kicks to work? So little story about that. A little story about wearing kicks to work. So we wore kicks to work. I was a big sneakerhead. I loved sneakers since the age of probably 15, 16 when I got a job and I can afford to buy the sneakers. I was one of those kids that stood online for sneakers. If you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm talking about. Before the sneaker app, before the got 'em, before all that stuff, I stood online and waited for kicks. My business partner, same deal. He was a kind of a sneakerhead, but he always calls himself a low-level sneakerhead. And what happened was we both started moving up in our careers. Both started getting more attention from students, but also being pulled away from students when we were putting certain positions, right? You know what I'm talking about. When you get in these administrative positions, they start to pull you away, right? They start to pull you away from the students when we know we do education for the students, right? So students are, to me, and I hate to use this term, but they're like the consumers, right? I know we don't want to talk business education, but they are the people that are consuming the education. So we have to make sure that we are being authentic while also providing the information that they technically need in that moment, right? So that's that cultural responsiveness again, right? With the way you teach or deliver your material might be different than you did 5 years ago because the personalities change, right? And the consumer change and the way your school looks change, right? You might have different demographics. You might have students identifying themselves as different genders. Like things change. So how do you not pivot? Because pivot is the word that everybody uses. How do you Euro step, right? That's what we like to say. How do you Euro step through those obstacles, right? And I don't want to call them obstacles, but how do you Euro step and remain authentic and innovative, right? So back to us. So we wore sneakers to work, and I slowly bought in some Stan Smiths with my suits. Stan Smiths turned into Jordans. Jordans turned into Sakai's, as you can see behind my head here. And I just kept wearing exclusive kicks. But what I noticed, outside of it, you know, me enjoying the kicks and making the little fashion statement and me being more confident in myself, because that's how it felt. It was my comfort zone. It felt good. Students started to notice. So students were starting to say, hey, I see them J's you had on the other day. See them Jordan 1s you had on the other day. See them Travis Scott you had on the other day. Students that traditionally did not get involved on campus. Students that did not traditionally talk to staff members. Students that might have felt isolated because they was a first generation student. Students that might have felt isolated because they didn't have a mentor. They didn't have anybody at home or anybody in their community or anybody on their block to teach them about school. But one common communication tool was the sneakers, right? So Jeff did the same deal. Next thing you know, students started to talk to us more. Students started to participate in different events. Conversation shifted a bit. We talked about sneakers, then it shifted to how's school going? You know, how's your GPA? You know sneakers, right? You know, there's a job where you can actually work in marketing, right? You know, you can navigate Nike, you know, Nike down at the mall, not too far from here, and they have tuition reimbursement programs. You know, Nike, their stock is a little, you know, per share, it's a lot more affordable than those kicks. Maybe we could do both. You ever thought about doing both? But also keep still being authentic, brother and sister. Like we appreciate you. You know, we really appreciate you. So we're gonna keep rocking. Furthermore, what happens, most of us know, when you try to bring your authentic selves, whether that's your sneakers and some other items, which we'll talk about in a second, you start to have naysayers, right? Some coworkers look down on you. So some coworkers look down on us. Oh, why are you wearing sneakers? Oh, my son wears those. Oh, my nephew wears those. Oh, my niece wears those. And next thing you know, Jeff goes to a meeting, my business partner, and he wears the Travis Scotts. So he wears these sneakers here. Let me grab these real quick. So he wears these kicks right here, oddly enough, behind my head. Right? So he wears the Travis Scotts to a meeting with the president. President of the college is in a meeting. Some staff members made a couple of jokes. After the meeting was over, our president, who identifies herself as a white woman, probably over the age of 60, said, "Those are really nice sneakers you have on, Jeff. I always see those beautiful sneakers you wear, and I really enjoy those. And I think, could you give me the information? My son would really love those." And guess what happened, guys? And people of all kind, guess what happened? Yep, you're right. Yep. Now my staff members wear sneakers, right? So I'm not telling you to wait for validation to wear sneakers, but what I'm telling you is, are you being authentic when you walk in a space? Because let me tell you something. If you try to pull that off and put on some sneakers, a student's going to call you out and know when you're not being authentic. So what I'm saying to you is that for us, our authenticity comes in all types of forms, but one of our most popular ways of showing who we really are and the power of us is in the sneakers, right? For others, it could be the way you wear your hair. It could be the food that you eat. It could be the tattoos that you show. It could be the piercings that you have. It could be the colors that you wear. Once you start to go in your authentic space, people will gravitate to that. It makes your job a lot easier. Right? And that's what We Wear Kicks is all about. It's not about telling folks to go get some kicks and put it on and with your suits. No. It's about figuring out what is that tool for you to be able to move accordingly, to be able to have conversations with your students, to be able to keep you grounded. Right? Are you having these authentic conversations? Are you creating authentic curriculums? Are you creating authentic programs? Are you partnering with different organizations that your students consume every single day? Are we reaching out to these people? Are we being a vehicle to create a space where students can be authentic themselves? Are we? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. It's one thing to be authentic, but are we letting our students be authentic? So let's move along. So I want to share a couple other things with you here. So when it comes to We Wear Kicks, right? And I just mentioned this earlier, is how do we implement some outside items into our classroom, into our educational space that students love? You know, FIT did a program with Complex. True or not true, we did a program with Kicks Review. Kicks Review had over 100,000 followers. They do reviews, obviously, on sneakers. We brought them in as speakers, one of our largest and most popular events. We have done events with people like NASA and Microsoft, but we look for people that represent not just us, but that can represent our students, right? And people that our students can look up to, people that are accessible to our students, people that are authentic in their spaces. So then we created this other model outside of We Wear Kicks, and it's called Pop-Up University. And Pop-Up University states that everybody is an educator, right? So everybody is an educator. Now, how does Pop-Up University work? Pop-Up University works a little bit like this, right? You have to go wherever the masses are. So you know what? Maybe you have to switch up where your classroom is. Maybe it has to be outside. Maybe it has to be at the lunchroom. Maybe it needs to be in the gym. Maybe your after school program might have to be at a local barbershop that everybody goes to, a pizza shop that everybody goes to. We have to go to the masses. When companies and organizations that we love want to make sure that they're visible, they go where the masses are. They do market research and they make sure they exist there. We as educators can create this pop-up university space to go wherever the masses are. Next, I want you to create a liaison. I want you to look around your classroom and figure out in your spaces, can I get a generational mentor? Right? So I'm not telling you to learn all the sneakers. I'm not telling you to learn about Roblox. I'm not telling you to learn about TikTok. I'm not telling you to learn about all of these spaces. This is a great time for us to empower our students. All right, hear me out. This is a great time for us to empower our students to be leaders in our class and to teach us. Right? Educational space should not be a one-way street when it comes to teaching. The students should teach us just like we teach the students. Right? Our goal as the adult in the classroom, or as the leader in a classroom with other adults in a college, is to set the stage, set the climate. But it's important to make sure that your students have a voice. It is super important for your students to have a voice. So we got to figure out, are we allowing our students to have a voice? Right? Do they have a voice? And if they do have a voice, are we taking their advice? So you know what? You might be thinking you're cool. You see one of your students wearing something fly, and you might say, hey man, you're looking real swaggy today. Swag might not be the word, fam. And your students are going to know that. Students might say, you know, might got to say drip. Oh, I was supposed to say drip. And that one little shift shows that you listen. Now, you don't have to do that. Again, you don't have to do that. That's just an extreme example. But what I'm saying is that we have to figure out, how can students be a liaison for us? Number 3, we learn in college, because we're a leadership development company, that everything is a leadership lesson. Outside of in life, everything is a learning lesson. So if everything's a learning lesson, that means anybody could be a teacher. Anybody could be an educator, right, in a space. But again, it's still our space. So we have to curate and cultivate that area to make sure that the individual that we bring in is delivering the correct way as a teacher, because we are the professionals, right? We are the practitioners. But what I'm saying is that it's okay to have your local barber. It's okay to have the owner of that famous restaurant in town to come to your classroom and become the teacher, right? If this is what students want, we have to figure out, how do we partner with these individuals, the shows that they're watching. It's really hard for us to say, stop watching that show if you're not in the home, and you can stop it and you can restrict it. It's important for us to say, how can we implement that? Teach the good with the bad, right? Because everything is an educational lesson. And number 4, embrace being a student, like I said earlier, and a teacher. All right, so embrace being a student and a teacher. Next, I want to talk about hidden figures. Right, so I want to talk about hidden figures really quickly. So with hidden figures, what's important about hidden figures? Right, so we talked about how to be an educator. We talked about how to be authentic. We talked about cultural responsiveness. We talked about a lot. But what we didn't talk about is the educators in the building, or the influencers in the building, or the hidden figures in the building that we sometimes forget about. Hear me out. Sometimes our students get inspiration from people that don't have the fancy titles, right? And sometimes in America, we treat people based on their careers, their socioeconomic background, and their job title. It's not the right way to live. Newsflash, it's not. You want to network, you want to build with people, you have to learn relationships. And for us as the educators, and for those that are not educators, and you work in a space and you attending this conference, we have to know who are the hidden figures that are guiding our child as well. Who are the hidden figures that are guiding us, helping us every day, motivating us, keeping us inspired to come to school, come to work, come to these spaces and be successful. So you're like, Lenny, what are you talking about? Lenny, like, what is a hidden figure? So, we all seen the movie Hidden Figures. And for many of us, we did not know Black women were involved and the mission to the moon. Now, this is not a lecture or summarized program on Hidden Figures, the movie. It's taking that concept and looking at people around us. For me, when I was in college, I was a first generation student. My mentor was the housekeeper and the public safety security guy. My third mentor was a counselor at the school who knew all the students at the college. Literally, this guy knew everybody. His name was John Smith. All three were people of color. All three were men. All three inspired me every single day to be better than what I was the day before. But that's the thing. They're usually left out of the conversations. When we have events, we have to make sure we announce the dean, the president, the vice president. And that's great. That should happen. Your principal, your vice principal, that should happen. But are we showing the same respect for the person that opened the doors to make sure we can have that event for the day? Or the person that's cleaning your office, cleaning your classroom every single day? Or furthermore, past their job description, talking to your students every single day, inspiring them, telling them to be better than they were the day before. Are we highlighting those individuals? Are we making sure they're not lost in the story? Are we making sure they're not lost in the success of our students? Those are hidden figures. I posted a picture earlier on that slide. It was Frank Baez. Frank Baez was a janitor at NYU. He is now a nurse. You know why? He was a hidden figure. He worked there. And somebody mentored him. Somebody said, while you're working here, if you're down for it, we can take you to the top. We can take you to the position you really want. And he did it. There's some housekeepers that need a little motivation. There's some secretaries that did want to be teachers. All right? I'm not saying they got to go and get that title to get the respect. They don't. I'm asking, are we respecting them now? Are we identifying these individuals now? You know, it goes back to that generational mentor. Same thing with the hidden figures. Are we giving awards to these people? People love awards, right? Look at movies. Look at Hollywood is what I meant to say. Hollywood has like 20 different movie award shows. Music, same deal. AMAs, Grammys, VMAs, movies, you got Emmys, Oscars, Golden Globes. Go on and on and on. Why can't we have a generational mentor player of the week, right? Like basketball. Who's the generational mentor of the week? Who's the hidden figure of the week? Right? We got to start treating people for the work more than the titles. We got to start treating people for the work more than the titles. And that's what We Wear Kicks is all about. We're not here to be judged by the way we look. I shouldn't have to wear a suit to be respected. But when it comes to respect on the results of my work, it should be directly about my work. When it comes to the work and your jobs, and your offices, and your administrative roles, and it's the work. It's the work that matters. What's a book without the story? We can always find a title. There's no story. There's no plot. There's nothing inside of it. You just got a title. Just got an outline. The work is what's inside of the book. So if somebody's doing the work, we got to acknowledge them. We got to make sure that these hidden figures are known and people know who they are and that we respect the work that they do. And lastly, we got to make sure they get their flowers while they can still smell them. So that's hidden figures. That's hidden figures. Let's get back to it. All right, so we talked about how to start a pop-up university. We talked about hidden figures. So this is John Smith. This is the guy I was just explaining to you. That's a counselor at my school and somebody that helped me. You know, he knows more students The students know him more than the president. He's a hidden figure. What did they say? They say protect this person by any means. Protect this person by any means. That's how I feel about John Smith. And every campus to me has a John Smith. Every school to me has a John Smith, where titles aren't everything. True treasures are found when we unearth the unknown. So it's time for us to know the names. So today for me is John Smith. Now, while you're at home, I want you to write down that hidden figure. All right? We're going to do a little homework real quick. I want you to write down the hidden figure in your classroom, in your school. Next, I want you to write down your generational mentor. Who's going to be the generational mentor to help you go through for the rest of the school year? Lastly, what is the one thing that remains authentic for you? What is the one authentic thing you bring to work every single day? For me, it's my kicks. Represents my neighborhood, represents where I'm from. It's a communication tool for me, something I love. I'm passionate about it. What about you? Is it your tattoos? Is it your smile? Is it your energy? Is it your knowledge? Are you from the same neighborhood as the students? This is another thing about hidden figures. A lot of hidden figures, let me talk to you for a minute. A lot of hidden figures take jobs that pay less. They do some of the hard and dirty work. And statistically, if you look around in those schools, they're usually people of color. And those same people of color usually live in the neighborhoods as our students. And we have teachers who live in those who work at those schools, who go to work, drive immediately out the neighborhood, and don't have no conscience of the neighborhood. And the moment things go wrong, because they're not culturally responsive, students are left out of the conversation. They can't relate to students. They just can't figure out why students are not doing well for the week. Meanwhile, there was a shooting in town, fire in town, incident in town. You know, they're wondering why students can't turn their cameras on. Meanwhile, kids are struggling. Parents, no job, no Wi-Fi. We have to figure out who those people are also, and pull them to the side and say, yeah, we gotta work together. We gotta fix this. But what's important is these hidden figures need to be in those conversations too, because they have the knowledge already. Remember, true treasures are found when we unearth the unknown. Let's keep this thing going. So I talked about the Beyonce social change model. This was the actual photo for it, right? This was the actual photo for it. And you can use this QR code really quickly just to connect with us, get this program, get this presentation for you, for yourself, as we continue to talk here. So as we leave, I just want to leave with some homework as we talk about We Wear Kicks. And the homework is simple. The homework goes a little bit like this. The first thing you're going to do is figure out who you are and how do you remain authentic every time you walk into your space. I want you to write that down. The second thing I want you to do is figure out who is going to be your generational mentor. Right? So that first part is that we're going to call it the We Wear Kicks authenticity, right? For me, it's my kicks. What are you going to do? What are you going to bring? 2, who's going to be that generational mentor? Number 3, who are the hidden figures on campus? On campus, at your school, in your neighborhood, and how do we elevate those particular individuals? Number 4 is something that we call don't get left. Don't be Blockbuster. Hear me out. Don't be Toys R Us. I want you to think about how can you be Netflix at your school? How can you be Amazon at your school? What is one way you're going to be innovative within the next 6 months? Pivot was a great word when the pandemic started because we was in survival mode. A lot of people haven't seen any of this, and we still haven't seen some of this stuff ever in our lifetime. But we're a year out It's time for us to Euro step. Pivot was the first part. It's time for us to Euro step. If you don't know what Euro step is, look it up. It's a very popular move in the NBA. Pivot used to be the move, but then people started to catch on to pivot. So a couple European players brought over the Euro step. Everybody does it now. What's next? I don't know, but somebody's working on it. And that's how you got to be as a teacher. What's next? Everything in life changed. Everything upgraded. Everything changed with digital technology. The only thing that didn't change before COVID was school. Instead of a blackboard, it's a whiteboard. And some of us, we still got a blackboard. Instead of a blackboard, it's a whiteboard. What I'm saying to you is excuse of just saying Zoom fatigue is not going to do it. You know, because if students were fatigued, they wouldn't cut your class off and go on YouTube. Just not going to do that. If anything, what we have to do is figure out how do we make YouTube look like our classroom. Right? I'm not here to say, oh, students are not Zoom fatigue and you need to do better. I got to find solutions, but I'm giving you the solution right now. We have to figure out how do we take the classroom and make it just as interesting as YouTube. If we're administrators and we have the power, how do we shift the budget? How do we partner with companies? You know, there's this weird connection between schools and companies where they want to work together, but they don't work together. And then there's the community. So it's like the community, the schools, the companies. But we got to figure out how do we bring all three together? And that's that cultural responsiveness I'm talking about. How do we represent the culture within our area? What is that culture? What does it look like? And how do we make sure our students are all included in inclusive education? And when we figure that out, then we can be creative and innovative. So I want to thank you for listening. I'm here to help. I'm here to help more than anything. So we can follow us, trillandnottrill.com. On Instagram, you can follow us at trillandnottrill. I'm sorry, that was the website first. So trillandnottrill.com is the website. Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, trillandnottrill. You can follow me, Professor.Williams, on Instagram. Email us, info@trillandnottrill.com. Whatever you need, let us know. Like, I'm here to help. You know, I'm here to help, whether that's from branding, business, side of things in the educational space, to curriculum development, to conferences. I'm definitely here to help. So thank you all for listening. And I wish you all the best. Be a revolutionary educator. A revolutionary educator is somebody that's an educator 24/7. All right, educated 24/7, but also knows how to take care of themselves from a mental health standpoint. Let's never forget that. But also be culturally responsive within the classroom. So I thank you all for listening, and I wish you the best.
Wow, man, listen. My brother right there, Professor Williams. If you are not following Trill or Not Trill, if you're not following Professor Williams, his Twitter game is strong with gems.
I need to get on Twitter.
For real. He posts on Instagram. So if you're not following Professor.Williams on Instagram, Trill or Not Trill, he's providing gems on gems on gems. You know what I mean? Because he's that type of person. Like, he's revolutionizing professors all across the nation. I love their work. So what is something that you took away? Because I am really for this hidden figure movement that's going on.
Yes, I loved it. I think it's so important. And he highlighted people on our campuses that often don't get the praises, at least not publicly, right?
Yeah.
So that was pretty dope of him.
I always think about, kids don't care about a title. They care about that person that believes in them.
That
right?
relationship.
Like I tell you a quick story. Like, there are school leaders who students do not connect with, do not respect in the sense of them being a leader.
Or they don't know their name.
Right? They don't even know their name. Right? They walking around school like, oh, that's the principal? right? They're not visual, like Stick said it, like being accessible, right? But there's also people at the school site that's doing powerful work, that's making the impact, but they're not being acknowledged. They are the hidden figure. So like he said, who is that hidden figure? Like I'll give you an example. At my school, we have somebody, her name, we call her Mama G. Right? We call her Mama G. Mama G is she's our community rep, but she is like the griot. She is the community love partner for all the students. Like it's not in her job description to make sure that she loves and make sure that she go over and beyond, but she does it. Right? She is that person that is working with students in and outside the classroom, that's coming to the school, that's working with tech, that's coming to the school, that's making sure that just that love exists on campus, right? And that is somebody that makes this work worthwhile, right? Mama G for our school is that person that is it, right? That power player. Like in hockey, you got that power play. She's the power player because she is that person that students connect with. But like when you go to the meetings, the district meetings, they're not talking about the community rep. They're not talking about the parent rep. They're not talking about those individuals that's on the campus that makes the village the village. You know what I mean? And that's what's really important. There's also hidden figures in the classroom, right? And I think it's important what Lenny said with Trill and Not Trill, and some of the other great things that he was saying. What else did you get from it?
I like to just highlight one of our hidden figures at my school. Her name is actually Mama J.
Oh, okay.
So Mama J, she actually works in the
Mama G and Mama J.
It's the mama feeling, right?
Yeah.
She works in the after school program.
Okay.
And she has this great relationship with the students. And she's an older lady, like, Mama J, right?
Yeah.
But she's so connected. She makes a lot of things culturally relevant to the students.
Nice.
And I believe that's where the connection comes from. She'll get out there and do the cha-cha slide. She'll be out there knowing, they come to her for advice, like they're going through dating relationships.
Yeah.
Like, when I was at coordinator, I walk in, they might be quiet for a minute. They're having their one-on-one with Mama J.
Yes.
If I walk in, they just stop talking.
Come
on. Like, oh, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You with Mama J. I'll let you have it.
That's a sacred space.
Exactly. Being to acknowledge it.
Yes.
So even as a teacher or even as an admin, letting your ego go.
Yes.
Because it's okay if you're not that person.
Come on.
I think it's okay to realize you're not that person.
Yes.
You might be for others, but you may not be for those specific students. So acknowledging who's
that hidden figure.
Yeah, who's that hidden figure for that student.
That's it.
Or who creates that energy.
And acknowledging that space. Like sometimes our ego and our pride comes before progress. And really what we want to do is put progress before our ego and pride. Like as a principal, you want to feel like every kid can connect with you.
Yeah.
You may not be that person for every kid, right? No. But your job, I call it the hockey assist, right? You have to build a village where everybody feels in and be a figure for a kid. And sometimes you come in and they get quiet. You're going to be like, oh, well, my bad. Actually, you should amplify the relationship. You should empower that relationship, which is important, right? And another thing he said, right? Another thing he said that's really close to me is kicks, right?
Yes.
Like kicks are important, right? Like the hidden figure. He talked about John, but he talked about the influence of Eurostep and the kicks. And before we talk about the importance of culture, responsiveness, aesthetics, shoes, I had to bring in a fellow OSG principal who's here, right? Who's a fellow sneakerhead. Okay. Let's bring her on, Raven. Let's bring my OSG sister in. Hey, sis. Hi. Oh, okay. I see the little drip in the background. What you got? What you got back there, sis?
Hi, can you guys hear me or see me?
You are good. We can hear you.
You told me to turn my camera sideways.
There you go. You're good.
Okay. Good. How you doing, family?
We feel good. Good. Tell how you feel. Matter of fact, before we see your kicks and everything, introduce yourself. Let the people know, who are you, where you from, what school you at. Let everybody know, sis.
Great. So my name is Raven Askew, and I am the proud principal of PS 354, the Jermaine L. Green STEM Institute of Queens in New York City. I've been a principal for a little over 7 years. I am a proud OSG principal. And I'm just really happy to be here. And I think that session was really dope.
Yeah.
We're glad to have you.
Yeah. So could we ask you this, right? Because we're talking about from his session, we talked about wearing kicks to work. He talked about those type of real things that matter, with how he wore shoes to his job, and it made an impact with everyone else. Could you talk a little bit about, how powerful shoes are to you and culture, and how that impacts your school?
So I think it's really important, but like Professor Williams said, it's bigger than the sneakers. It's really identifying who you are and being authentic and living in that space. So when I became a principal, it was under very unconventional circumstances. I'm a young leader. I've always been, younger than most of the people in the rooms that I've been in. So how I show up in a space has always been important. And it wasn't until I made the decision, similar to like Professor Williams said he started with Stan Smith's. I started with Chuck's, right? So it's like you don't want to jump out the window right away with your excuses.
You just give a little teaser.
You don't know how it's going to be received, right? And my mother is a retired principal, so I've always had this mental model or this image and representation of what principals look like, what it means to be professional. And I've always struggled with that throughout my career, because when I put on the suit, I put on the shoes, I wasn't as productive. I wasn't as confident. So it wasn't until I felt really comfortable to just step out and be who I am that the work became better. I became more productive, right? So for me, it's like I'm my most professional when I'm the most productive, and I'm the most productive and I'm comfortable. And for me, that's most likely a pair of jeans. It's most likely a hoodie or a graphic t-shirt. And it's almost always a pair of sneakers. And I think because I have started to do that in my school over the last couple of years, Professor Williams said you don't wait for validation, but I think because I do it, I have also given other people permission to show up their full authentic self. So that in my building is just amazing, right? Like and I like shoes, don't get me wrong. I love a good shoe, but I've noticed when I come to work in shoes, people get nervous. They're like, what's going on? Like, who's coming in the building? Are you on an interview? Are you about to leave? What's going on? So people like relaxed Raven. They like when I just show up. It's a vibe in my building. And that's the work, right? Like you do the work when you feel like you're the best version of yourself. And I see the difference in my community, because I get to I'm just unapologetically Ray now. So
you're unapologetically Raven.
Yes. So Ray, let me ask you this question. Can you kind of explain the journey of becoming comfortable in that? Because oftentimes, like you said, you watched your mother as a principal, and we have principals growing up, and usually it's the professional look. And that's really enforced by the white glaze. So the lens of just kind of like how we identify what is professional and what is not professional. But as a Black woman in that type of position, right, whether it's how you wear your hair and the shoes and the attire that you wear, what kind of advice would you give to any educators who are trying to be comfortable and being unapologetic about being themselves? How did you get there?
That's a great question. And to be honest with you, the journey actually started with my hair, right? I remember my mom saying once, and I was in college at the time, and I remember her saying she wanted to lock her hair. And I was like, do it. And she's like, I can't lock my hair. It's not professional. I'll wait until I retire. And I was like, that's trash. Like, do it now. And, when I was a teacher, I started teaching, I was 22 years old. At the time, I still lived with my mother. So the mornings in my house was very interesting, because at 22, I was wearing jeans to work. I was trying to put on like my best version of a professional shirt, but I still had on sneakers. And I taught 7th graders at the time. And I used to be excited because I would get a pair of sneakers like maybe a day before they officially came out. So I would love to like be in the hallway waiting for the kids to come in and see me with them on first. But that morning, my mother's like, "You're wearing that to work? Like, you couldn't wear that in my school." And I'm like, "Well, I'm working in school. Let me live."
Yeah, that part.
And then as I started climbing the ranks, I started second guessing myself. Like, I was like, I got to put the sneakers away because now I'm the youngest administrator on the team. I'm the only female. I'm the only Black person on the team. So I got to show up differently.
Right.
And at the time, like, my hair was still long and permed, and I was like the newbie queen. I could kill a pin curl back in my day. And then I remember when I decided I didn't want that hair anymore and literally shaved my hair off. So I was going to my husband's barber for a few months, and it just felt so good. And to see that be embraced by my principal at the time, who's like a white Irish guy, and he's like, "I've been walking around with a shaved head for years and no one said anything. You walk in the building with a shaved head and like everything stops." And you know, he never batted an eye. He never questioned, you know, my effectiveness as a leader. He never questioned my influence over students. And that was actually really empowering to know that once you do the work and your work solidifies you, everything else is just an afterthought. Everything else is just a bonus. So for people who are thinking about, you know, how do I show up as myself? You know, do the work. You know, like I was at the time a dope assistant principal. Like I had amazing relationships. You know, the culture, we were responsible for our own floors, but what I was doing transcended throughout the building. So by that time, once I started throwing my sneakers on, it didn't really make a difference because you could feel the change in the energy in the building. So I think for somebody who's questioning, you know, how do you show up? I think the first thing is like, how are you showing up for students, right? Like once that is solidified, because everything else is an accessory, right? I could have one of the most exclusive pair of Jordans, but if nobody's connecting with me, if I haven't like established the trust and respect in my school community, my outfit is irrelevant. So like, you know, get your feet firmly planted in whatever you're doing. If you're teaching, make sure your lessons are effective. Make sure you are consistently measuring student progress and achievement, and you're connecting. And then everything else just kind of falls into place. Like, I don't really think there's a process, right? Like if you're being yourself, you just be yourself. But if you're figuring out how to be yourself in your workspace, remember you're at work. Once your work can't be questioned, then everything else is just like, you know, like I'm in a place now, I'm like, get rid of me. Like, try it. Like, see what happens, you know, like.
And I think what you said, right? What you said is really important because when you're talking about responsiveness, when you're talking about culture, you have to be one with self, right? Because you said it. You said something powerful, and I don't want people to let that slip. Is that you second guess, right? And this is a term where you're second guessing yourself, right? You're second guessing yourself in this process, and it's a journey of saying like you wasn't second guessing your work. Because your authentic self, in regards to your productivity, was in a certain way. You wanted to be, you needed to reconnect, right? But in this journey, just by hearing it, like sometimes that disconnect allows for that reconnection to be stronger, right? Because I went through a similar journey. Like I felt that I said it. I felt I need to talk a certain way. I felt I need to be a certain way because similar to you, I started teaching at a young age, right? I became a founding principal at 29, right? And I needed to say like, well, oh, you got to be this. You have to be that. I had to be all the time. I had to speak a certain way. The rhythm of my voice needs to be a certain way. Don't use your hands so much because that can be looked at as a threat. Or you look, you know, you're a big black guy. Like kind of be try to tone it down, right? So don't wear no Yeezys. Don't wear that because you're giving off the culture, and that suppressed me, right? It made me feel like, am I worthy? Am I doing this right? Right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't until I said, no, me, who I am, or authentically who I am, will make me better. Right? Yes. Because I'm really live, breathe, and like I'm about this life, right? I'm about student success. I'm about young kids. and I was that kid, right? So I think you nailed it when you said, it's not just because if you're that educator, like, all right, let me go and just go get me some shoes real quick. Or let me go and just like, no, like, are you being your authentic self? And is your authentic self about this work, right?
Yeah.
Are your authentic self really about building a village, right? And when you bring that, it's not like, don't go and try to be something you're not.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
that's huge. That's huge,
That's
right?
definitely huge. That imposter syndrome then
Yes.
sets in place when you're trying to step into someone else's shoes. Because I'm not
And
a tennis
also
person.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I'm not a tennis person.
let's quickly ask you, Raven. Let's quickly ask, because you say you're not a tennis shoe
I'm
person,
not a
right?
tennis shoe
And we're
person.
gonna bring this. We're gonna bring this. Not yet. So, Raven, we have to ask you, because everybody has a pair of shoes or sneakers. I see you got the Ken Griffey's in the back. I see you got those. But let me ask you this: what do you have, or what sneaker is that one that pair that you like? Oh, these my joys. I know you carrying some sneaker. You carrying some heavy hitters in there, but we gotta just bring what pair of sneakers is really that go to that you got?
Well, I am 100% a New York girl. I am so New York. So there's certain just staples and classics that you have to have in your closet at all times. But to be honest with you, I think of like all of the holy grail sneakers that I have, all of the exclusives, my favorites are just my my Air Max 95s. Like you can't go wrong with, oh wait, I don't know what my camera is. These. Those are like my favorite classics. Ooh. Like if you know the stuffiness still in them, I don't even wear them. I just like knowing that I have them in my closet. Because when they came out, I couldn't get them in every color. So you know, for me, sneakers is at this stage in my life, it's almost like retribution for what I couldn't get when I was younger. So you know, I'm an 80s baby, but like 90s fashion type of girl. So 95s and Air Maxes are probably like my favorite just sneakers to have. They just make me feel good on the inside when I get them. Notice how like I just get excited when I talk about sneakers.
We see the light up. The light up action.
And you know, it's crazy because like something Principal Williams said about making sure that you take care of yourself, like it sounds weird, but I think sneakers for me are self-care. It's something that becomes my own thing, right? Like and if you're into sneakers, and to be honest with you, Rahh, I don't consider myself a sneakerhead because there are people who like they live and breathe this, and I don't have the bandwidth and financial capacity to really live that life, but I do appreciate a good sneaker, and it's everything about it. It's like the thrill of getting them because it's so impossible these days to get the sneakers that you want. So that's like my own personal thing. It doesn't matter if you're a principal, it doesn't matter if you are a devoted mother or loving, like sneaker life is like just so humbling, and you just have to, you know, build relationships. And for me, it's also a really good parallel to the work that I do, because as a woman who loves sneakers, you realize that that's not a very inclusive space, right? So like even the Griffies that I have behind me, they're a half a size too big, but it's the smallest size.
You know, wait, hold on now. Hold on.
Look.
Come on.
And I want you to know I have these up here because I need one of those hoodies that y'all are wearing.
All these hoodies right now, you guys, they are available on revedx.com. Go to revedx.com. You can get your nice aqua color, you know, to go with the Griffies. You know, you can get your black crew neck. You can go get, you know, we have to do a little plug right there, Principal Raven. But no, thank you. Go ahead.
You posted a picture a while ago, and I was like, what? Like, wait till these Griffies come in the mail. They actually came the other day. So
nice.
But I think it's important because, again, in education, sometimes when you're thinking about who is elevated to the forefront, it's not always people that look like me, right? So I'm always thinking about what it means to include other people. And I think that also speaks to identifying the hidden figures in your school, right? So when I listened to that piece, it really made me continue to think about what it means to be inclusive. And to be honest with you, there are no hidden figures in my school because we celebrate everybody, you know, like no one lives behind the curtains. It's great to give people the flowers while they are here and they can still smell them. But I think in addition to awarding these people and validating, you have to promote them. You have to put
Come
them
on.
in positions that they can touch more ground. So, you know, when I think about like my legacy as a leader and what it means when I ultimately decide to walk away from PS 354, on top of like the student achievements and what we've done as a school community, I think what I will be most proud of is how many people I put on, right? Like
Yeah.
I have, you know, I used to have this hard rule, like I'm not hiring parents
Come
because
on.
it just it could potentially be too messy. And I have a staff member who I was like, I would always regret it if I didn't hire her. And I hired her as a school aide. And we didn't even get along when I first got to the building. Like she didn't even talk to me for the first couple of months. But now like that's my rider. Like she's my go-to. She's somebody that I trust in the building, but I keep pushing her. Like, what does this look like in 5 years? Because if I leave, do you still want to do this same work for another principal? And if the answer is no, then while I'm here, I got to make sure you're back in school. I got to make sure you have the credentialing like you spoke to, so that you are always in a position to navigate. So I celebrate the wins. I make sure,
That's
you know,
awesome.
paraprofessionals get promoted to teachers. You know, I have a school aide on Friday who was in school for a very, very long time. She just got hired as a guidance counselor. It's gonna suck to lose her, but I'm so proud of her growth and her success. You know, one of my 5th grade math teacher, who was a rock star, was school safety in the building that I was an assistant principal in. So to watch her, to be able to have her come in my building as a student teacher and help, you know, support and groom her, I'm probably more proud of that because, you know, you are validated in our space. You know, when we talk about children knowing who their genuine champions are, it's one question I ask every child, like, who's your A person? Who's your go-to? If something's not going right, if something's going really well, who do you want to go to? And I make it known. It doesn't have to be me, right? Like it's, you know, because I think sometimes the kids are like, I'm gonna say you, Mr. Askew. And I'm like, I ain't seen you. Like, I'm not an A person, right? But we make sure that we know who the go-to person is for every student in the building. And then to follow that on, like, who's your B person? Because let's just say I'm your number one go-to person, but I'm at a meeting that day. So who's the next person that you're going to go to? And by having those conversations with students, and I'm in an elementary school, so you know, 6-year-olds don't have a filter, right? So I might say, like, am I your number one person? And they're like, no.
Yeah. No, but,
So, you know,
what you said, Raven, is really important because the everyday struggle is real too, right? So having a collective village is so important with the totality of the things that we do, you know, especially, and then, you know, we handle it off school grounds. So sis, listen, I appreciate you for tapping in. I appreciate you for sharing some kicks with us. I appreciate the authentic conversation. I appreciate the crown you have that you wear every single day, being a Black woman and being that queen that you represent with not only representation, but consciousness. My OSG sister, I love you. We love you. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for being part of the village. And let's remember, we got to wear our kicks. Let's be authentic, but let's uphold village energy at the forefront. Thank you, Queen.
Thank you.
So listen up, you guys. All right, like that was phenomenal, right?
Yeah,
that was phenomenal.
enjoyed our conversation.
And just real quick, like, what's your kicks?
I mean, these are not my everyday kicks, but you know, he told me to bring a shoe to put a smile on my face.
Oh.
So I love a heel. And I like these not to be flossy, but because to me it's that if I was like 10 years ago, I couldn't afford these shoes.
Okay. Because I'm looking at
but
them
now,
like,
I love my shoes. I love heels. I have a lot of them. I have a lot of heels. But if I could put on a comfortable shoe, it'd be a Chuck. I like white Chucks. They're not white right now, so I didn't bring those, but I love a white Chuck.
Okay.
I need some new ones, some fresh ones.
Well, you know, I'm just right now my favorite pair is the Kid Griffins. But I remember when I was young, you know, I always wanted me some pair of Jordan 12s, right? Jordan 12s and Jordan 11s, right? Those were my favorite pair. The Jordan 11s is the Space Jam Jordans. I always wanted a pair of the gray on gray Space Jam Jordans, right? Well, the Space Jam is the white and black, but the gray on gray patent leather 11 Jordans,
Oh, like
right?
with the little wave around
Yeah,
it?
come on, the Space Jam. I always
okay.
loved them. Come on now.
I'm sorry.
So those were always the ones I wanted to wear, but those were the ones. But again, you guys, having these critical conversations are important. So going into critical conversations, there is no better person than Shani.
Yes.
Shani is about to blow our minds with critical conversations that we all need to have. So let's give it up for Shani, you guys.
Let's go. There you go. That's a good transition.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. Gotcha. What's happening? The chrome kept.
Hello, revolutionary teammates. I am so excited to be here with you all. My name is Channing White. I am a 12-year public educator, and I have taught the primary grades ranging from first grade to fifth grade. I am currently a third grade teacher, and I have taught critical thinking at all levels. It's actually really funny. When I was a first grade teacher, I would have some of my teammates and some of my colleagues just question how I was speaking with the students on such an intellectual level, and they just didn't buy into it until a few months down the line, they saw those benefits. They saw my students just blossom. So I am excited to provide you with the tools that I use in my classroom to really foster and facilitate big conversations in young learners, also known as critical thinking. Let's get it. All right, y'all. So the benefits of critical thinking are self-discovery, confidence, leadership, meaningful learning experiences. It really opens your students up to another world of thought. No longer are they vessels of information that you're just kind of pouring into. They're pouring into themselves, and in turn, they are pouring into others. It is a win-win for everybody. They are igniting their interests, they are thinking deeper, and you are able to, as a teacher, have intellectual conversations with your babies. Oh my goodness. How many times have I heard teachers talk about needing adult interaction at the end of their workday? Has that been you? There's no way that I could sustain in this profession having conversations like, my favorite color is green. Now, yes, we want to have those conversations and meet students where they are and bring them to where we can take them, because of course we're not going to have perfection, but we are going to push that needle, right? However, we also want to teach them that we can dig deeper beyond the surface. It's so important that our students know and own their thoughts. This is a risk when we are sharing our innermost thoughts. So you want to create a safe space. You want it to be inviting. You want it to be affirming. You want students to celebrate each other and know that they do not have to be perfect in their thinking, that they can make mistakes, because that is part of the journey, y'all. We embrace it all. We leave nothing out. I want to take time to reflect. And we know as active practitioners that we must always be reflecting in our practice so that it can inform future or current decisions. So, how can you give back control of the learning process to your students? Oh my goodness. Yes, it goes against everything that we have ever been taught. We are the facilitators. We are the instructors. We have the management systems. Let me tell you something. Teaching a child how to manage themselves is a game changer. So how can we do that? Well, first, you have to build relationships. Our society, who we are as people, is built off of relationships. We cannot sustain alone. So just as you would build a relationship with your bestie boo, or with your colleague, or with your parent, or with anyone that you are interested in forming a relationship with, you put time and effort into it. You have authentic discussions. You spend time with that person, discussing their interests and yours. You share your flaws. They share your flaws, their flaws. I'm sorry. It's somewhat of a dance. You are giving, they are giving, you are taking, they are taking. You're picking up on social cues. You're doing so many things interchangeably that you don't realize that these are skills that need to be practiced with intention when we are dealing with children. So what I would suggest is that you utilize your morning meetings. You call a come to Jesus moment if you need to. Call them to the virtual carpet, okay? Whenever you need to have some discussions based on things that you observe in your classroom, based on topics of current events, or based on things that your students are expressing in class. I am so known for having a meeting, a generalized meeting discussing a specific observation I may have had during a learning experience. That means that you have to be paying attention. And I know you're like, wait, these are all things I say to my kids. Well, we have to practice what we preach. We must. So when we're thinking about building relationships, you want to create very specific opportunities for you to do that. So if you are in a virtual setting and there may be a student who has come into class early, there is your opportunity to engage with that child and speak to them about whatever you want. You can ask them about what they had for dinner or what their favorite sport is, or if they even like sports. Do they like to read? Why don't they like to read? Is there a particular movie that has become a book? When we are talking about building relationships, you also want to include families. You want to converse with the family and relate to them. Bring in your own experiences. That always builds connections and break down those walls that sometimes exist when we are trying to connect with families. You want to also ensure that you are intentional about these conversations that you have with your students and the conversations they have with their peers. You want to be that fly on the wall. However, they have to be comfortable to have these conversations around you. So that is why building relationships is important. It builds trust. Once you have trust, you can bop around to different breakout rooms and just listen and make mental notes and write anecdotal notes. Do all of those things to form your future decision making and your instruction. So if you hear a student talking about a particular interest, you want to make sure that you include that in your planning process when you have a certain game or activity. You want them to feel seen and represented. When students have this comfort that we all need as humans, they will be more willing to talk. I know that when I first meet anyone, I am just an observer. I'm very quiet. It takes time for me to come out of my shell. So think about, even if you aren't that type of person, that we have to have these understandings with our students. One particular example of how I use breakout rooms for conversation with my students is by simply naming the breakout rooms with the topics of interest my students have expressed. They love TikTok. They love Among Us. They enjoy their cellular devices or cell phones. They like to read. Some of them, they love artistry. So I just named each breakout room each of those things and had them choose. Once they chose their topic of interest, they popped in there. I popped around. I listened. I was quiet. They were not looking for me to affirm them or to redirect them because they knew that I trusted them to carry on a conversation. They know that. So I can be that fly on the wall to continue taking my anecdotal notes or my mental notes to continue to form my instruction. While you are building relationships, it is equally important to build growth mindset. What is growth mindset? It is the ability to know that you may not understand right now, or it's not going to happen yet. Yet is the key word. You have to put in the work. You have to overcome challenges and obstacles. You have to be willing to keep going, not give up on yourself. And it's really important for me to express to my students that although it may be challenging, you may be this close to success. You've gone this far and you're going to be this close to success and give up? No, no, no. We're not doing that, period. We are going to keep going. We're going to overcome. We are going to feel so successful in the struggle because we have not given up on ourselves. There are some mentor texts that I enjoy using when I am teaching growth mindset to springboard the conversation, such as The Invisible Boy, The Most Magnificent Thing, What Do You Do with a Problem, Jabari Jumps, The Girl Who Never Made Mistakes. I could go on. I'll share those resources with you, a list of growth mindset texts that you can read in your class for morning meeting that will really ignite discussion. When you are teaching growth mindset, it will build your students' confidence. All of this goes within the realm of critical thinking. Could you imagine sharing your thoughts, but you don't have confidence to do so? It's a must. Build their confidence, build their capacity for compassion of others, because when their classmates are sharing their thinking, it's important that they feel supported, that they feel affirmed, or just safe. You need to provide a pathway of safety for your students to express themselves. And when they do so, they will be inclined to encourage others to do the same. So it will no longer be you encouraging your students to speak and share their thoughts in depth and to think outside the box and to do some research and to question and wonder. Their classmates will be encouraging them to do the same. Your classroom culture will not be left the same after you introduce these principles and utilize these foundation tools of critical thinking. You must model, 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 okay? They have to see you struggling. They have to see you overcoming challenges. They need to see you questioning. So that could be used in the form of a book that you're using for reading. Everything is not presented in truth, in fact, in text. We know this. We are still today years old finding out things, okay? So being that we know that this is happening, we can in real time react to the text. We are not robots. When I first started teaching, I remember the thought or the notion that we had to leave who we were at the door and allow students to inform their own thinking. Yes, we do need to do that. Nah, no, we don't. We need to, and I'm getting silly, but we need to show our students how we react to information that we've been given, how to research, how to question, okay, how to feel confident in that process, and we're all good to go. After you have laid this foundation, it's time to be intentional about giving opportunities for your students to see their own strength in their thinking. This can be through number talks if you are teaching math. This can be through analyzing quotes if you are teaching reading. You could also analyze picture prompts. These are just 3 ideas, y'all. But as you keep going and moving through this journey, you're going to be adding more ingredients, a dash of love, a stick of compassion, a little cup of trust, okay? You're going to add these ingredients yourself to continue on this journey. So how do I use quotes in my classroom? I display the quote on Google Slide Deck and I just read it to understand it. We just read it to understand it. And we dissect any words that may be unknown or new using context clues and connecting to real life experiences. Once we just read the quote for face value, we reflect and we think about how this quote can apply to our lives. Once we reflect, we connect. We've connected it and we're connecting with each other. How do we connect with each other? We share our thinking on a Padlet. Padlet.com is mostly free. You're allowed to do, I think, 5 to 6 free Padlets, and then you have to pay. I am using the free option where you can just delete whatever you don't need anymore, and it's almost like a gallery walk or a gallery wall of information that your students are sharing. They can upload pictures and videos. The options are endless, okay? They can also use Google Jamboard to show their thinking with the quotes, or the good old chat, y'all. Throw it in the chat, drop it in the chat, okay? Whatever you feel most comfortable with doing. And then you take time to read some of the responses of your class. And when I tell you that just as I am able to connect to a quote as a mom, as a wife, as a teacher, my babies, my 3rd grade babies can do the same. They are able to connect to their own experiences, and it is powerful. The atmosphere shifts in my classroom as we are sharing and reading aloud and pouring out our innermost thoughts. And y'all, we're all an artist, and we're sensitive about our, okay, if you're an Erykah Badu fan, you caught that, all right? But so it's important that we build that foundation of safety, of relationships, of growth mindsets, so we can get to that place where we're sharing freely. It's so freeing and liberating to be able to think intellectually without being made fun of, without being ridiculed, without being questioned or told we're right or wrong. What is right or wrong in our thought process as it relates to something as simple as quotes? The other strategy that I use are picture prompts. If you are teaching a current event, let's say you taught the insurrection and you did not feel comfortable talking about that with your students, you simply show them a picture and have them do a notice and a wonder chart. They can make this in their reading notebooks. What do you notice? Okay, what do you see? What do you observe? And what do you wonder? What are your questions that you have? So that is another strategy that is dynamic when asking students to think critically on a topic that you may otherwise think is above their heads. All right. And then I also mentioned number talks. Number talks are a math strategy where you display a math problem. It could be a range of skills, and you have students think aloud with their math talk, okay? They are thinking aloud the math strategies. And while they are doing that, you are recording every single thing that they say on the board. How do you do this virtually? You share your screen, you make a Google slide deck or however you do your presentations, and then you can use the annotation feature to write directly on the board and record everything they are saying. Let me tell you something. The other students are listening to how that student thinks, and they're taking notes. They may not be writing anything down, but they're taking mental notes. And you know how I know that? You will hear it in someone else's analysis of a problem. They'll be taking nuggets from that person and this person, and that builds their confidence because they now have some tools in their bag that they can use to solve problems. It's all about community. It's all about helping one another. These are all learning opportunities. It's not test. It's how can I build you to think and have your own meaningful learning experience. These suggestions will get you started, but just know that as you are navigating these unknown or uncharted waters, that you're going to have to remix a few things, take a few ingredients out, add a little dash of this, add a little cup of that. And above all, lead with your heart, lead with a logical mind of what's best for your class, and forget the rest, okay? In order to really do the work in this liberation education to be revolutionary, you have to think outside of the box because they're going to give you a box curriculum. And if you know that box curriculum is not culturally responsive or relative to what your students need in their own lives, you have to move accordingly. So I encourage you that you can do this. You are not alone. If you need any other ideas or suggestions, I am a DM away. I am an email away. I am a comment away. We are connected in the Instagram community, and you can follow me at I am Channing White. I look forward to see how your class will flourish with critical thinking and how your community will thrive. I am so happy that you stuck it out with me until this end. I will provide you with a list of text that you can use for growth mindset. I will also provide you with some building relationship techniques that I use in my classroom. And remember, do what's best for kids and leave the rest, y'all. All right. I hope y'all have a wonderful day, and let's get our critical thinking on.
We are back. Shannon, my gosh, right? She bring her, I said it for the activate, the Black woman panel, right? Her voice just speaks. Like in the chat, let us know. Like, it's so much power behind that voice. Like it projects. It's just the voice that needs to be heard across the nation, right? That's what I feel when it comes to relationships, when it comes to these critical conversations, when it comes to the strategies. We seen in the chat an Alexia Shannon collaboration. Woo! Club banger, right? That would be phenomenal, right? That would be phenomenal. So we love Sanders session. Did you get anything from what did you get?
I loved it. I like the fact that she led with having critical conversations with your students, because oftentimes people think they don't have rigorous conversations with their kids because they think they won't be able to comprehend. It's kind of like baby talk. But when you use that real conversation with students, it allows for them to develop their language. It helps them produce their thoughts better. So I think it's so important to have those type of conversations with your students and challenge them. You know, that's how you're able to stretch them. So I think it's I loved it.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't expect anything less from my good sis, loved it.
She brought it. She brought it. So you guys stay with us, right? Stay with us, because we have after lunch. We got some heavy hitters coming with some key gems. Who we got after lunch?
Well, first up we have the activation panel.
We have the activation panel. We got
so
Todd on it. We have Todd on there.
The proud principal, Justine. My good bro, Daniel.
We got Daniel. And we got Adam DeVico.
Yeah.
Right? Like that activation panel is going to be fire, because you want to make sure you come and you stay intact with what strategies are going to be provided in regards of activating your school, right? That's really, really powerful. Who else we got?
We got Shivy.
Oh man, my bro. Listen, my bro Shivy is coming, and y'all do not want to miss that session, right? So right after the activation panel, we got Shivy that's coming with some gems.
And then we're going to close out with Queendom Teach. Full energy.
It is only right.
Energy.
It is only right that we have Queendom come and knock, and then we have after that we have some bonus sessions. We have some bonus sessions for you guys. So stay tuned, you guys. This is the time right now. If you haven't downloaded the app, go download the app. If you haven't gone to the Rev EdX page to go get some fly merch, because the merch, you got to get your merch game up. You know what I mean? All right, go get some merch. Go and get the Revolutionary Educator book. You know, this is and was a #1 bestseller on Amazon. So go get that. And we'll see you guys back in 30 minutes.
Yes.
All right, you guys?
Tag.
Think Watts, it not only represents a neighborhood and a community, but it represents a brand. It's a brand about a movement. It's a brand about taking action. More importantly, it's a foundation, and it's a company that focuses on philanthropic efforts in regards to programming, social injustices, fighting the homeless crisis, and just changing the lives of people in low-income and underserved communities. My name is Sticks, born and raised in Watts, California, and I am an artist, entrepreneur, community activist, and leader.
and I am the founder of Think Watts and the Think Watts Foundation. When I go to work every single day, the first people I think about is my family. Is this something that they will be proud of after I'm no longer here? Is this the legacy that I want left behind for them to follow and for them to continue? There's a lot of underserved and underprivileged people who don't have hope, and they are looking for someone or something to produce some type of hope in them. So I always think about, will the community be proud of what my next move is? Because it would encourage them to pursue their dreams. In regards to Think Watts, we're in the streets every day. We're hustling. There's meetings. People think it's easy, man, running a small business or a foundation, but with a staff of only 3 people and volunteers, we represent that effort. We're going to support a big cause, Fast, Fierce, and Free, an all-women event to raise awareness for human trafficking.
Hey, our commercial game is strong.
People often only look at the result and never look at what it takes to succeed. And the Clippers, they're much of the same. They hustle, they got the grit on and off the court. They make a loud impact, but they don't say much. They just care about winning. And Think Watts and Clippers goes hand in hand. That's all we represent. It takes hard work, determination, perseverance, and that never stop attitude. And at the end of the day, as I write my story, I just hope that everybody see and understand that it takes real hard work to be where I am and where Think Watts is today.
Hi, Daddy.
Here. No.
Being a change agent means fitting in wherever you can to make sure students have whatever they need to be successful. This can be very daunting, sometimes intimidating. However, there are some of us who welcome the challenge. Yeah, I would say I welcome the challenge. Here at the U, my core values stem from finding something deep within all students that's phenomenal, undeniably special and unique. Once students begin to experience how much I care about them, they embrace the work. This support helps develop their growth mindset. Period. It just does. Today, here at the Chalk Talk, I am embracing that creativity. Whatever you want to discuss, whatever you want to draw, whatever you would like to write that talks and deals with your culture, I am all there. We are all there here at the U. So I believe a student's talents should be embraced. And that's what all of us believe here. My name is Yewande Ayodele, known to many as Miss A. I teach ELA at the U, and I am proud to be a change agent.
It's not about thinking that they're supported, it's about knowing. Coming here to the U, she will definitely be able to be the best in whatever it is that she chooses. They talk to me like I'm me instead of being a student. I know that I'm being supported.
I'm looking forward to
going to school because Mr. Rahh and his whole staff, he's got my back.
As soon as you walk on campus, it's like love. When you walk in the classroom, it's respect. The interpersonal relationships happen 24/7 here at the U. It's a simple process. You can come up to the school or you can upload your application and we'll get your information.
I think it's important, especially as teachers. It's a really high stress environment to be able to learn different ways as far as even breathing, stretching, that are going to help us kind of deal with that stress. I think oftentimes you find that people kind of hold on to it and, you know, stress just really wreaks havoc on the body. You get sick, you get drained, and it makes it really hard to kind of come in each day and give the type of energy that we need to do the work that we need to do as educators in like urban environments. Yoga for me has been really transformational because it's given me the opportunity to kind of figure out that I can help myself. If I'm dealing with an issue, if I'm stressed, I know that I can kind of come to my mat and I can work it out and be better, you know, the next day. So being able to share this practice with my fellow educators, especially with Black and brown people, makes me happy because I know that in the long run, we will be able to keep doing the work that we need to make a difference in the lives of the young people that we are tasked with supporting and helping each day. My name is Dr. Kenya Williams, and I'm a change agent.
My name is Morgan Brunel, and I'm a biology teacher, avid teacher, and kinship teacher here at the U. So why I went into teaching? I first came out to California to work in science, and I did research at Stanford, and that was fine, but I found it to be very lacking in diversity, and it was really troubling because I would go after work from Stanford, I would go to the Boys and Girls Club in Palo Alto, and I would work with middle school students in an after-school program. And it was really fun. It was really great to learn together with the kids and to kind of jump in with them and do projects with them. And there's just so much energy, drive, passion, and intelligence. And so after not even a year, I decided that I wanted to leave science, but still take part of it with me and become a science teacher. I really want to see more Black and brown students and faces in STEM careers, and young women as well. The U is an extremely special school. It's a small school, intentionally small, with small class sizes, and the small class sizes and just the small school environment really allows for teachers to cultivate authentic relationships with students. Students can always come and knock on my door and say hi, and I'll say, hi, how was your day? And we'll check in. And just being there for that extra socio-emotional support is really important. We have a class called Kinship, which really builds a culture of intervention, so like a challenging, rigorous classroom environment, but at the same time we have a sort of justice circles, and that provides more social-emotional support. And we have days where we are teaching about college and career, so we're also trying to build a college and career going community. It's incredible. 9th graders are able to take college classes here on campus. So we have the professors come in from LA Trade Tech and they teach an actual college class, which is a fantastic opportunity. 10th graders are going to LATTC in the afternoon, so they take actual college classes on the campus, which is an incredible opportunity as well. I think I'm a change agent because I always think about, okay, so what's best for my students at this very moment? I tend to plan a lot of activities and lesson plans, but in the back of my mind, I'm always flexible. Like, I try to read the room and see what do students need, and should I stop with this lesson plan and give a reflection, or should we talk about go into more depth about the current subject? So just trying to be always thinking of the students and always be be there for them. My name is Morgan Brunel, and I am a change agent.
My name is Elijah Christopher Devon Jr., also known as EJ, and I'm from the proud city of Compton, California. Growing up in a city full of gang violence, with my mother struggling to establish her teaching career, and with my father in jail for the first 13 years of my life, I could have easily given up. But from an early age, I understood that the calling on my life was bigger than me. I needed to work hard to achieve greatness for not only myself, but for my family and my Compton community. Roughly 1 year ago, at the age of 17, I was admitted to Harvard University. I only achieved this feat because I conquered my deepest fear.
Elijah Devon, give it up for Elijah Devon, you guys. What's up?
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small doesn't serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine, as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. I hope my story liberates you, drives you, pushes you to conquer your deepest fear and make your dreams a reality. I did it, so you can too.
Yo soy una latina independiente. Hay muchos que piensan que nomás debería cocinar, limpiar y crear niños. But that is not all I am. I am a future policeman. I am a future lawyer. I am a future doctor. Yo soy una reina.
The U is a magical place. It's a hidden gem right here in South Central Los Angeles in the Watts community. We have one of the best schools out here. I mean, our students, our parents, and the community is behind us. And it's just a phenomenal place. We call it the happiest place in Watts.
So the House of Friendship is all about building relationships and bringing unity to campus here. In the House of Friendships, we're going to be planning events like dances and field trips for kids to build relationships. Our purpose is to promote anti-bullying and to promote a happy and safe campus community.
The House of Advocacy, we stand for any kind of cause, issue that is relevant to our community, to our country, and just making sure everyone has a voice here at the U.
We fight for the people, we fight for the community, and we fight for the underdog.
House of Courage is basically a house centered around giving kids a sense of self and promoting courage to come to school, approach life and obstacles in a certain manner.
The House of Hustle is based on motivation. We try to motivate our students to come to school every day, have a high GPA so that they could go to any college or university.
Let's hustle and motivate. Let the marathon continue, and let's fight!
These 4 houses is competing for the baddest house of the year. The baddest house, to be considered the baddest house, you got to have the highest GPA, the highest attendance, and have the best behavior on campus. And it all relates to our core values. We have 5. It's called the Boom 5. And as you respect, you love, you work hard, you follow through, and you get results. And if you do all 5 of those, then you boom. Let's boom. Welcome to the U.
Rahh is a Compton, California native and the founding principal of University Pathways Public Service Academy in Watts, California, also known as the U. This innovative school was manifested through his mission to revolutionize the educational experience and change the game.
My why is bettering everybody's best and providing critical hope for young Black and brown students of Watts and Compton so they can see that they're limitless when it comes to their dreams. We have a firefighter academy, a law society. We also have a FBI academy. So we have a lot going on at the U.
Please welcome the People of Change Awards 2019 Educational Leadership Awardee, Rahh.
If you have an opportunity to open a school, you want to change the game. You want to have something different. They like to say that greatness is only by the chosen few, but we want to make that few many. We want to make that many more, and we want to make that more the world. We're trying to make being an educator, being a leader, being an activist cool. Like it's cool to be a leader. It's cool to be someone who's making something happen.
I think it's called the U because it's like a pathway to college. You got a lot of support, everything here that you need. I say it's easy to learn here.
We are a lot different from other schools. For one, we're smaller, which that makes us a family. So it's like, hey, okay, let me help you. Let me focus on you. What do you need help in? You need help in math? Let me help you in math.
Not every minority gets to have the chance to graduate with an AA. Like, we're making big history that happens once in a lifetime.
We talk about family, a lot of people talk about it, but we are living proof that it's possible. Here as a family, if we truly call ourselves a family, we want to create that space for freedom, create that space for expression, and create that space to say, hey, you matter.
For those who are at the U, I want you right now, take off your hoods, I want to see you, because I know that you're present. Handsome and beautiful faces. Let me get a 1 clap. Now let me get a 2 clap. Ooh, it feels good.
I'm Rahh, the founding principal of University Pathways Public Service Academy, which is known as the U right here in Watts, South Central area. Being in education since I was 18, I was that kid. I was that kid that didn't find relevance in school. I didn't have the exposure. And then I found my hidden treasure. I always loved motivating kids and motivating people, just anybody around me. I wanted to motivate them. And then that's what pushed me and had a passion for being a principal. So the journey of opening the U was a 9-month journey. We had to recruit every kid. I didn't have no staff, no building, just a vision and a mission.
So I was at Edison Middle School, and they put me out of class and said, like, it's a guy want to meet with you. And I was like, hey, principal, he's trying to get into school, he's interested in.
We sat down, and I've heard what Mr. Rahh had to say. He told us, look, there's going to be college classes, there's going to be a law society, there's going to be an FBI, we're going to be working with this. You could see when he talks about the school that he just lights up. You could just see that he lights up. And that's what got to me. That's what got me to say, all right, we'll give it a try.
Fast forward, it was August 13th, and school started August 18th, and no building was done. There was still painting going on, and I was a nervous wreck.
So I came in the summer bridge, and I saw that everything was being fixed. The classrooms are being fixed. So how's he gonna get the classrooms to be a school? How's he gonna get this to be a school within the summer? You know, I saw him as being crazy.
I remember going through Summer Bridge. We had kids invested and families invested, and we were with lawn chairs teaching classes that we still had pictures of.
And I didn't really like to wear a uniform. He said, like, you get to wear, like, you know, the U shirts. Like, we got our own little uniform stuff, like his own little style of uniform.
The coach on our campus has partnered us up with a local apparel line called Stay Hungry, trying to transform this whole uniform type of school culture to an apparel line, and having apparel for kids to be proud of, to build a school pride that's similar to a football team, that's similar to a basketball team or a fraternity or a sorority.
I believe that what Mr. Rahh was giving us, he calls us change agents. He decided to call us that because he really wanted us to change our mindset, and to not only we could do certain things, we could do a lot of things. So he believed in that, and he emphasizes that every single day of our lives.
We want them to be the change agents of the world. And they all looked at me like, what's a change agent? And I said, it's somebody that's gonna make a positive impact, not only on the community, but the world.
Anything you need, you can ask Mr. Rahh. And even if it's like you failing or you need help, Mr. Rahh is gonna make it happen. Mr. Rahh is gonna make sure you got the grades to go to college.
He a different kind of principal. He interact with like every student personally. And I like how he pushes us to like be motivated, and how he trying to change our mindset and like trying to break the chain of like, you know, gangs, don't fall into gangs and stuff like that. Like he trying to like make sure we have a future.
The reality is that gangs exist in our area. We are in a central location where there's multiple gangs. But when they walk to the gate, and when they see me and they see their teachers and they see each other, they know that this is a safe haven. This is like the beacon. If you talk to the kids, you see it's this like energy on our campus that a lot of people speak of, and it's a lot with our house system. Our house system, we have 4 houses.
Each house has their own representatives, and each house follows their legacy.
We have the House of Obama, which is named after Michelle Obama.
I'm in the House of Obama, and I like that one because we represent friendship.
Then we have the House of AOC after Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and that's the House of Advocacy, and that's about speaking up and speaking out. So that house is all about really promoting that. And then we have the House of Kaepernick.
House of Kaepernick, they're House of Courage, so they motivate us to always be courageous, always do more than what we can, always stand up for what we believe in.
And then last, we have the House of Hustle, after Nipsey Hussle.
Our house emphasizes what his legacy was all about, which was motivation. We motivate everyone around here to do their best, to always follow our core values.
And we're gamifying education to encourage students. A lot of people know it from Harry Potter. A lot of people know it from the Ron Clark Academy.
So like we compete in like different stuff. Like say like it's Black History Month, right? So like whichever house, like we decorate our doors like Black History oriented.
The competition, I think it's all about sportsmanship. It's about school spirit. Which house has the most school spirit? So my house, House of Obama, we are currently the highest GPA, highest attendance, and I'm rooting for my house to win.
when I speak around culture, is just the identity of our kids and acknowledging them and seeing what they go through and then understanding what works with them and bringing it in so they can get the message. We like to say that people learn from people that they know, that they connect with, and that can deliver a message that's relevant to them. And how you use that same mentality that a lot of our students call hustling. If you can hustle with earning this bachelor's degree, you can hustle with earning this master's degree, and you can hustle with owning a business one day.
We need a revolution. Because if we are indifferent to those students that look like you, that look like me,
while we trying to strive higher, my people dying in the streets.
that come from single-parent family homes, that eat free and reduced lunch,
It's a problem when you can't even afford food for your children.
that simply just don't fit in, they will continue to exist inside the margins.
Why do my people have to die left and right over gang fights overnight?
My personal mission is to make more exceptions to the rule. And what I mean by that is being a black man from Compton, being an educator, being a principal, a lot of people look at me and the world will look at me as an exception. That you made it out of the poverty or this disguised institutional racism where we can target, and now you're an exception. And I want to make more exceptions so these exceptions can ultimately become the norm. And they're no longer exceptions when it comes to black and brown students that come from the area in which I come from.
I want to go to UCLA. I do want to study law. I want to become a lawyer in immigration. I want to help my community, help my fellow immigrants. I want to just be a change agent and change the view of us immigrants.
I think I want to go into business. They look really like focused on public speaking. Like they want us to be able to articulate what we know in front of a crowd of people without being nervous and scared.
Are you nervous right now?
No.
I think I'm more like, I love dancing, that's me. I want to go to Southern University, and I think I want to be a part of their dance team. I'm still deciding. It's either Spelman or Southern University.
We have a lot of passionate educators, a lot of passionate people that's on this campus. I like to say passion is contagious. And it's starting to become evident in our students. I see them stepping up, I see them speaking out, and I see them challenging the system. And now that we built this sense of belonging, kids are investing and leaning into like, wait, I want to speak up and speak out. I want this role. I want to make change. I want to make systemic change. And they want to now step into their rightful place to say, hey, we're the change agents. We are the Let's Boom generation to change the world.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Right?
Welcome back, everybody, to part 2 of day 2.
Yes.
Up next, we have the activation panel.
Yeah, this is huge. And the activation panel, let's talk a little bit about why this panel is so important for the Revolutionary Educator Conference, right? Because we talk so much around Black student success and students of color, right? And there's educators across the nation that for us to collectively heal, we must bring everyone involved so we can collectively heal. How can you collectively heal when you're trying to heal in isolation? Amen. Right? So that means that we need to have a dialogue with educators in all forms, in all areas, not just in schools that are predominantly Black and brown, or, the term, culturally urban schools. Right. Mm-hmm. But this work around revolutionary educator, collective healing, trauma-informed practices, it also needs to happen with not just all Black educators or brown educators, but educators, like Fred Hampton said, that's the Rainbow Coalition of educators, right? The educators who are white, educators who come from different backgrounds, educators who have philosophies who are unlearning and unpacking. Mm-hmm. And what is that process like? Like unpacking white privilege, unpacking like those things that we're really in systemic issues that oppress and suppress individuals of color, right? So who places that on, like who's responsible? And I think collectively we all have a hand and collectively healing. You know,
Yes.
What are your thoughts on like that collective heal process?
It's necessary.
Yeah.
I think, to keep it simple, it's necessary. And I think this panel is definitely going to highlight how the different roles we all have to play in this revolution.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
so it's going to be good.
With that said, let's get to the activation panel, you guys. We are here with some revolutionary educators at our activation panel. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Hey, listen, these revolutionary educators, we know that we'll mess up trying to introduce all the accolades that they have had. So we're going to let them just go around and introduce themselves and welcome to the Revolutionary Educator Conference. So Todd, how about you start off? Introduce yourself.
I guess I'll kick it off. So I'm Todd Nesloni. I have been a teacher, a principal, and now I serve as the Director of Culture and Strategic Leadership at the Texas Elementary Principal Association.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Adam, go ahead.
What's up, everyone? My name is Adam DeVico, and I'm a career educator, teacher, principal, curriculum facilitator, college professor, author, a little bit of everything, but pleasure to be here. Currently, I'm in North Carolina at a elementary public school serving in a curriculum role.
Awesome.
Dope. And listen, this guy, he's just everywhere. Hey, he's taking the throne for TikToks, man. I just gotta say, go ahead, Daniel.
Thanks to everybody. I'm Daniel Patterson. I am the Director of Education for an alternative high school, a therapeutic high school in West LA. I've taught English, was a varsity tennis coach, high school assistant principal before that for the last 17 years.
Awesome.
Dope.
So this panel is amazing. We have people from everywhere per usual. So it provides a lot of good insight that we're about to receive this afternoon. So we're gonna kick it off with the first question. Rahh, you got it?
Yeah, so listen, y'all know it's all about revolutionary, right? So I just want to go around and ask you guys, what makes you a revolutionary educator, right? During this time, we know we need immediate impact for our young people. Mm-hmm. So what makes you a revolutionary educator, and what makes your practice something that makes an immediate positive impact on your school culture and your school community?
Who's kicking it off? Daniel.
Anyone can jump in on that.
What's that? You want me to go?
Yeah, let's let Mr. TikTok go first.
I see how it is. I mean, I have the pleasure of working at a school that balances, or it's very congruent between mental health and academics. So I think in this season with the pandemic and such political polarization and everything that we have going on, student mental health and teacher mental health has been at crisis levels. So what makes me revolutionary in that capacity is my ability to deliver tangible resources to those stakeholders, students, parents, families, teachers, so that we can be healthy and learning at the same time.
Yes.
Man,
I'll go next. You know, when I think about revolutionary, I think about continually looking at doing things better. And it doesn't always mean completely reinventing the wheel every time. Sometimes it just means doing little shifts. And I think one thing that everybody listening can associate with during the times of this pandemic is that we have all had to change the way we think about things, the conversations we have, the way we have those conversations. I mean, everything has had to be redone. And for the association that I work for, and with all the schools that we represent, I mean, even we've had to readjust the way. I mean, look at this conference. This would typically have been an in-person thing, but figuring out how to gather all these people from all over to bring quality content that people want to listen to and learn from. I mean, even that is being revolutionary in a way. And so I think it's all in how you look at it, because even a teacher who has always only done worksheets and is now completely changing the way they do things because they have no other choice, they're being their own version of revolutionary. So it's all about just making sure you're moving forward with that change.
And for me, revolutionary means looking at things that haven't been done and finding ways to make them happen. And like Daniel and Todd both said, wherever your role is right now in this current time, you are having to look at things differently. And so for me personally, being at a new school this year, is my first year at this school, I'm having to look at, where is the school right now? And one of the big things that I've focused on is equity, making sure that we are doing work that is addressing the needs and the deficits that our students have felt over the past year in the pandemic, but also the historical things as well. So we're really pushing a lot of new thinking with anti-racism and equity work at my school. So for me, that's a big thing with being revolutionary.
No, absolutely. And I think we just got Justine in here. Justine, we are in the middle of talking about, we're gonna let you introduce yourself as well. But introduce yourself and also let us know what makes you a revolutionary educator.
All right, let's do it. So I'm Justine Lucas, the proud principal of an amazing school in Corona, Queens, from New York. And I'm super passionate about education. I'm radical about everything that I do for children and for teachers and with my team. And honestly, revolutionary educator to me is realizing it's not about me. It's about tapping in to everybody around me. So me going into administration is to unleash the potential of not only the children, but of each teacher and each para and a school aide and my agents and my nurses and my food and nutrition team, because I can't be everywhere. And that was always so hard for me as a teacher. I couldn't get to everyone, and I would see problems and I would go to people and they'd be like, no, it's not possible. And I'm like, no, tell me yes. Do it. Yeah, it takes a lot of capacity building. It takes a lot of sustainability. It takes thinking outside the box. It takes tapping into everyone. So to me, that's revolutionary because it just shifts your small impact, even though it's large and it's totally game changing. But as far as you could reach that is really the power. And that's why I just love everything that you guys do and just being connected with Adam, Todd, Daniel, and you in Egypt and the panel. It's awesome. That's the game change to me.
Awesome.
That's so good. Thank you all for sharing that. So when a lot of terms that were dropped in the conversation, we heard like anti-racism, making a shift change, and just knowing that you want to reach out to everyone. So when it comes to race, what do you think how it plays out? Race, class, or privilege? How does that play out in a school setting? And how, as you in a leadership capacity, might have navigated through that?
You can jump in, Adam.
Oh, anyone can jump in. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, and I got to figure out that I'm on mute. So let's try that again there. The
new
word
trick.
word of the past year, you're on mute. So for me, our system, and by system I mean our schools, our society is built on privilege, and unfortunately, too many white people have benefited not only from that systemic racism that is built into the fabric of our society, but refuse to look at that privilege that has been unwarranted as something that defines where many of us are. So often we look at the meritocracy of thinking that I worked hard, I deserve to be here, while not looking at the realities of my whiteness has allowed me into so many doors, has allowed me into so many conversations, and has opened up so many pathways that teachers and people of color have not been able to. And so meritocracy has been a big focus for me and for me as a school leader in the discussions that we have. And it's a hard discussion because it's hard to accept that your hard work may not be the reason you are where you are.
That's some powerful stuff, Adam. And I want to swing it over to Daniel and Justine for what you said and how you said it, right? That is where the work is at, right? That acknowledgement, that awareness, and I think that's the point of this collective healing. So I just want to echo that. I think that was powerful. Daniel, you want to add on to that?
Yeah, I mean, from a mental health perspective, which is, my primary passion is mental health, and we look at access to services and the disparity, and if you look at any sort of racial data on access to quality care or care at all, students of color really are suffering greatly when you have statistics like only 4% of any therapists in the United States are Black, right? So how do you justify that? And how do you serve a culture and a community without like the shared lived experience, without having to labor, having your client or your student labor to burden to then unpack what it's like just to be them before you can even get going on the work? So I think that is really, for me, a touchstone that I'd like to create a fund. And I'm working on building a fund that's just free therapy for students that anybody can access. They can, right now we've raised about $100,000, and any student and any counselor can request 10 free sessions, and we just write a check and they do it. Because, so for me, I guess that's like using my privilege and not ignoring it, but also using it as a tool for good, so that if I have access from all the opportunities I've been given because I'm a white male from Southern California, that I can take that and like financially contribute to acknowledge it more than just an Instagram post or a Facebook post, but actually put my money where my mouth is and where my heart is.
Now that's really good, because I think one thing that you said is that I'm going to utilize my privilege to be the change that needs to be happen. And oftentimes I think people think they need to be able to relate in order to impact change. But I always think it's important that you're able to use your privilege to make the impact, not necessarily try to relate in order to make the changes that need to happen. So I think that's really great that you're able to acknowledge that. Like, I won't be able to relate, you know?
Right.
I'll never be able to relate to someone going through that, but utilizing what you do have to help them. So that's really good. Justine, you want to tap in?
Sure, yeah. You know, I am, as we know, a principal. I teach 1% white children, right? 99% are children of color. When I first, I'm sorry. When I first,
we've been zooming this up for a while, y'all.
yeah. So my dogs.
Heard a lot of words. Go ahead.
Come here. Okay, so when I first received the position, you know, there was very vocal feedback. You know, they wanted a Hispanic leader, rightfully so, in a predominantly Hispanic community. And I remember having real conversations with my parent population. And I was like, listen, you hold me to the highest level. And I know representation matters. And you're right. We don't see blonde hair, blue-eyed children in our school. I will bring more resources. I will work with you. We will hire more staff that are representative of our community. We will define all of this together. And honestly, within a very short period of time, within weeks, one of the parents came in and said, I'm sorry for judging you. I'm sorry for this. I said, don't be. I said, listen, you're allowed to feel however you want. And here's the goal. We're going to create thousands of Hispanic leaders right now in this school. And I hope that when we're passing the baton, we're creating bright futures. I understand the importance and the critical role that I have. And so we increase so much more access, just even by being multilingual and just revamping all of our parent engagement. We defined that together. The trust that we've built was so paramount. And the equity divide, the divide in access and the tech divide, the advocacy that we had to do. And I use my voice and my privilege. It is undeniable, right? But, just holding me to the highest level and the highest standard was something that I demanded them to do. And just recruiting also, like I said, I'm really proud of getting multilingual staff into the building, right? And over the years, hiring 24 staff members that speak, their language and increasing the arts and increasing all the funding and the partnerships. And those things have been very, very instrumental, very valued. But, it's definitely something where every single day it's intentional. Every decision that I make, and then I'll wrap up, of course, but, we evaluate the suspension rates, our discipline policy, all of these different things that who's being referred to for special education, and accountability on all aspects, and deciphering between the implicit bias, right? A lot of people are like, well, we love our kids. Okay, it's not about loving our kids. It's about some of the things that we say. Like, for example, Jose, you could do anything that you want to do. You could be anything that you want to be. You know what? When we read those, stories, and when I was reading the text from Dr. Bettina Love, it says that that's not necessarily true. And we have to teach them that you might be qualified for any position, but you may not get it because of the color of your skin or for other different things. And how do we navigate them and prepare them for that? So that's really what I do as a principal in my school now, as a white principal.
Yeah, like that's huge, right? And I want to, before we get to the next question, Todd, I want you to tap in because I know you do a lot of work with your talks. Let's talk about racism and those type of things. And can you talk a little bit about that impact in regards of race, privilege, and class, and the work that you do, and how important is it? I always say, a lot of the anti-racism and a lot of the anti-blackness that we are trying to move into, it also that dialogue also needs to happen in predominantly white spaces, right? And have that work be valued in predominantly white institutions. Can you talk a little bit about that in connection to, what you do with Let's Talk About Racism?
Yeah, it's funny when I reflect back because I have grown up and lived my entire life in the South. Grew up in the country, fit all the stereotypes that people see of Southern Texans. And I only knew racism as overt racism, in your face, when somebody uses the N-word, segregation of schools. Like, that's what I knew of racism because I never had to face anything else. And it wasn't until I started doing my own reflection and my own research and my own just understanding the biases that existed within my own thinking and life that the change began to shift for me. It wasn't something someone else said. I was teaching a very diverse set of kids, and I started feeling like, just like Justine said, it's not about, I just love all my students. It's so much deeper than that, because just like they come from different family makeups than I may have, or different socioeconomic backgrounds, or different races, or religions even, all of that plays into different biases in the way we interact with each other. And when I really understood the effect that passing comments I made had on people, I never knew the amount of microaggressions that happened until I opened my eyes to it. And now I see it everywhere. It's kind of like when you buy a new car and you don't ever see anybody in your car, and then you buy a new car and you're like, dang, everybody has it. When you start like opening your eyes to what it means to have bias and privilege and micro and macro aggressions, you start seeing it everywhere, and you start thinking, how was I so blind to this before? And it's not an easy trip for us who are white. We want to say we love everybody. We want to use those antiquated phrases like "I don't see color," and we don't see the damage that is doing until we spend the time not only research it, but broadening our circles and making sure those who we are bringing into our daily lives are representative of a variety of backgrounds and cultures. And what I am so intrigued about by this conversation too, nationally, that we're having right now, is that what started as a predominantly conversation about anti-Black and racism against Black people has broadened wider and wider. And now a lot of the conversation is about Asian discrimination. And it's so wild being a white person and seeing what so many people of color are going through that I haven't had to face. I am not my personal belief is I will never truly understand what it means. I can't walk a mile in the shoes of others, but I can educate myself so that I can be better for the students I serve, for the adults I serve, that I can push people outside their comfort zone where they may not be ready to reflect completely yet, but they can begin to let some of those thoughts seep in and some of those understandings seep into who they may want to be. And that's how I feel we get better. It's not this shoving everybody out there and saying, all of you need to understand how terrible you are. What you're doing is so bad. Because There's a lot of hard-headed people. I'm one of them. Adam will tell you he's done a lot of work with me. I'm really hard-headed about a lot of stuff. But when you push a hard-headed person too much, they lock completely down, and you're not going to get anywhere with them. But I believe that you can't ignore the conversation either. So that's why within any circle that I put myself in, I try to make sure these conversations are coming up so that we can at least begin talking about it, even if it makes everybody a little bit uncomfortable at the start.
Yeah.
That's it's been so much that you guys all said. Like, I think we need so much more time to dig into this topic. It's so much good stuff that you said that deserves like a more extended conversation. But we do want to move on to our next question because we don't have all day, right? Yeah. And so we appreciate having you guys here with us this morning. But to kind of go into the next question, we have like 2 more questions.
Yeah, 2 more.
Yeah, okay. About equity and equality. What that looks like, because that's an ongoing conversation, but it never gets old because it's such a diverse response when we hear it. And it's really important to have that conversation because that's how we were able to make the revolution and make the changes and make the shifts, acknowledging the difference between the two. Or is there a difference? So if we can maybe hear from Adam.
Sure, and I'm going to unmute myself. So I think this might be best answered with an example. And so a few years back when I was a principal at a school, I had a population of deaf students, and most of the deaf students were students of color as well. And so you start looking at your kind of privilege as well. And so equality would mean that these students would receive their assistance with via their IEP, so they have an interpreter and so on and so forth. So the equality was there to access an education. However, that's not equity. Equity would mean that they would be given the opportunities, the resources, the guidance to be able to work at the same level as those students who do not have the disability. And so a few of the things that we were able to do were to put them in the spotlight. We gave them opportunities to be, and Todd knows a lot about this, he's heard me speak on this 1,000 times. I had a greeter program, an ambassador program, and so one of my star ambassadors was one of my deaf students. And so I tried my best to give equity opportunities to these students to have the same access to these really cool things. Because if you think about it, and Justine and Daniel and Todd and I, we are school leaders. Who always gets the opportunities? It's always the kids, the gifted kids, the kids that are accelerated. Who always misses out? It's your ESL kids, your second language kids, it's your special needs students. I really, really, really wanted to change that. And so it's not just about giving access to education and opportunities, it's about giving true opportunity that everyone has. So that was just my example from a personal experience. But I think I'm sure in the graphics that are out there with the equity and equality and the apple tree and the baseball field and all that stuff, you can, there's a million versions of it. But at the end of the day, it's about putting to say what Daniel said before, put your money where your mouth is and show some action. And so as school leaders, it's, the buck stops with us and we've got to show action.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to jump in? Adam or Justine?
Yeah, sure. So, I think it's funny because one of the, I guess I would say pushback, right, that I hear is when children are in distress and adults want a punishment. And you'll hear, right, oh, it's so unfair. They get to go to guidance, they get to play toys.
Yeah.
They get to tear apart a classroom, right? And be in class the next day. And these invisible issues. And one of the things I love reading what you have to say, Daniel, about just mental health and all of those. It's so misunderstood. And schools are so underfunded with the quality staff that they need to provide those services. It's so non-equitable, right? And if you're dealing with children in temporary housing shelters, they are going to have different needs. And so to me, the equity piece, it's not equal, right? If I'm sitting at a dining room table and there's 6 chairs and one's wobbly, I'm not fixing the legs of all 6 chairs. And so we have to differentiate that. And sometimes people really, I mean, especially when you're leading, you'll see that bias or that misunderstanding come through. Well, it's so unfair. And I'm like, listen, we're not sending, what do you, we have to treat the root, and we have to build from the foundation. And sometimes that's on a school leader really to build the capacity of the staff and increase their toolbox and their understanding. And when you piece it together, it's really helpful. I'm just going to give an example with this. There was a child with a serious disability. This is actually, I was a leader, but I wasn't a principal. And this teacher comes in. A child has a stutter, a bunch of different concerns and issues, and they are just battling. And I say to her afterwards, why don't you start a journal with him, back and forth, right? She's like, that's not going to work. That's ridiculous. I'm like, yeah, but you're not listening to each other. I'm not doing that. Okay, fine. I'm like, okay, listen, I'm going to give you some tools, strategies, things like that. It seems like you're really butting heads. Fine. I made this little stationery. I put it in her mailbox, right? And I was like, oh, maybe she'll rip it up. Weeks later, she comes back. She goes, can I tell you what he writes to me? It is so powerful. It is so this, it is so that. And sometimes really as adults, we have to take ourselves into a level where we have to continuously feel like we're servicing whoever is in front of us. Any customer, any client, it does not matter. It is never, ever acceptable or our responsibility to say, we can't serve you because A, B, and C, because you have an emotional disturbance, because you're, a thorn in my side, or because of all those things. We don't have that right as public educators, to me. And so it's just really understanding the different needs and then the why, and not band-aiding them. Yeah. Really going into it deep, where the root is. And I think that has been a successful formula in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge. And we listen, you guys. We're on day 2 of activation, right? And this has been going. It's been a phenomenal conference, right? And we want to make sure that we bring this home with everyone, that, and for you guys, like bringing in and tapping into this and talking about, like Adam said it, like these are courageous conversations that needs to be had on a national level that must lead to action, right? And I just want to give you guys an opportunity, just briefly, what is that lasting message you want to give to educators who are trying to spark a revolution, who's trying to do this anti-racist work at whatever institution that they're at? What is that lasting message that you will want to give to them as we close this out? And Todd, we'll start with you.
Okay. I think, for me, the conversation I've been having again and again over the last 12 months has just been, if there's anything I want educators to hear right now, it's that you are needed and wanted and are a necessary part of the solution. I think too often as educators, no matter what our role is, we feel tossed aside. We don't feel appreciated. We feel like the workload is too much and nobody recognizes how much we're pouring into this. But I hope that if you're hearing this message today, maybe it was just so you could hear somebody tell you that you are doing a fantastic job and your voice is needed and necessary. You deserve a seat at that table, and don't quit fighting, because there's always somebody watching, always somebody listening, and always somebody who might just need what only you can provide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Adam.
Good.
I'm actually going to steal a quote from a lady who is now in the national spotlight, Stacey Abrams, and we know why now. But about 10 years ago, I got to hear Stacey Abrams speak at an event down in Atlanta, and it was when she was a representative, and she was the minority leader of the House of Representatives for Georgia. And she said, every day I go into work, and she said, basically, I know I'm going to lose. I mean, being in the minority of the House, it's rare that you're going to get a win, because of the majority is usually going to have the thing there. So she said, every day I go into work, and I have to have a mindset, because I would go nuts if I was going to just accept that I was going to lose every day. So she said, my mindset is to convince, not convert. And so there may be people out there that you're talking to, and you clearly know what they are saying is racist, wrong. And at the end of the day, you may not be able to convert them, as hard as it is to say that, but you can convince them that there are other thoughts, that there's another side, that there's another way to look at this. And so use that power, use what you know, be anti-racist, and do what you can to convince people that, you know, there's other ways to look at this. There are no two sides to racism, and have those difficult conversations.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
Daniel.
I think my closing thought here is that, you know, ego is the enemy. And if when the ego enters the room in any capacity, especially in education, it can confuse the matter, and it makes you posture from a defensive perspective, and you start to make excuses, and you don't take action because your ego is afraid that people will judge you, or they're going to talk about you, or they're going to no longer speak to you. And I know that that's something over the last year that I've really come to terms with. I mean, there's something magical about being horribly uncomfortable in your messaging when you know that you need from like my soul, I need to get that message out there because it's what I believe. But I also know that people are going to be at me and judging me and talking to me. But, you know, I had to let that go because I can hold on to, well, if I post, you know, on election day, if I post Chevy sweatshirt, you know, and I did, and I got just an onslaught of just the most troll comments, right? And I'm like, whatever, bring it. Like, this is what people live like every day. This is the kind of comments you get every single day when they're people of color. And here I am on the day I can choose to wear that sweatshirt, and I can choose to take it off, and then you know what I'm saying? I have that right. But for me, I just think when we're looking at creating like the anti-racist work, you have to be uncomfortable. If you're not uncomfortable, then you're not actually doing the work. Yeah. And that's how we grow. So, and I don't know it all, and I'm always learning, and I make mistakes, but there's a beauty in the discomfort. And when you let your ego make your decisions, it becomes the enemy, and you lose.
Awesome. Wow. Justine, take it home.
Yeah. All right. So here's what I would say. Every moment matters. And sometimes I get in these spaces where I'm like, it's upstream. And I, you know, want to save the world and this, that, right? And I think about this. Each moment is a child's world, right? Anything you say or do, they could remember that. And the ripple effect can be so, you know, ingrained in who they are and what they choose to become and how they resolve a conflict. And I would say that every moment matters. And for each in your classroom, you can't save the world, but that is often a child's entire world. Do not be afraid. Do not be shy. If you see something, use your voice. But one thing, go the extra layer. Bring it to someone else's attention. Don't be nervous to do those things, because I never realized that type of ladder. I'm talking about when you see egregious things, when you see things that are dangerous, that could be lethal, that are serious damaging. You can use your voice, but go the extra step. Bring it to someone else's attention. Demand, put it in writing. You know, when we're talking about important, critical matters. And then the other thing is, I really, that resonates with me, Daniel. You have to be very comfortable with sometimes what you say or do may be misunderstood, and you may upset a few things. And I'll just use an example, and it's a small example, but I think it might help. So we had a lot of spirited discussions about Dr. Seuss and things like that, right? Mm-hmm. And I wasn't certainly going to celebrate it. Had I did that in the past? Absolutely. And I thought to myself, as I bring this up, this might upset a few people. I was okay with that, because you know what is more important to me? That my children, when they realize, if they haven't already, the context and some of the racist things that we're studying and that are bringing to the forefront, they're not saying, you know what? My school celebrated that every year. Mm-hmm. I'm much more comfortable with maybe a handful of people, if that was the case, to be upset or to think, oh, I'm so tied to this, right? And this upsets me, and why? That could be ridiculous. I'm okay with that. I'm much more okay with that than my children thinking that I cultivated something that could have been damaging. And I wouldn't have felt that maybe 15 years ago, you know, I'm fresh out of college, you know, bouncing around I would have let those insecurities and that would have diminished my action. So that's just advice that I would give to everybody, is to create those brave spaces and keep going. And every moment, matters to the children that you encounter.
Absolutely. Well, listen, you guys, we have been activated. we've been activated. Thank you guys, Todd, Adam, Justine, Daniel. Stay being revolutionary. Stay being you. I am just honored, and I think we're both honored to not just call you guys on being activators and revolutionary educators, but to also call you guys friends. So continue the work that you guys do. We appreciate you guys for tapping in, and stay revolutionary, guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Wow. Activated.
Yeah.
Activation. That is critical. That is critical. I mean, that panel was so needed. Like, I felt like we could have went on, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And we're going to continue the conversation just a little bit right now.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of information shared and a lot to kind of dissect.
And I want to say this, that's really important. Something that Daniel said. Ego is the enemy. Like, let that really take that home with you. Put that in your pocket. Put that in your office. Put that in your board. Lead a meeting with that, right? Because that is where a lot of this work needs to be at. I want to say that when we were talking about curating this conference, right? We have this notion a lot of times that we can have a lot of revolutionaries and we could preach to the choir. We heard about that. But this real work around not just anti-racist and anti-racism, but anti-blackness, right? Like, we got to really nail that, like anti-blackness. And let's explain and let's unpack that a little bit more to get fully activated. This revolutionary conference, yes, we have educators, and you're listening, you're probably already doing this work, right? But this work actually has to happen with educators predominantly at white institutions. And I would go even a step further. White educators who are at predominantly white institutions. Because we have to collectively heal. Someone said in the chat, right? This work is not being talked about. It's not having a discussion, right? So if everyone is doing anti-racism work or anti-blackness work at predominantly black and brown schools, well, who's doing the work at the predominantly white schools?
Right.
Who's doing work at those schools to really bring up liberation, to really bring up equity? Because that is collective healing. Collective healing can't be done just in urban schools. Collective healing has to happen in all schools, right? And I felt that ego being the enemy is something important, because we have to check our ego. We have to put progress before pride. We have to really unpack the difference between anti-racism and anti-blackness, and understanding even in microcultures, there is still anti-blackness that exists with physical features, with the melanin that's in the skin.
Right.
Like, all those things matter. And having someone who's white that can speak up and say that thing, like what Shivy would say at the cookouts, at the dinner table, like, those things matter. Right? Like, those things happen when you're having your leadership team meeting, having conversations about how are we being intentional about not only are our policies, not only is the imagery at our school anti-racist, but is it anti-black, right? Like, those things are powerful. And I just love what Todd had to say about, like, these things. And I know I'm going on a tangent because I'm just like feeling it, but we have to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes.
Right? We have to be able to say, listen, you're going to be uncomfortable with this conversation, and it's going to be a marathon, but you're going to have to fight through that. That's that productive struggle. That's that change gap, right? The change gap happens when you feel the tension. Some of you guys were probably listening like, oh my gosh, right? What is going to happen? What is going to be said that's going to get you amped up? Well, we have to stop protecting, right, what we feel is palatable for those who are doing or who's not trying to have anti-racism and anti-blackness be a point of discussion, right? So we have to make sure we do that. A great book, a great resource is Black Appetite, White Food. That's a book that I would recommend to anyone who's really trying to learn more about racial justice in schools, right? And I think that's what I got from it. I want to know, are there some things like when you were listening that was really resonating with you?
Kind of going back to the idea of being uncomfortable and being uncomfortable, not only with the conversations you're having, but being okay with making someone else uncomfortable. And I think speaking as a Black person, I think we have a lot of compassion. So we sometimes see someone that we feel may not be ready for that conversation. We tend to hold back some. But even for myself, just being okay taking up that space and having those conversations, regardless of how it's going to make someone else feel. And if you want to call it selfish or insensitive, it could be that. But I really don't think it can be that, though, depending on who we're speaking to.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes we have to learn how to be okay to let people feel the pain of their oppression.
Yeah.
We have to be okay to let them know what it feels like to be someone who is oppressed on a day-to-day basis, not by choice, just by how we were made, right?
Yeah.
So that was one thing I think that we have to acknowledge. Another thing is that going back to kind of you were talking about being able to, not only do we need to teach it in our classrooms, in our schools, anti-Blackness, anti-racism, but it's who is teaching it. Because if I'm teaching it, of course, they're like, oh, of course, the Black woman, my intersectionality comes into play. Of course, she's going to want to teach that because she's impacted by it.
Yes.
But when you have a white woman, blonde hair, blue eyes having that conversation, it comes a little differently.
Yes.
And who they're talking to. Because think about it this way. While we're activating our children, Black and brown children, or even yellow children, the white kids are sitting back, not even getting any of that information, right? So our kids go into the community on fire and hyped up, and the white kids are like, oh, they're so angry. What is their problem? Because they have no idea.
Yeah.
Because it's not taught in the books that are given to us.
Come on.
It's not in our curriculum at all. Therefore, our kids, once we are pouring into our kids and developing them, yes, they're going to be the change agents, but for it to be collective, everyone needs to be a part of it.
Come on.
Because they're sitting on a hill of privilege that they don't even have to even think about it. So if we don't bring it to their attention and we don't enter those spaces, who else is going to do it? It has to be white people, white educators who take up predominantly of the teaching population.
Come on.
You have to do the work. And not to your colored children, them too, but to the white children.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need to let them acknowledge what has happened in this country for many years and that continues to happen. And they need to realize how they can be the change. Because racism is taught. It is learned. You're not born racist. That's something that's taught. So the fact that we're still dealing with it in 2021, there's a problem.
Yeah, and like that, and listen, that's that African diaspora feeling when you start somebody starts speaking to your spirit, you just start doing ad-lib, like, come on, give it to like you, just the hype man come out of me, right? But this work is true, right? And some things like as we say in the comment, like going back to your colleagues, but investing in educators who are really doing this work. To be partners with you as you go. You don't do this work alone. So if you are white and you're at a predominantly white institution, reach out to some of the panelists. Reach out to some of the revolutionary educators that's doing this work to support you so you can make sure that the value is there, right? Like if you want to do this work and consider yourself a revolutionary ally or a co-conspirator with bringing anti-Blackness practices and pedagogy in your school, you should be tapping into allocating resources, compensation to bring those trainers who are doing the work, who have got results, to come and support you with this work, right? It is important and it must be done with being intentional. And right, and shout outs to the Hope and Wade, right, and Chivy for coming together for a partnership, right? Their conference is coming up. They did a conference last year that I was lucky enough to be on with Hope and Wade to connect with Being About It, right, where they unpacked white privilege and they unpacked being anti-racist to a predominantly white audience, and they're going to bring it back because that work is needed for Be About It too. Right, so it's important that this work, that this mission to revolutionize and collectively heal continues. Don't let it stop with just this conference. Continue to tap in. Continue to get resources. Continue to invest in those who are doing the work so that the work can continue. Right, like that's really important. Right, and not just talking about it. You have to be about it, and that means that you collectively come together. That you have these courageous conversations. You get into the zone of being uncomfortable. Like that's really it. And I just want to thank that panel because they really brought the heat. They brought the heat.
Yes, Todd. You know what? He really, even in that panel, when he was giving the analogy of when you have a car, and you before you bought the new car, you never even noticed it. Then once you buy, you notice, wait, I see that car, I see that car, I see that car, and now everybody got your car because now you're aware of it, you're taking notice to it, and that's how I feel like when it comes to microaggressions that are happening at work or in just in society. I notice it.
Yes.
I'm like, wait, I just feel like they just try to mute me. Wait, they're not calling on me to answer any more questions. Like, what's happening? Then you start to notice it, like, oh, you're trying to include my students who are special needs, but you really excluded them in that action. So certain things just start to come out. And I do acknowledge that some things aren't done intentional, but it's the implicit biases that have to be called out. So people, they didn't mean any harm by it. Some actions, it wasn't intended to be harmful. But we have to think about what it caused, the consequence. So I just really love what the panel bought. They woke me up to some things and gave me words to kind of explain how, that's what I'm talking about. That analogy, I can use it to explain it to anyone. Because everyone knows that feeling, right? You never notice it until you get it, and now everyone has it. But speaking of organizations that are doing some good work.
Absolutely.
Investing in those organizations.
Organizations like Teachers for Good Trouble.
Teachers for Good Trouble.
Right? They're doing work to collectively heal, to collectively fight for change, right? Like this work has to be done through a collection, a collective. So Teachers for Good Trouble, and you can't talk about Teachers for Good Trouble almost without talking for like the work with the Teacher Talk Live in the community, right? The community of educators across the nation coming together for culture, fashion, bringing politics into this work. Like all the people saying is like politics, society, community, education. These things matter. These things matter. And I don't think you could talk about Teachers for Good Trouble and Teacher Talk Live community without talking about the founder of both, right? And that's my boy,
Alfred Shibby
Brooks, right? We got to put it all
Get to
out
know
there.
that name.
If you don't know who Alfred Shibby Brooks is, I mean, this dude is everywhere, right? He's from his drip, Alfred's Laundry, where my vice president is a black woman. If you have not got that sweat,
the originator of it.
The originator. Come on. If you have not got that shirt or that hoodie, you better tap into Alfred's Laundry and go get that drip because the vice president is a black woman, right? And you also, if you have not tapped into Teacher Talk Live on his days, you want to make sure you do that. But if you are not, or with Teachers for Good Trouble, I mean, the list can go on and on and on and on.
He's definitely revolutionary.
He's definitely a revolutionary educator. I'm excited for his session. So let's jump to Mr. Shibby Brooks. Let's do it.
What's the deal, family? My name is Alfred Shibby Brooks. I am a high school economics, personal finance, and government teacher in Atlanta, Georgia. Today, I'm going to be presenting to you the 3 keys to successful student relationships. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. A lot of the information that I'm going to share with you is really rooted in what I found works best for me. We got a lot of people out there who are read up on all the different scholars and all of the folks that are able to give you these academic terminologies for all of these things. But let's be real. You can name something what you want to name it, but if you cannot put it in practice, what does it actually mean? So I want to give you guys some tools and some things that you can use and you can activate inside of your learning spaces and actually become the revolutionary educator that your students need you to be. Let's get it going. First thing first, authenticity works. The second thing is that trust is key. And the third, you gotta have a culture of hope in your classroom. So let's tap into the first. Authenticity works. What's that mean? Keep it real. Your students need to know that when you show up as an educator in that learning space, you are being your authentic self. If you're not your authentic self, These kids don't want to listen to you. They're not going to believe in you, nor will they feel comfortable being their authentic self in your learning space. So what does that look like? That looks like showing up exactly as who you are. Be real. You don't have to fake the funk. You don't have to be performative in trying to appropriate their culture or their ways or their norms in order to be accepted. Young people can smell if you're keeping it real. Truth be told, if you don't necessarily enjoy the type of music that they listen to, you don't have to fake the funk like you do. If you don't speak their vernacular or the way that they saunter or they walk, if you don't dress how they dress, don't feel like you have to do them. Do you? And I promise you, the students will appreciate you for being you. What is the result of it? The result of it all is that your students, in turn, will feel like they can be their authentic selves. That looks like students walking into your classroom and not feeling as if they have to turn off their cultural norms or turn off a piece of themselves in order to be accepted within your learning space. See, an issue for many Black and brown students is that they walk into a classroom and they feel that they have to turn off their culture, turn off their norms in order to be accepted within an academic environment. In any environment in which a student has to decide whether or not to be themselves or be accepted, I promise you 9 times out of 9, they're going to choose themselves. So what does that mean? That means they begin to have an adversarial relationship with the classroom. And unfortunately, that is why we lose so many of our BIPOC scholars. Our babies should feel as if they can be their whole self, still be considered smart, still be considered scholars, still be considered worthy, still feel as if they will be respected. It may sound simple, but I promise you, in practice, sometimes you could be challenged. And what do I mean by that? I'm talking about it should be normalized for our young people to speak the language of their nurturer. If their English is not standard, they don't necessarily need to be corrected as they dialogue in the classroom. They should not be made to feel substandard or subpar from the educator in the room, from their counterparts in the classroom, because they may say y'all or ain't or bruh. Our babies should be able to speak a tongue and a language that is native to their home and feel credible. That may be an adjustment for some of us. But see, the thing is this. What is being a revolutionary educator? It's canceling the requirement for code switching. Yup, I said it. We canceling code switching. Now, I know for a lot of folks, they feel like you got to have this professional voice that you use when you walk into the building. And some feel like, if I want to talk like I'm talking to my homeboys when I'm on the block, then there's a place and a space for that. But I tell you this. Our students can live in their authenticity, and so can you. You can live in being true to yourself and who you are at all times, and so can your students. You should not put on a different face, a different voice, a different gait in your walk, and neither should your students. Authenticity in the classroom works. The next piece is that trust is key. You see, no student cares how much you know until they know how much you care. I love that adage. I love that adage. You see, students will trust you if they believe that you actually care about their person. Do you care about them? Do you care about the music they listen to? I didn't say like. But do you have interest in what they are interested in? You see, when you show a student that you care about their hobbies, you care about their aspirations, you care about their community, then you show a student that you care about their person. And when they know you care about their person, they have an intrinsic, innate, deeply ingrained understanding that you, as their educator, care about their promise. You see, when I know you care, I feel I can trust you. If I feel I can trust you, I feel comfortable with you. And if I feel comfortable in your learning environment, I feel safe failing up. Now, what does it mean to fail up? Failing up means that we could get something wrong, but understand that there is an opportunity for redemption. There is an opportunity to get it right, to do it better, to learn from what I did not do well, to experiment, to stumble, not feel embarrassed for the humanity of my experience. You see, only in education have we created this rigid environment in which grades live in finality. Where if you fail this, then there's no opportunity to redeem yourself. You know, in my classroom, you know why my students trust me? I will allow a student to retake a test or a quiz as many times as they want. There is opportunity for them to not get it right, but learn better. You see, my students get to learn from their mistakes. And it's that experience of trying that makes them better. Not necessarily getting it right the first time. Those are part of structures that do not work well or work best for students. And I'm going to tell you, the best part about it is this. Because they trust me, I get to trust them. You know why? Because my students exercise a high level of integrity because they do not have the fear of failure at all. You see, when students know that they have opportunities for redemption, they know they have opportunities to try again. And when they know they have opportunities to try again, they feel no need to cheat. They feel no need to finesse. They feel no need to get around or work around things because they know they have opportunity. Trust. Trust based on opportunity. Now, the last piece that I use within my learning space is creating a culture of hope. Now that can sound kind of simple. It can sound a little flowery. It can sound like, what do you mean a culture of hope? A culture of hope means that we are giving students ladders, pipelines, tools, access to promise. And we show them the promise that they have for tomorrow, for next month, for next year, and for some time to come. You see, we have to show our students that there are opportunities all around them, some of which are attainable immediately. You see, I use many of my experiences, both as an educator, but also as an entrepreneur, to show my students that, yo, the things that I've been able to attain for myself, you can do too. I show them when I fail. I show them when I win. And not only when I win, but how I won. You see, when you can show students that opportunity is there for them to get, but how to get it, that seeds hope. You see, many times we lose hope because we tell students like, go to college, or you can start a business, or you can invest in this, or you can have that. But we don't always show them how. Why not? I think many times it's because we don't know. But we're scholars. We're college educated individuals who are working in that classroom. How much scholarship are we putting behind learning the ins and the outs of the things that our students aspire to? In my personal finance class, I treat it very much like a entrepreneurial masterclass day in and day out. And I have students that talk about or discuss things that they aspire to do as entrepreneurs, and some of which I don't know much about. But we all have access to Google University. So what are we doing? Are we actually tapping in and figuring out how to make things happen, and then showing our students how they can access these opportunities? One student of mine says, Mr. Brooks, I want to go into the landscaping business. Now look, I cut my own grass, right? But I don't know much about landscaping and what's what and those type of things. But we sat down as a class, virtually, because we're still on Zoom. And we start searching up, all right, cool, we're going to get this riding mower for you, okay? How much is the riding mower? Oh, well, you know what? Let's go on Facebook Marketplace. Do they have used lawnmowers? Yo, what's the amount of cc's you want your lawnmower to have in order to be powerful enough to be able to handle this amount of acreage or this thing or that thing? And how much is a trailer to hitch the thing up? We start breaking down all the little pieces, and we actually gave that student an action plan. An action plan. Something they can act upon. Now, as we started breaking this thing down into pieces and chunks, it started looking very attainable to that student. And guess what? Now that young man got a hitch hooked up to his pickup truck, and he's out there making money and creating a whole ecosystem of opportunity for himself and his family and his friends. Because we broke it down. We made it simple. We cared enough to do the work together, to learn together. Now let's bring it back. You see, being your authentic self allows your students to be their authentic selves. Being exactly who you are and knowing that you as an educator are enough allows your students to feel that they as scholars are enough when they walk into your classroom. And thus they feel a sense of home and a sense of ownership within your learning environment. And I mean this for those of us who are face-to-face in person in the building, and those of us who are virtually out there reaching our students. Like myself. Trust is key. If your students feel as if you believe in them, if your students feel as if you are transparent with them, if your students feel as if you are being real with them about who you are, where you fell, where you've won, what you believe is possible, you don't blow any smoke up them. You don't fake it. You don't lie about it. You tell the truth. They will in turn be transparent with you. They will in turn let you inside. They will in turn believe that they can divulge all and take your lead, because trust is key. And last, all of these things come together when we create a culture of hope. Believing that things are possible for your young people, but showing them how it's possible. Creating opportunity for them. Leveraging our networks from inside and outside of the school. Building networks that can wrap around the aspirations of our young people. So I'll leave you guys with this. If you want to be the revolutionary educator that changes the climate of the building you work in, that changes the climate of the field that we work in, then be authentic. Create opportunities for trust and foster a culture of hope. You will create a safe space and a home for young people to live up to their promise. Thank y'all for tapping in with me. You can follow me on Instagram at callmeshivy, Shivy, at callmeshivy. It's been an honor and a blessing to be able to share with you guys just a little bit about what works for me within my learning spaces. I can't wait to hear how successful you guys have been in fostering successful, thriving, substantive relationships with your young people using some of the tools that I've given you. Thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Wow was my word. Wow. Together. Wow.
Hey.
Great session.
Not only what I got from Shivy was, it's not just relationships, it's authentic relationships.
Yes.
Right? Like a lot of people say relationships matter, but they try to conform or try to put a certain way the relationship should be. But I think that authenticity is so important first with self. Right? Like you have to be your authentic self. And I think that really exists in this whole entire revolutionary space is like, who are you? Why are you here? And what's the mission that you're on? Right? And what's the mission that you are on with young people? He talked about hope, right? Critical hope.
Yes.
Like critical hope matters, but being your authentic self is so important. And I don't want nobody to just say it's something little, because like when you're your authentic self and you show yourself in your full vulnerable state and you show your highs, it inspires others.
It does.
Because it says like, wow, you're human and you're able to be that mother, that father, that businessman, that teacher, that politician, that activist. But you, like, and it makes it feel like it's possible.
It gives people permission.
Yes.
You think like growing up, we never even thought about having a black president.
Right.
When people always say, "What did Obama do? What did Obama do?" I'm like, he brought hope.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's opinion might be different about what he could have done. But I think one thing he did, he provided representation. He brought hope to people. So now our kids can be like, I want to be president. It won't be like, yeah, right, that's never happening, because they've seen it before.
Yes.
So I think it's so good. Hope is so important. It gives people permission to be themselves. And that's something that we've heard throughout this conference.
Yeah.
It's giving people permission to be themselves. Like from Raven mentioned being authentic.
Yes.
Shandy mentioned being authentic.
Yes.
It's just being yourself. Yes. And I think being revolutionary is so important to know you are the revolution.
Come on.
You were created for a purpose. We are all uniquely different. I'm not Principal Rahh, and he's not Janetta. We all have our own purpose in our journey. So being authentically yourself is so key. And I love that Shivy does that.
Yes.
Because he reminds you, like, I'm going to be me. Like one thing that I love that he said, how he started off his session was that I'm going to talk to you about something that that works for me in my classroom.
Yes, that's huge.
The lingo's good, the language is good, but I'm going to tell you how to actually do and apply it. Yes. And as we were conversing earlier, offline, is the fact that oftentimes Black brilliance is turned into white excellence.
Come on.
They take from us and then say, oh, this is what it looks like. Yeah. This is what it is. And then try to be punitive when we're not able to articulate the language that they created based off our actions.
Yeah, like that's huge, right? And what he says, and I want to piggyback off of that. What he says in regards of what works for me, I want to take it back there. What works for me, whoever that we seen Bonner, we seen Alexia, we seen so many revolutionary. Everybody is a revolutionary in their own right, and you may be at home like, I want to be like that, or I want to be like that, or I want to be like that. What we want you to be is inspired to be your best self. Right? Yes. Because comparison is the thief of joy. Right? Mm-hmm. You can we don't want you to be Mr. Shivy, Mr. Brooks. We want you to be you, but the best you can be for young people. Because what Principal Rahh does in his school is important because this is me, right? Any type of joy that I bring, that's me. But what hopefully is inspire you to be the best you. Yes. Right? And then when we're talking about this brilliance, I think this is important, everyone, because we collectively have to acknowledge the brilliance that exists while also understanding how it has been used for gain for others, right? And you said Black brilliance converted to white excellence. And we could talk about just people of color's brilliance turned to white excellence throughout history. Right, and I think it's important for us when we're unpacking and we're in your acts to, hey, give me the academic term or the academic language or this for that strategy or for this. Like, for example, give an example for restorative practices. That is community building circles is an indigenous practice, right? It's an indigenous practice that was taken and coined, right, in an academia space and now used in many regards for gain, right? So to say someone coined it, you can go back to love language. You can go back so much in regards to brilliance that's converted. So it's important as you see this collective brilliance that you also take that brilliance back and you create your brilliance in your classroom, in your school, in your district, right? Because that is what's valuable. And I highlight a few of those things. In the book, shameless plug, in the book, Revolutionary School Culture, right? It is 6 principles so you can find your hidden treasure. So ultimately you can find students' hidden treasure. And that is your brilliance. Like that is your authentic self coming into fruition, but then making that become your excellence. How can you have your brilliance elevate to your absolute excellence? Yes. And that's the key. That's the key, right? So Shivy, man, you brought the heat. We follow him, follow Teacher Talk Live, follow Teacher for Good Trouble, follow Alfred's Laundry. The man is doing it all. He's a revolutionary educator. Yeah, he is building, man. And I'm glad that I call him a brother for real. Right. For real.
So speaking of empires, let's talk about some queendom teaching.
Oh, wait a minute. We got queendom, y'all.
Hi, I'm Donovan, and I am so excited to bring Black history into the classroom with you today. This is about to be dope. So I'm really excited about it. I hope you're excited about it. I am a kindergarten teacher. I've been teaching kindergarten for 2 years. I've been teaching for a total of 6 years. And in all 6 of those years, I've brought Black history into the classroom. I have had experience with 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade as well. So I've been in this thing and I'm really excited. So if you teach kindergarten, if you teach preschool, if you teach 5th grade, 3rd, whatever grade you teach, you can use this information. Even if you don't, if you teach college or high school and middle school, you can use this information and bring it into your classroom. So when I talk about bringing Black history into the classroom, I am not talking about February. I am not talking about Black History Month. Oh no. Even though Black History Month is super duper important, do not get me wrong. I love celebrating Black history with my students. My students love celebrating Black history, but it's far beyond that. It's far beyond February. February should not be the first time that your students hear about the importance of Black people. It should not be the first time that they celebrate Black people or hear about the events in Black history. If it is, we got a problem. When I'm talking about bringing Black history into the classroom, I am talking about every day, all the time. Maybe not all the time, but all the time, if you get what I'm saying. Always having Black history into the classroom. So that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm going to give you 3 things to think about, and then we're going to go through a 5-step process and talk about how we can gradually bring Black history into the classroom. Or if you want to take all this information and just do it, then do that. My goal today is to overwhelm you, overwhelm you. You may feel overwhelmed, you may not. But if you feel overwhelmed, that's okay. I've done my job. You may not take everything from this session. I may give you some things and you're like, nah, sis, that's okay. You may not take everything, but just take a little bit. Take a nibble, take a bite. Take that bite with you. Hold on to it, rest on it, think on it, play with it, whatever you need to do with it, and then you can come back for some more. Okay? So even though you may not take everything, please be sure to take a little bit. All right. So before we get started, I have 3 things for you to kind of keep in mind and think about as we go through this process, as you start doing your own research and bringing some of this stuff into your classroom. The first thing is that children's introduction to Black people, to Black history, should not be the enslavement of Africans. In some cases, we can't help that. But if you can help it, let's introduce Black people, Blackness, Black history in a different way. Is slavery and enslavement gonna come up? Sure. Yes. And that's okay. That's important. We must learn about it. We will learn about it. But that shouldn't be just the first that they get, especially young children. There's other ways to introduce Black history. So keep that in mind. The second thing to think about is that Black history is not just an American thing. It's not just here in the United States. Black people are everywhere all the time. So keep that in your brain and kind of keep that with your students, bringing in maps and things in your classroom so they can kind of see where Blackness is, okay? The third thing to think about is that sometimes in curriculum, we have the Civil War and then we have the Civil Rights Movement and then the Black people gone. So keep that in mind. Black people are in history. They're all in there. There was something that happened between the Civil War and the Civil Rights Movement. And there's some stuff that happened during and after the Civil Rights Movement that led up to now. So keeping that in mind and bringing that into your classroom as well. So, and we'll talk about curriculum a little later. But here we go. So let's go through this 5-step process. Granted, you may not go through the process like this, but this is just a guide for you. As I said, you may not take everything, but just take a little bit. Maybe if you just take one part of this process and start there and move abroad, move on. That's that. All right, here we go. So the first step of this process, the most important step, I believe, is that you must educate yourself. If you don't know the information, you can't give it to your kids, especially if you're not educated properly. You don't want to be sharing false information either. So you must educate yourself, and you can do that in a variety of ways. You can read books. That's how I educate myself. I do a lot of reading, and I go to a lot of sessions like this where people are talking about how to teach Black history, ways to teach Black history. There's so many resources out there for you. The internet, everybody got Google. So getting on the internet, doing some research there. There are lots of websites that talk about Black history. So going out on your own and doing your own research, going to the library, wherever you need to go, you must educate yourself first before you educate your students, because you want to give them the truth and you want to give them real information. And if they have questions, you want to be able to answer them. Now, will you be able to answer all the questions? No. And that is okay. Don't let that steer you from not indulging in this. You're not going to know all the answers. So what? Use that as an opportunity to work with your students. We'll get more into that later. So don't let not knowing all the answers stop you or hinder you. Okay? We won't know all the answers. I don't know all the answers. I think I do, but I don't. So you may not know all the answers. So go do the research for yourself. Go educate yourself. And then you can bring it into your classroom, okay? So if you need to start there, start there. The second part of this process is looking at your curriculum. Now, you can look at this a number of different ways. So I'm gonna bring step 1 and 2 and kind of mesh them together. So you can educate yourself, you know all these different aspects of Black history, you know different Black histories, you know there's sports and there's music and there's art and there's dance and there's leadership and there's innovation and engineering and entrepreneurship. Science is all in there. So you know little bits and pieces of different Black histories. Okay, so you have that. Then you can go look at your curriculum and you can say, ooh, we got some holes here. There are some missing pieces. Black people could go here, they could go there, they could go there, they could go there, they could go there. Ooh, we're missing them there. Let's squeeze them in there. So you can look at your curriculum in that way, where you have this knowledge of Black history and you're able to go look at your curriculum and say, ooh, we got to put them there. They go there. Ooh, I know somebody that would go great there in that, you know, content area. So you can think about it like that. Or you may have the opportunity where you have a topic. So I can give you a real life example. I was teaching 2nd and 3rd graders about the westward expansion, moving west in the United States. Okay, that's my topic. So I have to go educate myself on all of that. What am I trying to teach them? What is the objective? What do I want my students to know? But what really happened in history? What's going on here? So I had to educate myself on that. And then I was able to look at the curriculum and say, oh, they're not talking about Black cowboys. They're not talking about Black towns. They're not talking about African-American pioneers. That's missing here. So I've got to give that to my students along with everything else that goes into the westward expansion. So there's 2 ways for you to kind of look at your curriculum, where you look at it and you're like, who? That's me. I'm able to look at a curriculum and be like, oh, where the Black people at? Or you have your topic, you look at it and you're like, okay, we're missing this, we can move this here. Ooh, what about that? We should highlight that. So just kind of thinking about that, looking at your curriculum, really digging into it. Maybe you're looking at science and you're looking at biology and you look and see, ooh, where the Black scientists at? Where the Black biologists? They're there. Where are they? They're not here. That needs to be in my classroom. My kids need to know that. So those are just some different ways you can look at a curriculum. Another example is in kindergarten, we do a lot with sight words. Kids should be able to look at these sight words and be able to read them. They should be able to spell them, identify them. So one thing that I do is I print out song lyrics from Black artists and musicians. For example, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Be Ever Wonderful. I have taken those song lyrics, printed them out, and made a list of the sight words I need my students to find. So they'll go through and highlight these sight words. They'll build them over on the side of the page. And as they're doing this, they're listening to Be Ever Wonderful by Earth, Wind, and Fire over and over again. And we're just jamming out. And after they've completed their activity, we're able to come together, talk about the words we found, kind of analyze the lyrics, and learn a little bit of music history about Earth, Wind, and Fire and how dope they are and what they've brought to music. So things just like that. Just looking at curriculum and being like, ugh, there's some missing pieces. The Black people are there, but they're not here, and I need to put them in there. So those are just 2 different ways you can look at your curriculum and examine it and figure out how to bring that Black history into your classroom. So after you've educated yourself, you've looked at your curriculum and you're like, child, I'm going to put that in there. I'm going to bring that to my kids. You've got to gather the resources for that. So you have to gather the resources. What resources do I need so that my students are able to look at these resources and learn a little something, okay? So those resources can look like books, which are my favorite resource. There are so many beautifully written and illustrated books about Black histories, Black people, Black scientists, and musicians. There's so many books. So bringing those books in, bringing in different websites, bringing in photos. And my key thing about photos, if you're going to bring historic photos into the classroom, you're not always able to do this. But if you can, make them so that they're in color. So when I talk to my kids about Malcolm X, there are so many black and white photos of Malcolm X. that's fine. But if you go on Google and type in Malcolm X in color, photos of Malcolm X in color will pop up. And when you're talking about history, past, then and now in kindergarten, it's such an easier way for them to grasp the concept when they're able to see history in color. It makes it closer to home for them, and it makes history not seem so far away. And we know not all Black history is that long ago, and Black history is always happening. So really bringing in photos in color, if you can, having them analyze photos, that's a resource. Bringing in artifacts. When we learn about Madam C.J. Walker, I bring in my hot comb, my grease, bringing all that stuff for my students to explore. I have my students bring in hair care products that they use on their hair, and we talk about the importance of hair, what hair means for them, and what it means in the Black community. Maybe you have some guest speakers you want to bring in. That's a great resource. The library, we're at museums, museum websites, wherever you can find resources for your students to further learn this topic, for it to support what you're going to teach. Go gather those things so that you can bring them into the classroom or use them for yourself. Not all resources that I use are given to my students. I may use parts and pieces and make copies for them. I may show them a little bit, or it's just information that I know that I'm able to share with them. Okay, so we've educated ourselves. We've looked at that curriculum and found the missing holes where the Black people go, where the Black people should be, because they're there. Even though you may not see them, they're there. We always there. They're there. And then the third thing is gathering the resources. Now, this next step of the process can be done at any time of the process. I just happen to put it here. It can be done at the beginning, it can be done during the process, or it can be done at the end. So what is really important on top of educating yourself is creating a village, a community of educators, resources, people, speakers, professors, whoever they may be, historians, creating this group of people that you can go to, that you can talk to, that you can get resources from, that you can share your resources with. Just a group of people that you can go to for support. It may be something as simple as, hey, my kids are learning about this and that. Do you have any resources? Have you guys learned that? Or someone may ask you, have you learned this? I've talked to 4th grade teachers and saying, hey, how are you guys tackling this? Or 4th grade teachers come to me and say, this is what we're doing. And I'm like, oh, we could do that. And I just modify it for my kids. There's an activity that my kindergartners have done that I've shared with a 2nd grade teacher, and she was able to modify it and adapt it so that it was appropriate for 2nd grade. So just having these people that you can go to, bounce ideas off of, that are going to support you. This can happen even after you've done this process. And someone may say, hey girl or dude or whoever, I saw you do this and that. How did you do that? What did you do? And so your community and village can come about that way. So finding that group of people, and people who are passionate about Black history are not hard to find. We just like attract like magnets, child. So really be thinking about what this community can be. It'll look like a variety of people, but you'll have the support system that will help you through this process. So you've collaborated, you've gathered your resources, you have looked at the curriculum, you've educated yourself. Now it's your time to shine. It's your time. And it's time for you to let them have it. Here it is, children. It's all yours. Of course, you're not going to give it to them like that. But now it's time to plan out, what are the activities going to be? How am I going to talk to them about this? Am I teaching them this? Or are they doing research? Are we going to do a discussion? Are we going to read a book and reflect on it, make connections? Am I going to bring in a guest speaker? Are we going to watch a video? Are we going to analyze some photos and talk about what we see, what we think? This is your time to create these activities, create these lessons, create these authentic experiences for your students. When you have artifacts, if I bring in my hot comb, my kids are able to put that artifact in their hand and examine it. If it's an expert, kids are able to sit and listen to this expert on a certain topic. If it's whatever it may be, this is your time to take this information that you study, you research, and hand it over to your students. A really cool thing about this time is that, once again, you may not have all the answers. Maybe your students are interested on an aspect of this that you didn't really look into. Not that you did anything wrong. we're teachers. We just think, okay, we're going to do this, this, and this. But if your kids come to a point where they're like, hey, what about that? You know, why did that happen? How did that come about? Give them the time to do the research. Give them the time to take this on and work on it together. You've already gone through the process. So now you can go through the process with them and model that. Help them educate themselves, gather the resources. You see where we're going? And so they can kind of go on this inquiry on their own and find out this information, because this is not like a one-time thing. You're not going to choose one science experiment out of the year and be like, huh, they're my Black people. No, this is an everyday thing where they should be inquiring and wondering, and they'll eventually they're educating themselves on top of your education that you're giving them of Black history. And so they'll learn how to, oh, I got to educate myself. Ooh, look at these resources, which are good, which are not so good, you know, and they'll go through this process right along with you. So even though you may not have all the answers, it's really, really awesome, and it's beneficial for students when they're able to kind of do their own research and find things out on their own. So let's review our process. See, I told you, I'm probably going to overwhelm you. Good. Just take whatever you need right now and just nibble on it as long as you need to, and then come on back for some more. So educate yourself first and foremost. You have to educate yourself. However you want to educate yourself. Maybe you want to go on a field trip, you want to travel, you want to read a whole bunch of books. Do that. Then look at your curriculum. Remember, there's two ways for us to kind of look at that. We can have the topic in mind that we're teaching and look at it and see what's missing, or we can just have all this different knowledge of Black histories, different people, different events, different things going on, and be able to look at the curriculum and be like, huh, they go there, oh, they're missing right there, let's put them in there. Let's do that. And then you're going to gather your resources for whatever you may be teaching. Once again, these resources can be for you to just have and know. And then when your kids ask about something or something comes up, you can refer back to that resource. Resources for your students to explore, like Brain Pop, Vocabulary, Pebble Go are great resources for kids to start with research. Looking at books, going to the library in your school or in your community, even looking at local Black history. What's the local Black history in your community? So looking at that can be very purposeful too, and a great resource. Then you're going to, or whenever, you're going to create your community and your village. Where are my people? You are looking for where are my people who are going to support me and help me through this process. And you will be helpful to them as well. And then you're going to let them have it. This is for you. It is your turn to allow your students to turn loose and bring in those activities, bring in those read alouds, bring in those videos, bring in those slides, maybe do a Black person of the day, however you structure your day, whatever you're going to do. But once again, this is not something that you do in February. Like, this is just not like a February process. Like, oh, it's time for Black History Month. Let me look at this curriculum and see where. No. This is happening in July, whenever, however your district or if you're homeschool, whenever you start planning the year out, this is when this happens. It happens right in the beginning. You are looking at the curriculum and you're like, okay, we're learning about this, and this year. It's some people missing. Let me put them in here. There's some events missing out on this, topic. Let me put them in there. So this is an all year long thing. Granted, this may not be every day, and that's fine. But once again, students' first introduction to Black people should not be in February. Should be in August. Should be in September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. June, July if you teach summer school. So this is happening in the beginning of the year where you've looked at the resources, your curriculum, what we're doing, and you're like, yep, there, oh, okay, there, ooh, yep, that would go great there. So this is when this is happening. This is not just for February. Okay, so we're good. So remember, and don't forget, Black history belongs in all content areas. You may not see it, but it is there, and it should be there if it isn't. And it is your job to put it there. Let people see, like, they'll be like, you didn't see them Black people there? Well, there they are. They may not see it, but you're going to bring it to light. You're going to show people, those black people supposed to be there. That's some black history right there. It's missing. So let me show y'all. So you bring that in there. And if you choose to ignore, neglect, overlook the black history in your curriculum, you're doing it on purpose. And we want to avoid that. So really look at your curriculum, bring to light that there are some people missing. There are some events missing. There is some science and some writing and some reading. So some literature missing in here. Let's put it in there. Even if you're not able to do it for your whole district or your whole school, do it for your kids. It is beneficial. It is very beneficial. So go through this process however you may choose. You may go through it backwards, upside down, sideways, however you go through it. Start the process. You can take it all now and go through it or not. And then you start your collaborating. I am one of your collaborators. You got one right here. So you already got one collaborator, me and you. We ready. That's all we need. We need a few more people. So go ahead and find your people. Find your passion. Maybe your passion is Black history, science and Black history. Maybe it's literature and Black history. Find your passion. Get into it. Educate yourself. Educate your babies. And let's go. I hope this was helpful. Once again, you may not take all of it, but I need you to take a little bit. Share it with somebody. Help somebody else out. Share it with your kids. It's very important. So I cannot wait to see how you bring Black history into your classroom. And it is going to grow you. And it's going to be awesome. Thank y'all so much. And I will see y'all soon. Be Revolution.
Ooh,
Yes.
It's the collaboration for me. It's the queendom magic that, man, I love queendom.
I love her energy. It's very contagious.
Goodness. If you're not
Very
following,
contagious.
If you're not following queendom on TikTok, Instagram, you are doing yourself a disservice. She brings so much joy to this profession. She brings so much joy to just teaching. She brings so much joy to being a Black woman. She brings so much joy to Black history. Like that, oh my daughter, my wife loves Queendom Teach. It's like we are living vicariously through her TikToks and learning through, like, we are with you, Queendom. We are with you. So thank you for blessing us with that session. I just loved it.
Yeah, Queendom Teaching. She's definitely, I love how she's fun, energetic, and knowledgeable. Putting that all together is just like some great qualities to have as an educator. So her children are blessed to have her, and I hope you guys all were blessed and activated by the information that she shared about Black History 365 or 185.
However you taking it, right? 365. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that. It does. But listen, y'all, we have these are 2 days. We had 2 days, right? We're coming to the end of day 2, you know. But you may see the song. I got a little drip. I got a little drip. You know, I got a little drip, y'all. Listen, listen, and my OSG family. You already know, shout outs to the founder, OSG, Easy Breezy, Dennis McKeezy. Shout outs to all the OSG members, OSG principals, and revolutionary educators. This is the brand, Dame Dash. We are a coalition, a collective, a village. You know, have leaders tap into off-school grounds because that is some revolutionary work. We are the revolution. Right? We are the revolution. So, you know, this when I wear this is like my Superman cape. I feel like
this is like meant for the West Coast.
This meant, you know what I'm saying?
Keep you warm.
You know, got the special patches on it. So shout outs to OSG.
So I want to know.
Yeah, go ahead.
When is OSG for teachers coming?
Oh.
Because I see all the OSG love, all the principals. But what about the teachers?
You know,
I wonder when that gonna happen.
I mean, it's in the works. I mean, it may be in the works. Well, you know, but at the same time, I'm gonna say selfishly. You know, principals need love too.
You do.
Principals need love too. We need a space where we can collectively talk, collectively vent, collectively just have. You know, OSG has been heaven sent for a leader like me. And I would say if you're a leader, tap into off-school grounds because this work cannot be done in isolation.
You want to tap in with a group or collective of individuals who is doing this work, that knows the stress that comes with it, to know the self-care that needs. I mean, we're tapped in to mental health professionals. We've had politicians come, possibly the future mayor of New York. Like, we have Senator Eddie Milton, who's a senator, y'all, a senator tapped in with some of the work that's happening with OSG. So it's just a wonderful collective and coalition to be a part of. I'm glad that I'm a part of it, for sure.
I'm glad too, because the work that they're doing with you guys as collective, it pours into all your schools.
Absolutely.
So even though there's not an OSG for teachers, we all get to benefit when we have an OSG principal, right?
Yes.
Because those things that are important to them, their cup overflows into their schools.
Yes.
So
yes.
I don't have OSG principal yet. So
yeah, that's our goal. Get more OSG principals, and we can make impact in more schools, right?
Yeah.
Make more impact in schools. We can't leave y'all. Y'all stay tuned, because we want to highlight some sponsors, right?
Yes. First off, we couldn't have done this without you.
Yes.
We want to thank all of our participants, all of our panelists, all of our presenters, all of our family and friends for supporting us.
Yeah.
But there are also some people who, they invested into this conference to make sure it happened, right?
Yes.
So we want to give a shout out to Teacher Talk Live.
Teacher Talk Live.
Solved.
Okay, Solved. Oh, yeah, wait, Solved. They are the ones who powered the app. So if you got the app, it is powered by Solved. Shout outs to Solved.
Patterson Perspective.
All right.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, Teacher Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Pacific Hill Studio.
Boom.
And Great Education Colorado.
Yes.
Truth's Table. And of course, Identity Talk.
Mm-hmm.
Trendy Teachers.
Trendy Teachers with the merch.
Baller Bellies.
Oh, yeah, that's Be Revolutionary.
OSG.
Come on.
And Dame Dash Studios.
Come on.
Thank you for investing into the dream and the vision. We wouldn't be here without you.
Yes.
And of course, I always want to say thank you to you.
Oh.
You are so amazing. You're so positive. And we only know each other for a few months.
Yes, absolutely.
When we're getting into some good trouble. So this has been my first time working with you, and it's been an awesome, amazing experience. I appreciate you for creating this space and providing this platform.
Yes.
And you're so young. you're so young.
So young.
Yeah.
So young. So young. That's what it's so young.
I mean, like, you're just getting, when I say so young, he's just getting started. And I'm really big on purpose. Really big on purpose. I believe that we were all created for you uniquely, differently, with a purpose. And we have something to live out. And it's just the time that I've known you, it's been awesome to see you live out what you've been created to do. So just to see the impact in your sphere of influence, I know this is just the beginning, and it's right on time in the right location. So you're a blessing to many, as well as to myself and the crew. So I just want to say thank you for being courageous enough to take this leap.
Yeah.
And being resilient.
Yeah.
Despite any challenges or things that didn't make sense, but you still made it make sense.
Yeah.
So we just thank you for that.
No, man.
You're so appreciative.
No, thank you.
We got to definitely support, definitely amplify Black women voices. I love my Black women, my queens, but we definitely love our kings. We got to support you. And of course, Danny, thank you for allowing, he wouldn't be able to do what he can do without you, of course. So back to my sister, you got to support.
You got to support.
You got to support and highlight. So thank you. And the baby.
Thank you.
Journey jumps in every meeting.
Jumps in every meeting.
You tucking me in, and guess what? He does. And it's so beautiful.
For those who don't know, you may hear Journey. That's my 5-year-old daughter who supports her father 1,000%, and my wife Danielle. Thank you. You know what I mean? Because you guys have been supportive through this whole mission, and beside me along the way. Thank you, Janetta, for being a co-host and jumping into it. Thanks again for the Los Angeles Legacy Project, who's been working behind the scenes on the camera, doing everything possible to make sure that we have minimal hiccups along the way. Teacher Tired, Jamaica, making sure that the chat and the emails are out to you, and Pacific Hill Studios, who's getting the behind the scenes. And I would say this, you guys, continue to support. This work cannot be done in isolation, right? Like, if you want to get in contact with me, you can get in contact with me by DMing me, connecting with school culture. Like, I'm called the Revolutionary School Principal is because I specialize in revolutionizing school cultures, right? I do this work. I'm about this work.
If your school needs a resource to support around school culture, around liberating young boys of color, I specialize in programs called Liberated Kings for young boys of color to be liberated through curriculum and having a program designed for their well-being. Also, restorative practices and trauma-informed practices, and as well as organizational leadership. Those are some services that we can support to continue revolutionizing school cultures across the nation. So make sure that you stay in tune. Make sure you stay tapped in. Go to RevEdX. Get some of this. This is going to be going quick. This is exclusive. All right, these are exclusive. So they're on the RevEdX page right now as we speak. So go there. Once they're sold out, they are sold out. And if you have not, listen, if you're here and you enjoyed this conference, if you have not went to Amazon and purchased the book, let that be your homework to-do list right now. Like go right now to purchase the book on Amazon.com so you could support the movement, but also get the gems from everyone and for how this is even started and how we can continue this.
Or buy it for someone else. Even if you did purchase it, make it a gift. To your admin, to a teacher that needs to be revolutionized, give it to them.
Absolutely.
So what's next? What's next for you?
You know what?
What's coming up?
Listen, we got some huge announcements coming, you guys. So we are actually launching, and this is brand new news for everyone. We are launching the Revolutionary Educator Network, you guys. Do y'all hear that? Put fires in the chat if y'all ready. Because if you enjoyed these 2 days, you are now about to witness a revolutionary educator network in which we will have content curated and developed for you monthly in regards of conversations around youth, a show called 2K Conversations, in which myself will be speaking and highlighting young students, young artists, young activists, where we're really diving down in critical conversations, and it's called 2K Conversations while we play the video game. We're just going to sit, play the video game, 2K, NBA 2K, and we're going to have critical conversations. That's called 2K Conversations. Another episode that's coming up, another show that's coming up is What Sound Does a Clock Make? Tick tock. Well, we're going to sit with young students, and we're going to talk about how the culture of TikTok influenced the classroom and how you can learn through a lot of videos, even though they're 1 minute, and how educators can take TikTok videos and use that in classroom practices to revolutionize their school culture. So look out for the show, or What Sounds Does the Clock Make? TikTok, of course, and we're going to be having content talking about and unpacking some of the dopest TikToks and how you can bring that in your classroom so you can elevate student engagement, right? That's going to be huge. And we have one thing, you don't even know about this. There is going to be one of the revolutionary shows called Perspectives. Perspectives will be a show executive produced by my good friend Watch Sticks, in which we talk about the trials and the trauma of not only educators but activists with the dilemmas that face when you're trying to fight against the existing reality of politics and legislation, when you have to make critical decisions on what's good for the community, but it's also against the policy.
Right.
It's going to be critical. So make sure that you're tapped in. Make sure that you are tapped in for the revolution. And after this, after we say goodbye, we have bonus content for you guys.
Yes.
We have 2 videos, so we don't want you to go anywhere. We're going to have commercials, but then we have 2 revolutionary educators for some bonus content. One being Justine, the proud principal, and also Keisha Green. All right? So those 2 will be playing later on today. But if you're looking for the replay, though the links and everything will be emailed to you starting tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the replay. If today is the last day to buy tickets at this current price for the replay for 90 days, tomorrow the price goes up. So if you know somebody who said they want to get the replay, buy it today because tomorrow the price goes up. All right. So thank you. We love you. And remember, be revolutionary.
in the inner city than any other area. Less money is given to our schools and more is expected out of them. In the inner city than any other area. Less money is given to our schools and more is expected out of them.
When you don't have resources, it makes it harder to get access to an education. It makes it harder to get access to simple things, food, shelter, which affect people's ability to focus in school.
It's very difficult to get through high school and be successful in high school and get to college when you don't know what your resources are.
The amount of stuff that I need at this point in time to get to where I want to go and finish my goals and stuff, then I think that's my biggest fear, not making it to where I want to be.
At the U, Principal Rahh and our teachers have created a space where resources are made available so students can compete in a global environment. Black history is now. The impact that we, our generation, have on Black history starts today. Let's boom!
Hey Revolutionary Educators, what's up? My name is Justine Lucas. I'm a proud principal of an extraordinary school in Corona, Queens. You might know me from Instagram as the proud principal or Change the EDU game. You may not know me at all, but we're gonna get to know each other, and I'm just really honored to be a part of this entire experience. So today, I'm going to share some insight and some tips on how you can bring the information from this conference into your school, even if you feel some barriers may exist. I got you. I'm going to be talking to you using my knowledge as a principal. I'm going to be talking to you as a friend. I hope it helps, and if you ever need anything, don't be shy. Reach out to me on Instagram. I got you. So you may want to know who I am and what I'm about, and I think it's really important. I want to tell you I'm radical about education. I'm radical about supporting my teachers. I'm radical about everything that happens in a school, and I hold principals and school leaders the most accountable to what happens in a school. So for me, I started out as a special education teacher, and honestly, I enjoyed my time in the classroom more than anything. As a principal, I still feel extraordinarily connected to the children and to the teachers in my entire school. So I didn't become a principal to get out of the classroom. I became a principal to really enhance the learning experience of hundreds of kids in hundreds of classrooms. I have a huge school. We actually have 60 classrooms. And I just couldn't be more proud of what we've been able to accomplish as a learning community over a short period of time. I'm going into my third year as a principal, and we had our work cut out for us. Our school was the diamond in the rough, and the only reason why I've been successful to rehabilitate and restore it is because of the relationships that we've cultivated, and the trust and the love and the passion. Schools should be fun places. But I also know that when you don't feel supported by your principal, or you feel that you have this passion, but you're not really sure how to navigate the politics of the school to bring your ideas to fruition, it could be really stifling, and it could make you feel that your home isn't your perfect fit. But I have to tell you, it might be. And I'm just going to really share with you some real-world strategies that you could use to get your voice to be heard and amplified so you can impact children, not just in your classroom, in your entire school. So let's get started. So for the past 2 days, we've been saturated with culturally responsive education, trauma-informed practices, liberation, pedagogy, technology, a bunch of different topics that you want to see come to fruition in your school. And you may be thinking, and I've heard this so many times, my principal doesn't really care about this, or that'll never fly in my school. But the thing is, honestly, speaking as a principal, sometimes there's so many different things to do and focus on that I really love when my teachers take initiative and map a few of their plans out and ambitions out. And I then come in and support 100%. So this is the thing. Let's write a letter to your school administrative team or set up a meeting. Look at your school's mission statement, your vision statement, or the goals of the district. Culturally responsive, sustaining education should be a priority in every single school. And it shouldn't be a buzzword, okay? This is, as we all know, imperative and paramount to just focus on now. Futures are not bright if they are not safe for all children. So write a letter, craft it, map out your ideas. You can start with garnering support from a small group of your colleagues that you know are also passionate about it. And if you tie in to an existing goal and show how you could get that rolling with fidelity, I can guarantee you that your principal and your administrative crew will feel a sense of pride and relief almost that they have a committed group of people in the school that are going to support an existing goal. So first is set up a meeting, send out an email, garner some support, and make sure that you're explicit in what you want and how it is impactful for children. So the next thing is, how are you going to bring, for example, equity leadership teams or social justice committees into your school? And assuming that you don't really know where to start, or you feel a little intimidated and you want to start from a surface level, from the ground, and build it up. Well, here's the thing. You're a revolutionary educator who just became acquainted with a variety of revolutionary educators. Tap into these resources post-conference. A lot of the people that spoke to you today over the past 2 days have LLCs. You could hire them to come into your school to be a guest speaker, to give PDs, and to support you. So for example, Deirdre Fogarty of Black Girls Teach, or Kim Jenkins, who spoke to you today and led an amazing session. Principal Rahh, of course, the host of the Revolutionary Educator Conference. They are experts in their fields, and they work with leaders and schools and teacher teams all the time. So absolutely tap into them. Get a proposal from them, find out how much it costs, and then see what your school could do, okay? Now, here's the thing. Funding sometimes can be a little tricky. However, we need to be creative. You can go to your PTA, you can go to your school board, you could fundraise, and there's so many things that you could do to get experts into your school to help build a solid foundation so that over the years, you're ensuring that equity and access and cultural relevance and anti-racism education and all of these practices that are critical to our children are in place in your school, not as a buzzword, not as a checklist, but with fidelity. And let's use our revolutionary educators to support you going forward. So as we all know, representation matters, but honestly, I feel like that has become a buzzword too. And in all the schools that I've been in, I haven't really seen a diverse curriculum. I haven't seen diverse libraries and texts that really are representative of the community. And honestly, it takes a huge investment. So one of the things I'm super proud of at my school is over the past 2 years and counting, we've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in new curriculum that is representative of our learning community, that is multilingual, that is responsive to English language learners, and more. We've also revamped our classroom library so our children have access to texts where they can go to the library and see such beautiful literature that's representative of who they are and their cultural celebratory aspects and issues and topics and beautiful stories that they are excited to read. And that is something that I really encourage each of you to do post the Revolutionary Educator Conference. conference is to look at the curriculum at your school, and maybe you're going to garner a group of people who work at your school to audit the classroom libraries. And if you need support on how you could, curate bundles that are of high interest, that are important to your children, one, you should tap into your students, of course, and have process. Again, go to your PTAs. It's something where I think a lot of teachers don't realize that they can go directly to the PTA who have funding and resources and ideas of their own as well, if it's not in the school's budget. So definitely just tap into it and persevere, don't lose steam, find more like-minded people, and there are people right in this conference. Again, Deidre Fogarty also can help with creating book bundles that really will be a great enhancement to your school and to your class. Alright, so you're part of the Revolutionary Educator Conference, and you signed up to increase your toolbox on cultural relevance, of course, liberation pedagogy, anti-racist education. We have so many topics that we explored. You're obviously passionate about advocating for children, and I always have been. However, there are things that we need to do now in lieu of current times, and always, of course, but as we grow and learn more, we need to think about how we are going to convert from an ally to a co-conspirator. And that means advocating and putting action towards our convictions of creating safer futures and safer presents for our kids. So one of the things that I really wish over the years that I would have been a little bit more vocal when I saw certain practices that were not good for children. And I encourage you to use your voice. And when you see a practice that is negative for any child, you speak up and you navigate the ways to hold people accountable to make changes for children. And you do not have to feel nervous or timid or in any way, shape, or form that is not a healthy practice, because the time is now to speak up. The time has always been that, and we've all may have been in a situation where if you could rewind time, what would you have done? What would you have said? And what would have been your action? So yes, I've always considered myself an ally. I consider myself now more of a co-conspirator, where I am driven with intentionality. All right, revolutionary educator, you are more than an educator. You are a game changer. You are a life changer. You are everything that our children need in their classrooms, in their lives. Don't let anyone dull your shine. Don't let anyone make you feel that your impact is not enormous. Your legacy that you are creating right now is everything to the life of our children. It has been such a pleasure to just get acquainted with you, to participate in the Revolutionary Educator Conference. Shout out to our host, Principal Rahh. This was a rewarding experience. We are acquainted, so stay in touch. I am going to clap for your wins. I am going to be your biggest fan. Follow me on Change the EDU Game or at The Proud Principal. I'm super passionate about what I do, who I do it with, who we do it for, and now we're a team. So keep at it, and I look forward to seeing what you achieve as a revolutionary educator.
I mean, you can have someone to filming them.
There's no way you can be a revolutionary leader with trying to bring about dramatic change. That's what revolutions are all about. So a revolutionary leader understands the importance of being a visionary. So a revolutionary leader has aspirations and visions for the school community that they serve. They're also able, again, to use communication to articulate clearly what that vision is and with their growth partners, create a plan for reaching that vision. So in addition to having an aspiration and having a clear vision, a revolutionary leader must be a cheerleader. They must be charismatic. They have to be able to energize and inspire people to bond around and work towards that vision. You'll notice at several points throughout the video, I refer to teachers as our professional growth partners. We're not their managers, we're not their bosses, we're not their supervisors. It's important that we're learning and growing with our teachers as well, that we are a part of the learning process. A good leader understands the importance of being in the balcony in order to solve problems, but a revolutionary leader understands the importance of being in both. It's important to be in the balcony sometimes, but it's equally as important to be on the dance floor as well. If you are a truly revolutionary teacher, you're not only going into classrooms to meet compliance mandates and to do your observations. You're in those classrooms, depending on the size of your building, maybe weekly, maybe monthly, maybe bi-monthly, but you're definitely not going into classrooms just when it's time to do observations. A revolutionary leader understands the importance of rolling up their sleeves and getting in there and doing the work as well. So a revolutionary leader is also a co-conspirator in the planning of lessons and the delivery of lessons in the classrooms. You need to be visible in those classrooms in all areas of your building. It's important to show your teachers, your professional growth partners, that you understand what they're going through. And it's important that you're able to do what you're asking them to do. We can't be unrealistic in this work. If we're showing something, it's important that we serve as instructional leaders as well as principals per se. That's a part of the teamwork. Getting in there with your teachers, teaching those lessons, modeling, truly being a coach for your teachers as well. So being a revolutionary leader means that you have to be willing to demonstrate the importance of teamwork. Another important part of teamwork is building relationships. It's essential that as a revolutionary leader, you must be able to build relationships. In order to have teamwork, you have to be able to know how to support the parents of your school community, the students of your community, and the teachers of your school community. Having those relationships and solidifying those relationships help you to work in tandem. A big part of supporting your teachers is knowing who they are, knowing their personal, knowing some things about them personally, but more importantly, where do they want to be professionally? How can you support them? A big part of teamwork is knowing how to support your parent community so that they could be partners in their children's learning experiences as well. So a big part of teamwork is all about relationship building and knowing the desires so that you're able to support them in that way. If you don't know your people and you're not able to collaborate, and if you don't know your people, you won't be able to collaborate with them and there will be no teamwork. So take some time and build those relationships. Get to know people personally and get to know them professionally as well. So, as you can see, there's so many skills and competencies that goes into making and creating a revolutionary leader. One thing's for certain is that a revolutionary leader is a leader that leads with love. You must love your staff, you must love your students, you must love the families, and you must love the community that you serve. And another thing is that a revolutionary leader is definitely about that work. So if you truly are a revolutionary leader, you have to be action-oriented and you have to be willing to do the work. Thank you.